You're listening to Bloodsucker's blog, Book 3, Lost Souls. Written by Ella Stone, narrated by Hannah Lynn, and produced by Papercat Publishing. Blog post 112. Date, November 14th. Followers, 75,356. Well, this is a surprise. Less than a month ago, I typed what I'd assumed would be my last post ever. I'd convinced myself that, on top of everything else I was going through, I shouldn't be reaching for my phone every half hour to fill complete strangers in on the disaster that's my life. I thought it was self-indulgent. And it probably was. But right now, I need to have control over something. And the blog is pretty much the only thing I actually have any say in. So here I am. Back again. Like I said, it's been nearly a month since my last post. Since I told you how I went against Noah's wishes and fed him my blood, meaning that when his heart stopped, which it did, only moments later, he lived on. I turned him into a vampire. And every day, I know I did the right thing. He might not see it that way when he wakes up, and then it might be a long time until he realizes, but I'm still certain I did the right thing. Don't worry, I know what a massive hypocrite I am after cutting my mother off for hiding the truth about turning me. I've lost count of all the times I yelled at her, saying she should have given me a choice. The very same choice I denied Noah. Of course, that's not the only reason I cut Mum off. Keeping the fact that I'd unknowingly sired a vampire hidden from me also played a massive part, and ultimately led to my dad's death. That said, I do have a better idea of what it's like to be in her shoes now. And today, I decided it was time she knew that. She comes over a lot now. It's not like she lives here. She's got her own place, close to the hospital where she's picked up work, mainly in their research department. But given that she's a qualified medical doctor, she's been taking some shifts on the wards, trying to get back into the swing of things there too. With all that on her plate, she still drops in almost daily to check on us, normally in the evenings, to give Noah a regular dose of tranquilizer. He needs it to keep him sedated. She'd already checked on him before she came into the kitchen and flicked on the kettle. "I'm sorry I held it against you," I said. "I don't think I've said it before. I get it now. I understand how you couldn't let me go. Not when there was another way." "Thank you, Merwin, but I should have been more honest," she replied. "If I'd told you what I knew from the start, about Kalina and the venom, then maybe we wouldn't be in this mess now. That reminds me, have you drained your venom today? She's coming by my office to pick it up first thing in the morning." I felt my jaw go rigid at the mention of this, but reached into my pocket and pulled out 2 small plastic containers. "Mine and Noah's," I said, handing them over to her. "You know, I hate doing this. It's wrong on so many levels." "I know, but right now we don't have a choice. Maybe in a couple of years, when Noah's awake and the 2 of you are up to proper strength, he and you can try to find another solution. But right now..." "I know. We need to keep Kalina on side. Keeping a psychotic vampire happy. That's what my life has come to. And Mum's right. To say that Kalina is unpredictable is an understatement. This is the vampire who married my ex-boyfriend just so she could gain information to use against me. Then she befriended my brother by pretending she was a second-year medical student and gave him the V that ultimately resulted in Noah's new state. And I'm on call for the next 2 days. You've remembered that, haven't you? Mum continued. I've got it. And we must have a conversation about Noah. Once again, I ground my teeth together. While I didn't know what she wanted to say, I was almost certain I wasn't going to like it. You do whatever you think is best, I replied, deliberately avoiding her eyes. It would help if you would get on board with this, Merowyn. I don't like giving him such large doses of sedative. You're here with him all day. Giving him smaller doses more frequently would be far better. And you're perfectly capable of doing that, and feeding him without relying on me. Maybe I am. But keeping my boyfriend sedated after turning him into a vampire feels like a step too far. So I've made a concerted effort to skip responsibility for that. Cowardly? Hypocritical? Yes, call me what you want. It's not like I don't already call myself the same. Just give him enough to see him through your on-call duty, then you can feed him when you're back, I said. It was blunt enough for her to know that I wasn't going to engage any further in this conversation. As my mother pocketed the venom, the doorbell rang, and a knowing smile lifted her lips as she glanced at her watch. Bang on time, she said. I'll leave you two to it. And when Glenn gets in from the library, tell him I've put some leftovers in the fridge for him. You need to make sure he's eating properly and taking care of himself. I know. Don't worry, I'm looking after him. A minute later, she was heading out the front door, passing my next visitor. Finn. My first boyfriend, who, for the longest time, I'd assumed would be the only true love of my life. But that was before Noah swept in and gave it a whole new meaning. And how did I repay the favour? I guess that's a rhetorical question. Hey, Finn said, wrapping his arms around me in a hug. It's strange. I thought I'd feel awkward about any form of physical contact with him, but now I'm not sure how I'd cope without it, without the warmth and the constant reassurance. I just stayed there, eyes closed until he released his grip. After slipping off his coat, Finn headed straight upstairs to see his brother exactly the same way as he always does. Not that Noah's aware of it. It's been more than 6 weeks since I turned him, and he's remained unconscious in my bed with the covers tucked up under his chin like he's taking a nap the entire time. An insanely long nap. Sometimes I curl up with him under the blanket and rest my head on his chest, but it's not like it used to be anymore. There's no warmth radiating from his skin. No drumming heartbeat that I can pretend is my own. It's like lying against a cold slab of meat, preserved beyond its best before date. Not a great way of thinking about the love of your life, really, is it? Have you fed him today? Finn asked, as I followed him into my room. He doesn't need it every day. We've told you that overfeeding could wake him up. But we want him to be as strong as possible, surely. Limiting him feels like a dangerous thing to do. Mum's done this before, remember, Finn? She knows what she's doing. I didn't mean to sound so abrupt. Finn doesn't deserve it, not in the slightest, and I know he only asks questions because he feels helpless. Helplessness is our current state of play. It was only when he took a seat by the desk and rolled up his shirt sleeve that I remembered what day it was. Despite me asking him not to, Glenn had gone against my wishes and asked Finn to donate blood. He's only done it once, so far as I'm aware, but I'm pretty sure he's been giving more on the sly. I thought about making an excuse, telling him it was unnecessary or that I wasn't capable of finding a vein myself. But that wasn't true, and Glenn had enough to deal with without me making extra work for him. After collecting the necessary bits and pieces from a drawer, I tightened a strap around Finn's arm. Thankfully, the needle went in cleanly first try, and a moment later the bag was filling. For the first time since he'd entered the room, Finn seemed to relax. Or so I thought. "Are you going to tell me today?" he asked. "Tell you what?" "Whatever it is that's been eating away at you ever since you turned Noah." I moved over to straighten the bed, not that it actually needed it. "Of course something's eating away at me," I said, avoiding Finn's eyes. "I had to turn my boyfriend into a vampire. That was a hell of a decision to make." "And that's all it is. Nothing else." I tugged a little too hard on the sheet, exposing Noah's toes. "Isn't that enough?" Once again, my tone was harsher than I'd intended, but Finn's face only showed concern. "Rin, I know we're not together. I know there was a lot of your life that I wasn't part of, and there's nothing I can do to change that. But it doesn't mean I'm not here for you now. You might pretend to be okay, but you need someone. We all do. And like it or not, I know when something's wrong." "I'm fine," I replied automatically. "And I also know when you're lying to me." Even though I wasn't looking at him, I was well aware of Finn's eyes boring into me as I gripped the blanket. I've said before that whatever hormones are floating in the blood bags I use, they end up circulating in me. Well, it's fair to say my donors have been living on a knife edge these last weeks. And, annoyingly, every bit of their angst has been transferred to me. And I certainly don't need any more. Whenever I try to relax, images flash in front of my eyes, tearing apart any modicum of calm I've achieved. The wide-eyed fear and sense of betrayal on Noah's face as I forced my blood down his throat. His weak and useless protests as he tried to fight me off. But how do I tell Finn I did that to his brother? How do I tell him that he didn't want to be this thing I've created? And when Noah finally comes around, and Finn finds out, he's going to hate me for what I did. I can't tell him. I can't tell anyone. "Maybe you could start setting shorter essays. That'd help," I said, turning around to face Finn. "And more interesting books to read too." After that, he didn't ask if I was okay again. Blog post 113. Date November the 14th. Followers 74,461. So I'm back. It's not like I've got anything else to do, except essays, and it turns out I'm really good at avoiding and delaying those. Finn didn't stay much longer after he'd finished giving blood. Sometimes he does. Sometimes he sits by Noah's bed reading to him, like he's an elderly hospital patient who's slipping in and out of sleep, and not a young vampire we're keeping sedated. Other times he stays and talks to me about the years he and I were apart, telling me all about the places he travelled to and the people he met. More often than not, though, neither of us feels like speaking, and so we just curl up and watch a film together, hundreds of unspoken words floating in the air between us. It's safe to say I've missed you guys. I've missed having people to interact with. Several of you have already messaged or commented saying how glad you are to hear from me again, and that you're sorry for what a mess everything is. Thank you. It helps more than you could imagine. And it's nice to be getting more questions too. Some of you have asked why we're keeping Noah sedated. And as my only plan for tonight involved Amazon Prime and a measly quarter pint of A positive, I guess I can take the time out to tell you. The first reason we're keeping Noah sedated is because bloodlust is real. I've been lucky enough to only experience it a couple of times when feeding directly from a human, and I hope I never have to feel that again. The urge is insatiable, uncontrollable. If I'd been left to it when I was first turned, I could have drained person after person without a second thought. For those of you who've read my blog post from the very beginning, I don't need to remind you what happened with Christopher after he started feeding on people. 3 innocent humans lost their lives in one night. Feeding Noah small amounts, regularly, from a non-direct source while he's unconscious should help prevent the sudden shock and thirst that he would otherwise experience when he wakes. Also, it's giving us a bit of time to think through how the hell we're going to manage it when he comes out of this. I already mentioned that Mum's got a job at the hospital, attached to our university, where Glenn's training to become a doctor himself. It's a good thing she has too. I've no idea how we'd be managing right now if we didn't have access to all the lines, needles, and other bits of equipment we need to keep everything going. Feeding 2 vampires, keeping Kalina happy with our venom, and not getting behind on our studies sometimes feels like we're running a military operation. Unfortunately, while Mum's been able to get us supplies, she's not involved with the blood drives yet, which is where she needs to be if she's going to start stealing for us the way she did back home. Hopefully, she'll get there soon, because when Noah's up and about, he's going to need a fair bit more blood than he's getting right now. Which leads us to the second reason we're keeping him sedated. A dormant vampire needs considerably less blood than a awake one. However, what I've just heard isn't going to make life any easier on that front. And I feel like such a bitch whinging about this because it's actually amazing news. It's just hard to see it that way right now, with everything else going on, and the impact it's going to have on me personally. I know I need to face it head on. I'll tell Mum and the others about it in the morning, but I just have to get my head around it first. I guess that's another reason why I'm on here, talking to you guys, rather than working on my essays, or reading one of the 15 books that the lecturers have assigned for us for the year. It was just gone 10 this evening when my phone buzzed. Other than Glenn, Finn, and Mum, only one other person ever rings me. Lavisa. Most of you probably already remember that she's my best friend, and the first person outside my family who learned what I was. She's one of the few people who's ever seen what I'm capable of when the bloodlust kicks in. Last year, when my dad developed anemia, quite possibly from all the donations he'd given me, Lavisa stepped up and offered her blood. Since then, every 3 months, Glenn has driven to London to hook her up to a line and grab me a pint to add to my stash. "Hey you," she said when I answered the phone. Lavisa is always perky. It would be abnormal if she wasn't. Tonight, though, she sounded extra upbeat, even for her. "How's uni life going? How are the studies going? How's Noah? Are things still good between you two?" I bit the inside of my cheek and considered how to reply. I love Lavisa, and there was a time when I told her everything. But I can't share the news about Noah. I've tried. Every single occasion I've spoken to her since, I've wanted to tell her, but I've failed. When Noah's awake and can speak for himself, then I'll come clean. But not now. There would be too many questions that I couldn't or wouldn't want to answer. Hi, everything is great here, I replied, trying to sound casual, then immediately diverted the conversation. How about you? Are you okay? This is pretty late for a phone call. I know, I wasn't going to ring until the morning, but then I thought you might have an early lecture and I'd have to wait till lunch, but I didn't know when your lunch break was and I could end up having to wait until tomorrow evening, and then we've got people around for dinner, and then it will be a whole extra day, and do you want to get to the point? I interrupted. I wasn't actually being as rude as it sounds. Levisa's rambles can last for hours if unchecked. Sorry, yes, I'm just so excited, as you can probably tell, even though it wasn't really planned. Well, it definitely wasn't planned. I mean, who would plan this just before a wedding? Still, we are both super thrilled, and I just wanted you to be the first to know. After my parents, that is. She has a habit of rattling on so much that I completely lose track of what she's saying. When I was human, it made me feel like I was going insane, but as a vampire, I have a pretty perfect memory, and I knew that she still hadn't got to the point yet. Lavisa, whatever it is, just spit it out, will you? Yes, sorry, we're having a baby. Can you believe it? Jamie and I are going to be parents. How insane is that? The words hit me like a wallop straight to the gut. My breath shuddered in my lungs before I finally managed to form words. That's definitely insane, I said. I must have realized that this could happen. She's 25 and has been talking about having children since we were in primary school together. I just never thought it would happen so soon. She and Jamie have been engaged for less than a year. Rin, are you still there? Are you okay? I shook myself free of the cloud that had descended on me, reminding myself that this was great news she was telling me. Yes, I said, trying to match her enthusiasm. Yes, of course. This is amazing. Tell me everything. Blog post 114. Date November 15th. Followers 75,600. We had a family meeting this morning before Mum went to work and Glenn's lectures began. Now routine, they take place in the coldest room in the house, the kitchen. Temperatures have been abnormally low recently, so the others were wearing thick woolen jumpers as we sat around the cheap wooden table, while the fridge buzzed loudly in the background. It's a round table, meaning everyone can look at you as you speak, provided you can get a word in edgeways. These meetings now include Finn, which makes sense, as we can run any decisions affecting Noah straight past him. I'll be honest, I'd considered hiding what I'd heard from Lavisa just for a couple of days to see if I could figure something out on my own. But I've learnt that isn't something I'm particularly good at. I need help, even if I don't like to admit it. But that means we're down to 3 donors, Glenn said, stating the obvious. And that's for you and Noah now. It's not going to work. I know. That's why I brought it up. I was thinking that maybe, Mum, you could run a blood drive, like you used to? You always managed to cream off a good supply from those. My mother has changed a lot in the months since Dad's death, and not just physically. She's quieter, more willing to listen to our input, rather than constantly forcing her opinions on us, or just doing whatever she sees fit without any consultation. I could, she said, uncertainly nursing a cup of tea. But it would take months to organise. I had systems before, and procedures were already in place. I've no idea how long it would take to get through all the red tape here, and even then, I wouldn't know the setup well enough to be sure how to steal from it. Certainly not in the amounts we're going to need. Okay, then we need to come up with some other options, I said. Any ideas, anyone? Any at all? Silence descended. Animal blood? Glenn suggested. I looked at Mum. For a short time, for Rin, perhaps, she said, but I don't know how it would affect Noah. We could always try and see. I shook my head. No. If we don't know for sure, then we're not risking it. It has to be human blood. For him, at least. Any other suggestions? What about using your vampire speed and raiding the hospital? Finn suggested. If Angela knows where the blood's stored, then it's possible you could whiz in and out. That sounds possible, I said, but I could already see Mum was about to object. The storeroom would be locked, and the blood stored in fridges, which will certainly be locked too. Plus, a break-in would be obvious, and then they'd start taking extra precautions. Okay, so that's a one-off last resort, I said. Can it be that, if it's the only resort we've got? Glenn responded. The silence that followed was even more desolate than the first and lasted longer. Everyone was waiting, desperate for someone else to have a brainwave, but no one had a thing. Just as I was about to start speaking, to say anything to relieve the tension, the front door clicked open, and a moment later, Kalina was standing in the doorway. A party? And you didn't invite me? In less than a second, I was on my feet and squaring up to her. To look at Kalina, you'd think she's one of the most elegant, demure women you could ever hope to meet. Perfectly coiffed, constantly poised, certainly not capable of inflicting harm on anyone. But I know there's not a scrap of humanity behind those eyes. I thought you'd given back your house key, I snarled. I did, she said with a smirk. The front door just opened. Then she held up a hairpin and sniggered before pulling out a chair and taking a seat next to Finn. She rested a hand on his knee and he flinched, but he didn't move it away. Not even a kiss for your wife, she smiled. I've told you before, it's not possible to legally be married to someone who's dead, Finn replied. Oh, aren't we all very serious today? What's happened? No, don't tell me, she said with a flick of her hair. You woke Noah up, and he'd avowed a student. Kalina, I began before she cut me off. It's fine. I know you didn't. I was listening in. Breaking into a hospital. Is that really the best you could come up with? You can't possibly think that would work. I cracked my knuckles beneath the table as I forced myself not to rise to the bait. That was a private conversation, I said. If we'd wanted your opinion, we'd have invited you over. She pouted. But I'm family. A blood relation. Get it? And anyway, I have the perfect solution to all your problems. She leaned back in her chair, tipping it onto two legs. It was more than a little tempting to topple her backwards, but she would have seen it coming. Besides, who knows what she'd have done to me if I'd managed it. And what is this perfect solution? I said, reluctantly giving in. What would you have us do? Her smile was so broad that, even though her fangs were withheld, I could see the venom glistening on the tips, and it made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? She said. You come feeding with me. Blog post 115. Date, November 15th. Followers, 75,691. Wow, that post got a lot of reaction, and none of it was positive. Believe me, I do get it. I know I would be insane to trust anything Kalina says, and I definitely don't. That's why I turned her offer down flat before we sent her on her way. But the fact is, she feeds, and as far as I'm aware, she's not leaving an obvious trail of dead bodies in her wake. There's been nothing in the local papers about people turning up in dark alleys drained of blood. No students have gone missing. Care homes around here have amazing reviews, which don't include elderly people being found with puncture marks in their necks. So, if Kalina has a way of keeping me alive without causing harm to anyone, I'd be an idiot not to take her up on it. Wouldn't I? In truth, whether I'm with her or not, she's still going to go out there and take blood from humans. What difference does it make if I tag along and see how she does it? It doesn't. None at all. So maybe that's what I'll do. I'll just go and see if it's safe, and if no one gets hurt, then maybe I'll try it myself. And if not, then we're back to the drawing board, but no worse off. Blog post 116. Date, November 17th. Followers, 75,704. I know this isn't going to be popular, but you know the rules. Send abusive messages and you get banned. End of. Anyway, it's done now. I've arranged it. I'm going with Kalina to see how she feeds. Is it a good idea? Possibly not. Mum and Glenn definitely don't think it is. But I trust myself. And the lower our blood supplies get, the more at risk everyone is. That's what it comes down to. You're probably thinking it's ridiculous, knowing my far from great track record feeding straight from humans. But that was a long time ago. There's too much at stake now for me not to learn how to do it safely. So I'm going this evening. Yep, tonight is the night when Kalina shows me the ropes. Blog post 117. Date, November 17th. Followers, 75,882. This is officially the first time I've ever written a post from inside a toilet cubicle. And trust me, this is going to be short. The smell alone is more than enough reason to ensure I won't be here for long. Before I left home, I kissed Noah's cold forehead, brushing aside strands of hair that no longer grow. It's hard to explain why I had to tell him where I was going, but some part of me needed him to know, despite the fact that I had no plans to tell his brother. My relationship with Finn is weird, to put it mildly. I know he wants to be there for me as much as he can, and I want to lean on him. But every friendship has boundaries, and I'm terrified of crossing ours. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I have to do this, I whispered to Noah. It'll be for the best. You'll see. I'll stay safe. I'll make sure we're all safe. Kalina was already waiting for me outside. I thought I told you to dress up, she said, running her eyes up and down my standard choice of ripped jeans and a white vest top. This is me, dressed up, I replied. Then we'll have to go somewhere more casual than I'd originally planned, she said with a sniff. Unlike most of the students in this town, I've never been part of the whole drinking and clubbing scene. When Noah and I were 50% a normal breathing couple, I was happiest spending the evenings in with him. It wasn't like we could work our way through a cocktail menu anyway. And lately, I've had more pressing issues than getting down on a dance floor. "What kind of music do you like?" Cleaner asked as we walked. "No, hang on a minute, I know. I've read it on your blog. You're a rock girl, aren't you? That makes sense with all your drumming, I suppose. There are some good dive bars we can hit for that. Although if anyone spills anything down this top, I'm billing you for the dry cleaning." Her words were peripheral, as I pretty much ignore everything she says nowadays. But this evening, even more than normal. Since the moment I made my decision to come with her, my mind has been entirely focused on what that means. I've fed from humans twice, assuming you don't count the time I nicked Glenn with my fangs. I lost control completely with Christopher. I killed him, or near enough. The fact that he had vampire blood in his system when his heart stopped beating was all that saved him, or not, depending on how you look at it. In the end, he still ended up dead. Noah is the only other person I've drunk from. He risked everything to give me the strength to fight Christopher and get my family back. That's what I need to remember. If he could do that, back when we weren't even together and had barely shared a kiss, then I can do this. I'll learn to feed the way Kalina does if that's what it's going to take to have enough blood to sustain us both. The club that she's taken us to stinks. The toilets I'm hiding away in now are particularly bad, but the stench hit me from the moment we stepped through the front door. Sweat and other bodily fluids, not the type that I enjoy, filled the air. The surly bouncer gave us a cursory glance up and down and waved a handheld metal detector in our direction as we passed. £5, said the girl sat at a little plexiglass booth just inside. My stomach dropped. I hadn't even considered money. I guess the fact that I never buy food or drink, and my other shopping habits are almost entirely online, means that I've never really needed to carry cash. Thankfully, though, Kalina had no intention of paying. "I'm a member here," she said, waving her hand dismissively. The girl squinted. "We don't do membership." "I think you'll find you do. You should ask Jonathan. You can ring him if you want. We're happy to wait." The girl exchanged a look with the bouncer, whose eyes narrowed as he studied Kalina. "Let her in. No charge," he said. Flashing her smuggest smile, Kalina strode away, offering the girl a little wave. As I moved to follow her, the girl called after me. "Hey, £5. She had barely got the words out before Kalina had returned and was dragging me after her. "She's with me," she said, with another one of those entitled, arrogant smiles. We descended the steps down to the basement. At another time, I would have been excited. 17-year-old me would have loved the chance to be somewhere like this, with nothing to do but dance and listen to music all night. But now, everything was too loud, from the music which blasted from the speakers to people's feet slamming against the floor as they bounced around. When the stairs ended, the space opened out. To the left, the bar was stacked 2 deep, and to the other side was the coat check and toilets. Straight ahead of us, a small dance floor was crammed with people. A variety of lights shone from the ceiling. Thankfully, none of them appeared to be UV, although part of me wishes there had been. It would have brought this whole thing to a very abrupt end. "This is it," Kalina said, turning back and flashing me the same smile she'd given the bouncer and the ticket girl. "Ready to see how the professionals get their meals? I'm surprised. There are some tasty-looking options available tonight. Spot anyone you fancy starting with?" I felt sick. Everything my mum had worked on with me for the last 7 years had specifically focused on not seeing people as food. It was all about detaching myself from the scents, the sounds, and the knowledge that beneath the surface of their skin was the one thing the primal part of me desired more than anything else. "I'm gonna need a minute," I said, heading to the toilets. "I'll be back in a second." And that's what I'm doing, hiding away. But I know I can't stay here forever. Whether I like it or not, I've got to try. Wish me luck, guys. I'm going to need it. Blog post 118. Date, November the 18th. Followers, 76,001. It's seriously late. Or early, depending on how you look at it. Either way, I can't sleep. I can't relax. Physically, I am so pumped. I don't know what I was imagining. No, that's not true. I do. I'd pictured Kalina draining people until they dropped. I saw dark, seedy alleyways stinking of excrement and her dumping bodies behind rubbish bins. That's what I was expecting. But it wasn't like that at all. "I was worried you were trapped in there," Kalina said when I finally left the toilets and returned to join her at the bar. "I just needed a minute, that's all," I said. "Well, now you're done, can we get started? I'm starving, and the best form of learning is to just get stuck in, if you know what I mean." Without waiting for me to reply, she moved into the crowd. I was trembling so much I had to force myself to move. And then, before I knew it, I was standing in the middle of the dance floor. "The fact is, each time you've fed before, you've done it wrong," Kalina said, not bothering to lower her voice. Not that it mattered, given the volume of the music. "It's not like I had much of a role model," I yelled back. Kalina smirked. "Technically, it's not your fault. It's all those damn vampire films you see on television, where they always go for the neck. Not that it isn't delicious. It's a comfortable height, and the blood flow from there's divine," she said, kissing her fingertips to indicate just what she thought of feeding directly from a human's jugular. "And it can be incredibly efficient, but that's the problem, especially for someone who's inexperienced. When the blood flows so strong, it's easy to get carried away. But I don't need to tell you that." I swear, I wanted to punch her in the face, but it didn't seem like an appropriate place to do that, so instead I just asked the most logical question. "So, if I can't use the neck, where do I feed from?" At this, she smiled and lifted her arm. "The wrist?" I guessed. "No, not the wrist, although that's another film favourite. The blood flows still quite fast there, which again means it's easy to lose control. The best place to go for is that fleshy bit, just here." She took my hand and pressed the area beneath my thumb, just above the wrist. "I meant to bite somebody's hand," I said, scratching the back of mine as I spoke. "No, you're meant to bite the part at the bottom of the thumb, and only there. Anywhere else, there are so many bones and tendons that you're probably going to cause some proper damage, which is not what we want. We want to get in and get out without the meal even noticing. What I've just told you is going to change your life," she said, straightening herself up. "Now, we should get started." "Sorry, how am I supposed to bite them without them feeling it?" I asked, at which point she sniffed. "Your venom will numb the spot, and you'll have a moment when they aren't really aware of anything," Kalina explained. "But that's why you have to stay in control, and only take a couple of mouthfuls." "And the holes in their hand?" "Oh, the venom sorts that out too." Trusting Kalina is not something I ever intended on doing, but Much of what she said did make sense. The fact was that fast-flowing blood caused me to lose control. I can still now feel the way Noah's pulse forced more and more blood into my mouth in such quantities that I could barely swallow it. But feeding from someone's thumb, I just couldn't see a subtle way of doing that. And, as it turns out, there wasn't. So, anyone take your fancy? Kalina said, scanning the dance floor. As in, to eat. Well, yes, but, is there anyone you find hot? You might as well enjoy it. And the flirting part is so much more fun when you actually find the person attractive. Flirting. You didn't say anything about flirting. Now, I may not have explicitly said this in my blog, but you don't need to search far between the lines to realize that I have zero experience when it comes to fooling around. Literally zero. Finn and I got together when I was 15, and I couldn't have flirted then to save my life. Then there was Noah, who kind of forced himself into my life. Not that I'm complaining, not at all. But there was nothing like that required to get our relationship off the ground. So it's no exaggeration to say that when Kalina told me I was going to have to flirt, I was terrified. Really? She said, reading my expression. What are you looking like that for? You're in a club. That's the whole reason people come here. I don't even know where to start. Well, you start by dancing, she said. Now, I love dancing. But I love doing it on my own, in my bedroom, where nobody is watching. You guys remember that I was turned before I was even old enough to have a drink, let alone go to a club. Yes, I went to some teenage parties and had a bit of a dance, but that was years and years ago. Kalina, on the other hand, looked like she was born to be on a podium. Just have fun, she said. Even if we'd not been together, my eyes would have been drawn to her. She moved her body so effortlessly, it was as if she was at one with the music and the rhythm. It wasn't overly seductive, just instinctive. I watched as people's attention turned to her, and then they came. Thinking back on it, her whole routine is genius. That's the only way to describe it. She had the whole thing mastered. Every time someone approached her, she turned her back to them so that she was dancing up against their chest. And then, when they went to wrap their arms around her, she gently lifted up a hand to her lips, and after a couple of soft kisses, bit down. Each bite lasted barely 10 seconds. The donors didn't notice a thing. By the time she dropped the first girl's hand, she was already moving on. Sometimes she made a bit more of it, dancing with a guy or a girl for a while, or pressing their hand against her mouth in a more seductive manner. But, honestly, after watching her do it for the 6th time in less than 15 minutes, I was in awe. All that effort my mother had gone to steal supplies. All that worry about what would happen if Lavisa didn't come through as a donor. Not to mention the physical price my dad paid by donating. And all I ever had to do was a bit of flirting? Okay, Kalina said, breaking away from a red-headed girl and wiping her mouth. You ready to try? Now, I'm not going to say I wasn't still nervous. I was. In fact, I was terrified. But I was a tiny bit excited too. Still, at the same time, I was also a realist. The thing is, I don't look like you when I dance, I said to her. I'm pretty sure that me dancing is a people repellent, in fact. I wouldn't be so sure. Come on, I'll hold your hand. She meant that literally, as well as figuratively, pulling me in towards her until I was swaying with the same rhythm as she was. Now, you guys already know I play the drums, right? Which means rhythm is a real thing for me. And as soon as I started to let my inhibitions go, God, I wish you could all experience what I felt last night. And I don't mean the feeding. Of course I don't. I meant how, when I actually let the rhythm take over, everything changed. I was at one with the music. It totally filled me. Every change in pitch and tempo resonated right through to my bones, and my body responded, moving in a way I'd never imagined it could. In fact, it was only when Kalina's voice snapped me out of the trance I was in that I noticed she'd dropped my hands, and there were two guys and two girls dancing closer to me, clearly looking like they wanted to get closer still. Catching my eye, Kalina gave me a subtle nod. "Go for it," she whispered. "I'm right here." Steeling myself for what was about to come, I took half a step backwards and found myself pressed up against an incredibly hot body. I mean that temperature-wise. I should mention at this point, I hadn't even seen their faces, although, now I've written that, it looks seriously bad. Anyway, I pressed up against them, and their hands were at my side. The whole time, I kept my eyes locked on Kalina, as I interlocked this stranger's fingers with mine, then pulled their hand up to my mouth. Then, just as Kalina had done, I kissed their hand lightly a couple of times. And then I did it. I fed. Blog post 119. Date, November the 18th. Followers, 76,222. Sorry about taking a break there. I've got all this extra energy buzzing through myself, and I found myself wanting to run. I know. Insane, right? Me? Running? But then I thought, what the heck? I have zero technique, but it felt so good. The air was so freaking crisp and refreshing outside. I might even get Glenn to come with me and help improve my style, as long as he doesn't get pissy about how fast I am. I'll ask him when he gets up. Right now he's having a lie-in. After all, that's what weekends are for. So, while Glenn is sleeping in, and I'm still pretty high, I'll fill you in on the rest of what happened last night. I told you about the first feed, but apparently you guys want all the details. So, here you go. Although the details aren't the slightest bit gory, as you guys seem to believe, or hope, maybe, they were. They're certainly not like I thought it was going to be. There's no doubt that fresh blood tastes 100,000 times better than any of the plastic bag stuff I've ever used. It just doesn't compare. Endorphins and serotonin flooded my body as I took that first long draw. And it was long because I really didn't get much from that place below the thumb. Just like Kalina had said, the blood flow there was seriously so. As such, I was still going when she placed a hand on my shoulder. "That's enough," she said. I responded with a low growl, which probably makes me sound utterly psychotic, but if you've ever interrupted a hungry dog feeding, you'll imagine what it was like. "There's plenty more," she said. "You're learning control, remember?" And that was it. That was all I needed to hear to let go and stop feeding from my first unknowing donor of the night. I turned to look at him. His pupils were wide and he wore an expression of pure bliss. He didn't even give his hand a second look as I moved away from him. "How was that?" Kalina asked, grinning as she moved me to another part of the dance floor. That was incredible, I managed. Her grin widened. Ready to go again? Just point me in the right direction, I said. And that was the start of one of the most amazing nights I have ever experienced. Sometimes we dance to drink, but other times we dance just to enjoy the music. By the time I actually considered getting back to Glenn and Noah, I think I'd tried about 7 or 8 different people. And what's insane is that I was satiated, despite not taking more than a mouthful from each of them. In some cases, it was barely a shot's worth, certainly no more than you'd give for a blood test. But it was so satisfying. So, there you go. That's a summary of my night. Out on the street, Kalina and I parted company. She went off to wherever it is she lives, and I came home and wrote up my previous post. But now, as I have an extra bit of time, I shall get to answering your questions. Are you going to feed like that again? Yes, absolutely without a doubt. There are literally no losers. Everyone I fed from was willing to dance with me. I always made sure that they placed their hands on my body first. That felt important to me. Just as they assumed I was okay with them touching me from the way I was dancing, I assumed they were okay letting me feed from them. I would never take from someone who hadn't approached me first. Trust me, I would never cross that line again. I guess I need to see how long this feeling of being satisfied lasts before I decide what I'm going to do next. Okay, second question. Do you trust Kalina now? Do you think I'm insane? Do you really think that one episode of her helping me is going to wipe out all the shit she's been responsible for in my life? Not a chance. But I will say that she was good last night, helpful and almost normal. She never pushed me into doing anything I didn't feel comfortable with. And when I said I was good to go home, she didn't press it. But no, I do not trust her. What if Noah wanted to feed from girls the way you did? Okay, I feel like I should admit the cowardly part of me didn't want to answer this question. I considered ignoring it, like I do with most of the offensive messages I get. But this one wasn't sent by a troll. It came from someone who's been following me for a very long time, and it's a valid question. But the truth is, I don't know the answer. It's difficult. If he was out just flirting and dancing with women because he found that more fun than being with me, then there would be an issue. But other than the dancing, there really wasn't any flirting. I certainly wasn't talking to these guys or girls I fed from, or accepting drinks and being all giggly. The only reason I was there was because I needed to find a solution to the food situation. And that's what I've done. I guess when he's ready, we'll go out together. Maybe make a night of it. Oh my God, that sounds mental. I like to think I'd be fine with it. This is part of who we are and who I made him. And if I can't make my peace with that, then we'll have a whole heap of problems. Anyway, I'd better go. I've got a busy day of reading ahead. Catch up soon. Blog post 120. Date November 20th. Followers 76,487. Sorry I didn't post anything for a couple of days. There was nothing to tell you. It's Monday night, and I'm officially bored. I know what you're thinking. How can I possibly be bored? I'm the woman who spent 7 years not wanting to leave the house, happy to watch endless 2-minute videos of cats and read all day. And yesterday, I did that. But today, I'm struggling. I don't think I mentioned it before, but I'm doing all my lectures online now. The official reason is that I've been suffering from bad photosensitivity flare-ups. But the truth is, we need someone at the house to be with Noah the whole time. And given my perfect excuse for staying in, I'm the obvious choice. Kalina did volunteer to help, but we declined that offer. After spending Friday night out and feeding and dancing, the weekend was quiet. Mum was on call at the hospital, meaning no unexpected drop-ins. Glenn had loads of studying to do, and so did I. I know that physically I don't appear any older than the other students in my class, but I've got this weird bee in my bonnet about doing better than them because I've been on the planet a big chunk of years longer than most of them. Also, there might be a small part of me that wants to impress Finn. Now, please don't get all up in arms about me saying that, because I've told you nothing is going to happen between him and me. Not now, not ever. But that doesn't mean I don't want him to think I'm smart. I want him to give me good grades because I deserve them, not because he feels some weird sense of obligation or guilt after everything we've been through together. As such, I spent most of the weekend sitting at my desk going over an essay with Noah lying sedated in the bed next to me. I'm strangely used to that now. Sometimes I think I hear him quietly whispering to me, or moving like he's just been asleep. But it's just wishful thinking. I always speak to him, though. There's not a lot else I can do. Not until Mum decides it's time to lower the meds and wake him up. I hope it's soon, because I miss him. Seeing all those people dancing with their friends at the club reminded me how much he brought to my life and how lonely I've been this last month without him. If I didn't have Finn to talk to, I would have probably gone insane by now. Shit, listen to me moaning. That wasn't the plan at all. Sorry, I'm done whining, I promise. So, I've got more of the same planned this evening, which is more of nothing, but that's okay. It's probably just what I need. I'll check in soon. Take care. Blog post 121. Date, November the 22nd. Followers, 76,575. Hey all, opinion on something. Basically, this is a case of, am I the arsehole? Unless you've been hiding under a rock for the last couple of posts, it can't have escaped your attention that, last week, I had my first adventure in wild feeding. That's not what it's called. I just made that up, but it fits, right? I might stick with it or change it. Not sure yet. Anyway, I didn't know when I would try again next, because while I'm utterly okay about going by myself, no risk of accidental murder whatsoever, I'd still prefer Kalina was with me for the next couple of times. I mean, what if I feed from someone who's taken something? Will their drugs affect me? Is there any sort of blood I might have an allergic reaction to? These are questions I don't know the answers to. I need a wing woman, and she's the only one suitable for the job. Unfortunately, Kalina has been MIA since I last saw her. Sometimes she's at the house almost as much as Finn or Mum, and then we won't hear anything at all from her for days. However, given the success of our outing last Friday, I'd already asked Glenn if he would mind watching Noah for me so I can go out again. Personally, I didn't think it was that big of an ask, as he wouldn't have had anything to do. I mean, Mum left Christopher starving in a barn for 5 years, and he was barely tranquilized. The only reason he got out was because I threw something and broke the door. So, when Kalina messaged me about an hour ago to see if I'd like some takeout, I thought it'd be fine to babysit. "Hey," I said, knocking on his door and pushing it open. "Okay if I come in?" "Course," he said, looking up from his books. "I was just about to pack up, anyway." I hovered by his bed, before finally perching on the corner. Kalina messaged. I said, "She wants to go out again tonight. Is that okay with you?" I knew immediately from his face that it wasn't. "I'm going over to Jonty's for a study session," he said. "Jonty?" I raised my eyebrows. "Who the hell is Jonty?" "Just a guy on my course." My eyebrows lowered as I narrowed my gaze. As in, a guy, or just a guy? "He's a guy," Glenn said, trying not to give anything away, although it was obvious from the way his pulse spiked that this was definitely someone he was into. "And I said I'd be at his at 7, which means I need to get going soon." I checked my watch and was surprised by how late it was. I guess time goes quicker when you have online lectures and essays to fit in. "Well, why don't you tell him to come here? You can work downstairs." "With a sedated vampire in your bedroom?" "Well, it's not like he's going to know." "I'm sorry. I can't tonight," Glenn said. "You'll just have to reschedule with Kalina." He stood up and began rifling through his wardrobe for a jacket. "Okay, so what about when you get back?" I said, standing up too and still not defeated. "What time are you planning on being out to?" "I don't know. We talked about maybe catching a film afterwards and getting some food. I'm kind of hoping it might turn into a sleepover, if you get my drift." Now, given that Glenn had never mentioned this Jonty guy before, the idea that he would then suggest taking the leap seemed way too fast for my liking. But I tried to ignore that and focus on the current issue. "Can't you go a bit later then?" I tried again. "Or bring him back for an hour. I don't know when she'll be free again." Despite my best tries, Glenn wasn't having any of it. He was too busy admiring his reflection with different jackets on. "I don't see what the issue is. Mum gave you a fresh pint last week, didn't she? And Finn. You've got loads. You don't need to feed." "It's not about whether I need to feed or whether I've got enough blood. I have to practice and get a hang of it. Until I can do that on my own, we can't wake Noah up. If Mum sees I can feed safely and blood shortage won't be an issue, then maybe she'll be more confident about stopping the sedation. This is about Noah too, you know." Settling on a denim jacket, Glenn finally looked at me properly. Having played the Noah card, I was almost certain he was going to agree. Boy, was I wrong. "You know what? I thought you might actually be pleased that I'm doing something for myself for once," he said. "That I'm trying to move on and meet someone new. But I guess thinking about anyone other than yourself just isn't your style." That's what he said to me. Thinking about anyone other than yourself just isn't your style. I was too shocked to respond. A second later, he'd pushed past me and was on his way out the door. He's the arsehole, right? Tell me he's the one in the wrong. Blog post 122. Date, November the 22nd. Followers, 76,602. Wow, that was a lot of abuse to get in such a short amount of time. But I suppose you're right. I should cut Glenn some slack. He deserves it. and it's not like he hasn't given up a lot more than one night out for me. I guess I was just disappointed. Thank you for not holding back. And don't worry, I'm not going to block any of you who called me an entitled brat. I deserved it this time. Several of you made the same comment, that Noah wouldn't be aware if I slipped out for half an hour to feed. Deep down, I know you're right, but the point is that he's my responsibility. I can't just leave him. I mean, that's not what a good girlfriend does, is it? Not that a good girlfriend turns their boyfriend into a vampire against their will, but hey, I'm making an effort. I'm trying to be better. And after all, that's what me learning to wild feed is about. I'm doing it for him too, as much as me. Maybe even more so. Blog post 123. Date, November the 22nd. Followers, 76,619. Why is this so tough? I know there'll be other nights to go out. It's just really frustrating. I made so much progress last time. It would be so easy for me to feed and dash home. Kalina said we can make it quick. Just a couple of bites. Maybe even one would be enough. Blog post 124. Date, November 22nd. Followers, 76,622. You're right. You're definitely right. I'm going to do it. I'm going out. I won't be gone for long. Half an hour tops. I'll tell Kalina I can only stay for a couple of mouthfuls. Then I'll be back here straight away. Stay tuned. I'll let you know how it goes. Blog post 125. Date, November the 23rd. Followers, 76,667. Crap. I am in so much trouble. Finn is absolutely furious with me. I don't know how I'm going to put this right. I don't even know if I can put it right. It doesn't help that I can't get hold of him. He won't pick up his phone, which probably isn't a surprise given that it's gone midnight, but still, shit and crap. I should have known better than to trust Kalina. Why would I ever think anything she would suggest could be a good idea? Fucking hell. I guess, rather than ranting, I should actually tell you guys what happened last night / this morning. As you know, I went out for what was meant to be a quick drink. I genuinely hadn't planned on going out for long, as you know. But when I met Kalina and we headed down to the first club, it was empty. There couldn't have been more than a dozen people there, and none of them were dancing. I guess this place has less of a vibe on a weekday, she said. I'll be honest. The disappointment was massive. What do we do now? I asked. Even as a newbie to this kind of feeding, I could see there was no way I was going to be able to do it there. Not subtly, at least. Besides, the pickings were slim. The small group at one end of the bar looked like they'd been drinking since midday, and there was no way I wanted to taste that. We could hang on for 20 minutes or so and see if it gets busier, she suggested. So that's what we did. But unfortunately, only 3 more people arrived during that time. A small group who stood in a close circle around one little table, offering us no way to infiltrate them. Come on, this is a bust, she said finally, but there's a new place that's opened up down the other end of town. Given the time constraint I was under, vamp speeding there probably would have been the best idea. But instead, Kalina ambled lazily down the road. You know, I'd never been to this part of the country before you and your brother set up base here. But I like it. The fresh air, the waterfront. It's different, but I understand why some people like it. So, where did you live before? I asked, as surprised as you are probably to hear myself asking her a casual question. Despite the hurry I should have been in, I felt quite relaxed. Where haven't I lived? She said dreamily. Prague will always be a favourite city of mine. And Vienna. Oh, you should feed there. It's something about the Austrian air. Innsbruck is even better. Delicious. The music, the buildings, it's all incredible. Yes, I definitely have a soft spot for Austria. Perhaps even more so than Italy. So, where do you plan on travelling to first? Let me guess. Paris or New York? I hesitated, having never expected the question. It's not like I'd considered going abroad for nearly a decade. I considered the endless possibilities. Bangkok, I said after a moment's thought. I've always wanted to see Thailand. And when you look online, there are all these amazing open-air sky bars at the top of skyscrapers where you can see the entire city lit up at night. That'd be wonderful. Especially now, with the whole light thing. Are you taking niacin supplements? Kalina asked. What? Niacin. A deficiency is one of the things that leads to our photosensitivity. I mean, it isn't proven in its entirety, but paired with some sun cream, it allows you half an hour or so in the sun. I stopped in my tracks. Vampires take supplements. We can absorb them. I take supplements, and I do my research. I'll admit I've never gone to the extreme of experimenting on rats like your mum has, but I'm smart, and I can Google like a bitch. This whole medical school thing, I said, trying to fit this new image of Kalina with the one I had until now. Are you really a student? I was. About a century and a half ago. I go back for a refresher now and then. I enjoy it. Besides, having access to hospitals is handy for business. And just like that, I remembered one of the many reasons why I hate her. Selling V. Selling my V. She turned to face me square on. Look, I know selling drugs is shitty, I get it, but V is safe. It really is. It wasn't for Noah, I said. No, you're right, but he is a 1 in 1,000 case. I only ever sell the same type in the same city to avoid anything like that happening. And holding down a 9 to 5 doesn't work for people like us. Trust me, I've tried it. I've worked in office jobs and the big jobs in finance. I even trained as a lawyer. But there's only so long you can stay in one place. And every time you start over, you're back to being a 20-something new girl at the bottom rung of the ladder. Let's face it, in the pecking order of life, pretty young women have to fight hard to be taken seriously, regardless of how much you know. It's shitty, but it's the truth. She started walking again, and in that moment I saw that she was, for possibly the first time I'd known her, being genuine. That was when another question struck. One I really needed to know the answer to. Did you know? I called after her. Did you know what was going to happen to Noah when you bit him? Did you know there was already V in his system? She turned back and looked at me. How could I have? You know you can't smell V. I waited to see if she would add something more, but that was it. Despite the fact that she doesn't have a heartbeat, I found myself listening in, as if I'd been able to hear the telltale slip of a lie or notice a giveaway twitch. But there was nothing. Come on, she said, her voice its normal perky tone. "Let's try that new club. I think it's R&B night. That should bring in a decent crowd." Once inside, it was obvious the place couldn't have been open for more than a couple of weeks. The smell of fresh paint still hung in the air, the dance floor was almost unmarked, and the behind-the-bar mirror gleamed. What struck me, though, was the space. It was cavernous. The exposed brick walls must have been 30 feet high, and had large metal girders stretching up to the apex of the ceiling. The fairy lights, wrapped around them, were in sharp contrast to the large industrial-style bulbs with their glowing filaments in the overhead fittings. It was cool. A perfect student venue, and definitely a place where we could feed. Even though it was a Thursday night, these students didn't seem too concerned about having to get up for morning lectures. Large posters behind the bar offered 2 shots for £4, and the smell emanating from the glasses and bottles were almost indistinguishable from the caustic paint fumes I'd caught on the way in. "The dance floor's still pretty quiet," Kalina said, echoing my thoughts exactly. "I'm going to talk to the DJ, see if he can't play some better tunes to get people up. I know you don't want to be late back." It turned out that Kalina's version of talking to the DJ was probably not like the average person's would be. Less than a minute after she'd left me, her voice was coming from the speakers. "Who's ready for a good night?" she called out. A couple of heads turned in her direction, but most were still trying to get the barman's attention. But I've already learned Kalina is nothing if not determined. "Tonight's a special night," she continued. "It's my friend Merowyn's birthday. You know, I could tell you a lot about her, but the only thing you need to know is she loves a good time." At this, a small chorus of cheers went around the room. She waited a moment for it to die down before she carried on. "So, to celebrate, I've ordered 100 shots for us all to share." My eyebrows rose at this news, although when I caught her eye, she offered me only the smallest, most nonchalant of shrugs. "The thing is, I will not give away a single drink if you're not dancing. So, if you want to join us for the best night ever, then get your butts up here. First 10 people get doubles." The floodgates opened. Every person who wasn't already being served made a beeline for the dance floor, and those who were already handing over their cash looked on begrudgingly. A moment later, Kalina was standing by my side. 100 free shots? You're not actually going to pay for those, are you? I asked her. Of course I am. What's the point of earning money if you can't live a little? Now, go feed. I'll clear the tab. I honestly didn't believe she was really going to pay. In fact, I was terrified she was going to do something horrendous, like threaten the bar staff with her fangs, or worse. But there she was, handing over her credit card. And with that safely taken care of, there was nothing for me to do but dance and feed. I was already on my 4th donor when she came and found me. "Get it now?" she said with a grin. I dropped the hand of the girl I'd just taken a mouthful from and edged off the dance floor to speak to her. I was unable to suppress the grin on my face, which was precisely her point. "The thought of free drinks gives them a rush of endorphins," I remarked. "Exactly, and I'm always happy to pay for better quality meals. So, have you had enough here?" I desperately wanted to stay longer. There's no denying that the happy hormones tasted good, but I knew I had to get back. "I'm going to have one more, then I'm heading home," I said. "Okay, but How about we go somewhere else to do it? You've taken to this like a pro. I feel you could do with a challenge. Blog post 126. Date, November 23rd. Followers, 76,709. Sorry, I took a break to look at Noah. I know I'm in the same room as him, but I just wanted to check on him before I carried on with the story. Trust me, there's still a lot to get through. Given how hot and crowded the dance floor had become, I wasn't opposed to getting out of there. My initial thought was that I'd just head straight back home without that extra feed. But as we walked, the sounds of the street drifting around us and the bright stars littering the clear sky, I knew I wasn't ready for the night to end. Maybe the endorphins were affecting me more than I'd realized. Perhaps it was not having to worry about feeding for the first time in so long that was a source of this sudden feeling of peace. Whatever the reason, I felt so calm, happy even, which is seriously shitty of me considering everything that's going on. But then something caught my attention, and it wasn't Kalina interrupting my thoughts for once. It was a beat. A drum beat. A live one. I listened for a minute, absorbing the syncopated rhythm, noting the other instruments playing with it. Piano, guitar, double bass. Is there a jazz club round here? I said, turning to Kalina. Her trademark grin spread wide. Now you're talking, she said. Considering how clearly I'd heard that drum line, I expected it to be fairly close, but she turned off the high street into a small alley, where stone steps led down to a metal door. She was already opening her handbag and pulling out her purse. I raised an eyebrow. What? I pay my way when a place is deserving, which this is, she said. She knocked on the door, which was opened by a woman in a black-fringed cocktail dress and a matching sequined headband. As Kalina handed over her card, I looked past her and gawped. Yep, gawped is the right word to use here. While the other places reeked of sweat and horny freshers, this one smelt divine and a million miles away from the paint fumes I'd been inhaling earlier. The tang of citrus fruits and a rich woody aroma eddied around us. And the clientele? My God, I had never smelt people like it. It became apparent that the fringed dress and headband was one of the standard uniforms. The bar staff sported white shirts with grey waistcoats and braces. Mirrors reflected the spectral lights bouncing off chandeliers which hung low in the room, while dark velvet sofas were clustered around small tables where men and women were sipping drinks from beautiful crystal-cut cocktail glasses. And there, at the very end of the bar on a small wooden stage, was a four-piece swing band, lost in a tune. Can I take it from your expression that you prefer this type of establishment? Kalina asked, a knowing glint in her eye. This place is amazing. It's okay. I mean, the whole fake speakeasy thing is entertaining, but it's not a patch on the real thing from the Prohibition era in the States. Those were seriously fun. For some people, at least. I was only half listening to her. Mostly, my attention was on a barman who was adding measure after measure of different colour liquids to a metal cocktail shaker. Even from where I was standing, I could tell the creation was going to pack a punch. I watched as he poured the deep amber concoction into a tumbler filled with ice, and part of me was tempted to just go for it, to drink something just for the smell alone. But then I saw we had an issue. The area in front of the band was filled with velvet tub chairs, and most of them were currently empty. No one's dancing, I said to Kalina. We can't feed here.
Can't we?
She said, crossing to the bar.
2 Bloody Marys,
she ordered, before throwing a glance back at me.
What you've been doing up until now is easy. Dance floors are the simplest option out there. But you're not always going to be in a city filled with inebriated students. You need more than just one weapon in your arsenal. You have to feed subtly, anytime, anywhere.
So, how do I do that?
Well, first, you need to get someone on their own,
she said, the obvious glee in her voice only serving to increase my feeling of unease.
Then, you need to learn to feed from the neck.
No. I simultaneously lifted my hands up in front of me and shook my head so that there was no misunderstanding. You said we don't feed from the neck. It's too dangerous.
Only if you do it wrong.
I nearly killed someone last time. I could hear my voice rising in volume, so sucked in a breath and lowered it to a hiss. In fact, I did kill someone, remember? You said it yourself. Blood flows faster there. She shrugged, as if that were a minor point. Not the major one it obviously was.
I said it's tough for a beginner.
I am a beginner.
Technically, yes, but you've taken to it quicker than anyone else I've ever met. And also, you're not starved of fresh blood like you were previously.
This is stupid. I'm done for the night. As I turned, ready to storm off, something utterly unexpected happened. Kalina put her hand on mine. Not in some stupid, flirty or condescending way, but like she was trying to support me.
It might surprise you, but I'm not too good at this whole friend situation, she said. But I do know that it was not your fault. Really, it wasn't. If you look at it from a certain point of view, I'm as much to blame for what happened to Christopher as you are.
I went to make a huffing sound, but it came out more like a clearing of the throat, which she took as a sign to carry on.
When I first turned you, I already knew your mum would be able to feed you. That was always the plan. You were never meant to do it on your own. If I'd have known that was likely to happen, I would have taught you straight away. I would have made sure you were never out of control. It was my responsibility to do that, and I failed. I know I have a funny way of showing it, but I want to make up for past mistakes. Rin, you can do this. I have no doubt that you are mature enough to feed like this. But if you don't feel ready, then we can come back whenever you are. But I want you to know you are so capable. You go to university, for crying out loud. You have a human boyfriend that you didn't feed from.
Had, I reminded her. I had a human boyfriend. I don't anymore. Remember? Once again, I expected the usual snarky response, but instead, she pressed her lips together and nodded slightly. I'm sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have mentioned him. Maybe your family would have been a better example. You were confined in a house with them for 7 years and never attacked them. Do you know the insane level of control and strength that takes? I did nip Glenn once, I admitted. It was an accident, though. And you seem to be forgetting that I was on heavy amounts of sedatives in those early years.
Which, in most vampires, would have fueled some kind of crazy vengeance. Not with you, though. You just loved them through everything. All I'm trying to say is that you are capable of this. You are more than capable. It's what you were made to do. And as much as I hate to admit it, you're a natural, probably more than I was, and I had a family to teach me. In hindsight, I wish I'd just thanked her for the vote of confidence and left it there. I wish I'd told her I wasn't ready and headed back to Noah. If I had, I wouldn't be in the position I'm in now. How can you ensure I won't lose control? I said. I won't let you, she replied. My expression obviously conveyed that this wasn't enough of a guarantee for me. It takes 6.5 minutes to drain the body from the carotid artery, she said. Obviously, the blood flow slows the longer you continue, but if you aim to keep your feed to 30 seconds or less, all they'll get is a little head rush. At this point, I had a couple of thoughts running through my mind. The first one being that I still didn't think it was possible. The other one was the fact it took 6.5 minutes. That seemed like a long time. A seriously long time. I know I didn't completely drain Christopher or Noah, but in my memory, my teeth were in their necks for mere seconds. A minute at most. Could it really have been that much longer? And if I couldn't keep track of time when I was feeding, how the hell would I know when to stop? It didn't seem possible. Still, what Kalina had said earlier about me being a natural was still rolling around in my head. Maybe I was just flattered, but then everything else she'd said was true. Feeding directly from my parents had never been an option. I don't think it even crossed my mind. And I can count on my fingers and toes the numbers of times I've caught a whiff of someone in a lecture that's made my fangs tingle. Which is why I said what I did next. And I can't even begin to tell you how much I regret it. Okay, I said. Show me. Blog post 127. Date November 23rd. Followers 76,913. It's a couple of hours until morning, and I have no doubt that Finn will ring Mum and Glenn first thing to tell them exactly what happened. And so there's no chance I'm going to be able to rest until then. I tried, but it didn't work, hence I'm back here, typing away, stressing over the fact that having just got him back in my life, I'm pretty sure I've just lost him again. I can't stop thinking about it, so I might as well write about it at the same time. It probably means this post will be a bit long-winded, but hey, if following this blog is your idea of entertainment, then you've got plenty of time on your hands. No offence. Remember, I'm the one who only left the house once in 7 years. After I asked Kalina what I had to do to feed safely from the neck, I watched a smile appear on her face, close to her trademark grin, although her expression dropped pretty quickly into an almost serious expression. There are different methods for getting people on their own, but there's one option that generally works best for me. Which is, make them think you want to have sex with them. Of course. That was bound to be her answer to everything. I should have seen it coming. With my Bloody Mary untouched, I stared at the bar, the hammered copper inlay reflecting the muted light of the room. I can't do that. I wouldn't do it to Noah. Do what to Noah? You know at some point he's going to have to do this too, don't you? And it will be far easier on the pair of you and your relationship if you see it for exactly what it is. A simple exchange. It's no worse than dancing with people and feeding from them that way. You're not actually going to go that far. Unless you want to, of course. That glimpse of the old cleaner brought me straight back down to earth.
I dropped off my bar stool, ready to leave, when she caught me gently by the arm.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be flippant. It's a tough habit to break, I guess. I get that this is a big deal for you. I get it's tough and new and scary, which is why the sooner you learn to do it, the better. I will be with you every second. I'll ensure you don't go too far. I know you probably don't believe me, but you can trust me on this. I sired you. I wouldn't let you down.
She gave me what I imagine is her best impression of a sincere look. And besides, I need your venom for my business. And there she was again. As much as I wanted to be annoyed by the remark, it was hard not to let out a brief chuckle, no matter how begrudgingly.
Look, I don't mean to push you, but there's a guy sitting over in the corner behind you who's been staring at you the entire time we've been sitting here. His heart rate literally doubled when we arrived.
That's not true, I said.
Oh, it is. Trust me. Turn your head, smile at him, and listen to his pulse.
I honestly didn't believe her, but curiosity got the best of me, and as casually as I could, I twisted my shoulders around. Sitting on his own, legs crossed, was a man sipping from a small square glass. We've already discussed, flirting is not something I consider myself adept in at any way. Yet I forced my lips into a tight smile when his eyes met mine. And just as Kalina said it would, his pulse skyrocketed. I told you, she said knowingly. I ground my teeth together, trying to work out how to respond. There was no denying that, from the one brief glance, the man appeared to be into me. But smiling at someone and getting them alone were two very different things. He must be late 30s, I said, voicing my thoughts. It wasn't that he was bad looking. He had a hint of grey at his temples, and the top button of his shirt was undone, implying he'd come straight from work. The issue in my mind was, despite how long I've been on the earth, biologically, I'm only 17. I might look a couple of years older. I could probably pass for early 20s, but definitely nowhere near late 30s. With that in mind, the attention he was giving me was more than a little creepy. It's good, Kalina said, reading the allusion in my comment. I always find it easier to take a bit extra when I know they're scumbags. I had no intention of taking any extra, and still wasn't sure if I even planned on feeding from him at all, but the way he'd eyed me up despite my apparent age left me with a definite desire to teach him a lesson. Okay, so what do I do next? I asked. As I should have predicted, Kalina's eyes glinted with glee. You need to get him on his own. The toilets are normally a good idea, but in a place like this, I'd suggest you go out the fire exit. The fire exit? She nodded towards a narrow passage that ran from the back of the room. I hadn't noticed it before, but there was a definite slight breeze coming from that direction. The door's been ajar the entire time we've been here, she said, probably so the staff can nip out for a sneaky fag, or take the bins out. Lead him out there, take what you need, then come back in here. Or don't. It's up to you. I took a deep breath and went through it in my mind. It can't be that simple, I said, half to myself. Oh, it is. Hold his gaze, tilt your chin towards the door, then walk out. I promise you, he'll stand up and follow straight after you. You have to be kidding. There's no way he'd believe anyone could be that obvious. He'll buy it. Trust me. I was intrigued now. Was it really that simple to get a guy to think he was in with a chance of getting some? And would he really be enough of an arsehole to go after me without so much as knowing my name? It seemed impossible to believe. "What do I do when we're out there?" I said. "Well, that's entirely up to you," Cleaner replied, raising an eyebrow. "The easiest way is to push him against the wall. You know, the attractive, forceful thing. Then I tend to say some cheesy line about how much I want them. Whispering in their ear gets you close to the neck. It's just a couple of light kisses down to the jugular." Kisses. Or licks. Licks. Or just keep talking to them while you move your mouth there if you prefer. It was still impossible to believe it could be as straightforward as she was making it sound. He's going to notice I'm biting him, surely, even if it doesn't hurt. Trust me, just make groaning noises and he'll be far more aware of the blood filling another part of his anatomy than the mouthful you're relieving him of. I know 1,000 times over I should have just ended it there and then. And those of you who are new to this blog are probably wondering why the hell I didn't. But if you've been following me for any length of time, you'll remember how many years I've been desperate for this. Not biting a strange man in a speakeasy, but having someone else like me. Another vampire who I could talk to about what I was and how I was meant to cope with everything. Before Noah came into my life, I was so fucking lonely. My family and Lavisa, who I couldn't even meet, were all I had. And people aren't meant to live like that. Even people without a pulse. We need others. And here I finally had someone. I know she's nuts. And she's definitely not the vampire I'd have picked to be my sire. But then again, what do I know? Maybe Kalina is about as decent as they come. Perhaps what Noah said about me being a rarity is true, and there's a reason you don't read too many books about philanthropists without a heartbeat. There was a touch of peer pressure creeping in too, I think. If I couldn't do this, then perhaps I wasn't a proper vampire at all. "Just hold his gaze," I checked with her, going back over what Kalina had said. "And nod your head in the direction of the fire exit. And you won't let me go too far?" "I'll time you," she said, pulling up her sleeve to display an elegant watch. "If you're not back in 1 minute, then I'll come and get you. It'll help you to focus on when you need to stop if you count in your head while you're biting. 20 is a good number. And control the flow. It'll come fast at first, then ease off a bit. Remember, it's not only about taking too much blood. If he gets too big a dose of your venom, he'll pass out. You just need him woozy, not unconscious. If anyone sees him afterwards, they'll just assume he's had one too many." Jesus, if I'd had a pulse, it would have been hammering like I'd just run a marathon. But at the same time, I was experiencing a new sense of control. The feeling of power that I'd had feeding on the dance floor was building again. I was capable of this. I could do anything I put my mind to. Other vampires had done this for thousands of years. This was what I was created for. With that mindset fixed, I took the plunge. Turning my head, I caught the man's eye, lifted my lips into a smile that I felt was perfectly reminiscent of Kalina's, and nodded towards the passage leading to the fire exit. Then, steeling myself, I slipped off my stool. "Good luck," she whispered behind me. "I'll be out in 2 minutes. That'll give you time for the small talk." "Small talk?" "You know, 'God, you look so hot. I noticed you the moment I walked in.' That kind of thing. The flattery'll get the blood moving faster.
if you get my drift.
I did. That walk along the passage to the door couldn't have been more than 6 or 7 yards, yet it felt like a mile long. I didn't need to look back over my shoulder. I heard the rustle of fabric as the man stood up, and his footsteps started behind me.
Told you,
Kalina whispered, just loud enough to reach me.
You've got this.
Now, I hate admitting it, but at the time I felt a sense of achievement at what I was doing. Ridiculous, right? I felt pride at luring a man out to feed on his blood. How much of a fucking monster does that make me? You don't need to answer that. The question was rhetorical. The jaw was held ajar with an empty crate. When I pushed it all the way open, a cold rush of air hit me. Just as Kalina had predicted, there were bags of rubbish and an old tin can full of cigarette butts on the ground. I let the door swing back behind me onto its makeshift doorstop and climbed a small flight of stairs which led up to a narrow alley, then crossed to the other side. As I did so, I caught sight of a shadow melting into the night at the far end of the alley. A quick sniff told me it wasn't human. It was probably a stray cat out on the hunt. Just like me. Well, I wasn't expecting this tonight, a voice said. My stomach twisted into knots as I turned up to look at this man I'd lured out. He had made his way up from the fire exit and down the alley, then took 2 more steps and was standing in front of me. He moved his hands past my head and braced his arms against the wall. Now that he was closer, I was positive he was in his early 40s. His lips were narrow, his brows thick, which should have looked out of proportion, but somehow his eyes balanced it all out. My throat constricted as fear flooded through me. So, did you want me out here for a reason? He asked. I felt as if I was going to pass out, but I recalled what Kalina had said about small talk. That's all this was, just a preamble to get to the main event. You know, I haven't been able to keep my eyes off you since the moment I stepped in the bar, I said. Is that right? Yes, it is. Then, realizing I needed to do more than just talk, I spun him around and pushed him up against the wall. Shock registered on his face, and for a second I thought I'd used too much force, but then a wide smile appeared. I like a strong woman, he said. Then you're going to love me. With my left hand, I pinned him to the wall. Any thought I'd had that I might back out evaporated. This was it. This was how I was meant to feed. Not in small dribbles, in miniature mouthfuls, but from a pulse beating hard in the neck. You know, I haven't done it like this before, I whispered into his ear. I hope I get it right. His body tensed against my hand and a small moan escaped from his lips. I can help you with that, he almost stammered, his voice hitching as I moved my lips lower, closer and closer to that sweet spot. Oh, don't you worry. Just stay still. I'll do all the work. It's wrong of me to say this, but everything about that moment was perfect. His submission to me, the nuance of alcohol in his blood. I don't know if he gasped from pleasure or surprise as I sank my teeth into his neck, but I knew I was in control. I started counting in my head and had made it to 11 when I was suddenly yanked backwards. Rin? My head snapped up and to the side. The feeling of euphoria that had gripped me was instantly replaced with a sensation of my heart shattering beneath my ribs. Finn? He was staring at me, white as a sheet, jaw hanging open. What the hell are you doing? The look in his eyes at that moment will stay with me forever. It was even more dismay than when he found out I was a vampire, and that's saying something. Then followed the disappointment and finally the anger. What the? The man from the bar, groggy as he was, attempted to take it all in. Oh, mate, he said to Finn, I don't want any trouble. I didn't know she had a boyfriend. Go. Now, Finn snarled at him. I swear he sounded more like a vampire than I've ever done. It was certainly terrifying enough to send the previously suave playboy running back down the fire escape, leaving Finn and me alone. At this point, I probably should have said something. Anything that might alleviate the tension of the situation, but I couldn't think of a single thing. And it didn't help that I could feel a droplet of blood running down my chin. I hesitated, not knowing if it would look worse to wipe it away or leave it there. In the end, I flicked my tongue out to try to catch it, which was probably the worst option. Finn shook his head in disgust. Tell me this isn't real, he said. Tell me this isn't what I think it is. That you're not out in a back alley screwing a random guy rather than... He couldn't even bring himself to finish the sentence. I wasn't screwing him. I was just... I had no idea how to finish what I was saying either. Not a clue. Though I didn't need to, because at that moment Kalina blasted out through the fire escape door. What happened? He looked completely freaked out. He grabbed his things and rushed off. What did you do? She stopped, her words left hanging in the air as her eyes fell on Finn. Oh, she said, letting the single syllable run on. I should have known you'd be behind this, Finn growled. You should be congratulating Rin. It takes a crazy amount of restraint to do what she was doing and stop feeding like that. She's incredible. Finn's glare flicked from Kalina to me and then back again. For a second, I thought he was going to snap at her, but instead, he drew in a long breath and looked at me. I can't believe it. I really can't. You're no different to her. You're all just the same. And with that, he turned and walked away. No yelling, no more angry accusations. My heart was now in splinters and I went to follow him, but Kalina caught my arm. Don't. Give him space. I'll talk to him later when he's calmed down. I don't think you talking to him is going to help at all, I snapped, hoping his anger would fade enough for him to just look back at me. But he didn't. He just left. I could feel Kalina hovering beside me, waiting for me to do or say something. I'm going home, I said, and then following Finn's example, walked off, not looking back. That was over 8 hours ago, and I've spent the entire night stressing. I'm sure Finn's going to call an emergency meeting, one that doesn't include me. And then my little brother's going to be even more disgusted with me than he was before. God, why is it all so damn hard? Why can't I at least have an easy vampire life? Well, I guess all I can do now is wait. Blog post 128. Date November 23rd. Followers 77,255. Okay, this is total bullshit. He thinks he can get away with a fucking email? There is no way I'm putting up with that. What did he expect of me? I'm a vampire. I'm a freaking vampire. That's it. I don't care. I'm having it out with him. Blog post 129. Date, November 23rd. Followers, 77,377. It's fair to say that conversation did not go how I expected to. I mean, Kalina? Wow. Just when you think you've got the measure of someone, they do something like that and completely throw you. Seriously, I have no idea what I'm meant to take of her, and it's doing my head in. I guess I should explain what I'm talking about. As you've probably figured out, I'm not in a great place today. I was pissed off with Finn for not contacting me and making me sweat. Not to mention being pissed off with Kalina for taking me to that place and making me believe I could feed from someone's neck in a back street without it turning into a massive screw-up like everything in my life always does. Although, to be honest, I'm probably more pissed with myself than anyone else. Because, at the end of the day, it wasn't as if she put a gun to my head and forced me to do it. I wanted to. I totally brought this mess on myself, and that's what's so frustrating. And on top of all that, I was so scared that, having seen what I was doing, Finn was never going to look at me in the same way again. I know you guys can be a tiny bit judgmental about Finn and my relationship, and I get it. There are feelings there. Combined with the love we once felt for each other, there's shared trauma of what happened to Noah. And it's turned a friendship into something more. A bond like no other in my life. And no matter how wrong it might be, I can't break it. Not while I'm so on my own without Noah. Maybe that seems cruel and selfish. Maybe it is, but I didn't fully realize what I was feeling until after what happened last night, and with the knowledge that I might have lost him again. As I said earlier, I'd been waiting, desperate to hear anything from him, not even caring how angry he is. When my phone finally pinged to announce an email, my heart practically leapt off my chest. It was from Finn. You have to be joking, I said, quickly scrolling through the words. It was a summary of the lecture I'd missed that morning, sent without so much as a sign-off. He'd even called me Merwin. How petty is that? Needless to say, I went from being terrified to terrified and seriously pissed off. You may have picked up on that in the previous post. So this email came through at about 4 o'clock. And unfortunately, I was on Noah duty, meaning I had to stay in the house. But the moment Glenn came through the door at 6, I bolted straight out. I won't be long, I said, kissing him on the cheek as I rushed past him. Nice to see you too, Rin, he called after me. The first place I went to was the university and Finn's office. I think it's fair to say he's a workaholic. Even on nights when he comes over to babysit Noah, he sits there with his laptop open, planning lectures or marking essays, adding comments in the margins. On nights when he hasn't come over to us, I've always assumed that he stayed locked in his little cubby with no windows. But, as it turns out, it wasn't the case. I knocked on his door despite the fact I couldn't hear a heartbeat behind it. Do you know where Professor Rothermere is? I asked a student who was hanging around nearby with AirPods in. When he didn't acknowledge me, I stepped forward and waved in front of his face. That got his attention quick enough. What the? Do you know where Professor Rothermere is? I asked again. No, he said, shaking his head and moving on, pressing his headphones deeper into his ears and muttering "freak" under his breath as he went. With the mood I was in, he was lucky I didn't indulge in an early evening snack, but getting to Finn was my focus. If he wasn't in his office, the next obvious place to check was his house, but the problem was I'd never actually been there before. Weird, right?
He's been at ours so often we've even discussed getting a sofa bed for him. He's had breakfast with us more times than Noah, and yes, he does have a toothbrush for those occasions when he's fallen asleep on the settee. Yet I'd never been to his place. All I knew was that it was close to campus, which wasn't much to go on. But it was enough for me. Some of you have probably already guessed how I found his house, and for those of you that haven't, I really wish I didn't have to tell you, because saying it in my head, let alone writing it down, feels pretty damn gross. Anyway, I followed his scent. Yes, I tracked my way to Finn's house like a dog. Before you comment on how random and weird that is, trust me, I already know. And it's not like I was on my hands and knees sniffing the pavement, although to be fair, it might have been a lot faster that way. Instead, I zigzagged across path and roads, now and then getting a whiff of him, and following that until I had to do the weaving thing again. It wasn't exactly easy, but it wasn't the hardest thing I've done in my life either. I suspect that with a bit of practice, it's something I could probably get quite good at, if I felt I needed to. Anyway, 15 minutes after leaving the English building, I was standing on the opposite side of a row of small terraced houses, and I was absolutely positive one of them was where Finn lived. And then I heard his voice. A moment later, one of the front doors swung open, and I will bet you a fiver that you won't guess who stepped out. Actually, scrap that. There are thousands of you on here. There's no way I can offer that. In any case, it was a rhetorical question. I'm obviously going to tell you. It was Kalina, followed by Finn. That was pretty shocking. I mean, he can hardly speak about her without a vein pulsing on his forehead. But what was infinitely more confusing than seeing her there was what happened next. When she turned, reached up onto her tiptoes, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Yup, you heard that right. Kalina kissed Finn. And no, it wasn't a passionate snog or anything, but the fact that he then smiled at her made me feel like I had slipped into a parallel universe. I was now ready to bolt. Whatever game it was she was playing, I did not want to get drawn in again. But before the thought of fleeing had finished forming in my mind, she had spotted me. "Rin!" she called, waving from across the road, a huge smile appearing on her face. I immediately knew there was nothing I could do. To ignore her and walk away when I'd obviously not just turned up on this particular street by coincidence would have been ridiculous. So instead, I straightened my back, lifted my head, and crossed the road to them. "Perfect timing. I was just getting going," she said, then turned back to Finn. "Thank you for listening." She offered me another quick smile and strolled away. Blog post 130. Date, November 23rd. Followers, 77,423. Sorry, I took a quick break there. It's late, and most of the houses seem to have some sort of party going on before the occupants head out for the night. Apparently a pre-weekend thing. The noise was making it way too distracting to write, but it's quietened down now, so I'm back, and ready to finish telling you what happened when I went to see Finn. Kalina's smile as she walked away from his house wasn't like the ones she usually offers people, where it's impossible to decide if she's being genuine or she's getting ready to sink her fangs into you and steal your handbag. This looked totally authentic. As desperate as I'd been to talk to Finn and state my case about what he'd seen, now that we were face to face, I knew it was going to be a lot harder than I'd anticipated. Everything I'd practiced saying in my head just evaporated. "Are you coming in?" he asked, gesturing towards the door before turning and heading inside.
I hesitated before panicking he might close it in my face if I didn't hurry up, so I broke free of my paralysis and headed over. Seeing a person's home suddenly transition from that of a teenager to an adult is a strange experience. Even when we'd been young, Finn had always been fairly tidy and minimalist in his decor. He'd never been one to fill his bedroom with massive posters of bands or scantily clad women. Instead, one of his walls had been devoted to a bookshelf and desk, which was again loaded with books, and then in the corner sat all his guitars. Amazingly, this grown-up Finn with an entire flat to fill had changed very little. The place smelt clean, beneath the pong of one of those air fresheners you stick into a plug socket that puffs out overly strong perfume every 2 minutes. There were no cooking smells, apart from the tang of old takeaway, probably sitting at the bottom of his kitchen bin. Judging from what I saw, I think it's fair to say he doesn't spend a lot of time there, which is a shame, because it was beautiful. Sleek white countertops, chrome fittings, simple but tasteful. The living area was open plan, and following his lead I took a seat on one of the 2 large grey sofas. Off to one side was an older navy armchair. It was the only piece of furniture that had looked like it had had any real use. Unsurprisingly, that was where he was sitting. I could easily imagine him there at another time, book in hand, glass of whiskey on the side table to sip between chapters. I waited, assuming that, as he was the one who'd invited me in, he was going to be the one to start the conversation. However, nearly a minute ticked by, and it was silent. I've never been good in tense situations, but I'm even worse now I'm a vampire. Every little noise makes my muscles start twitching. Even someone just breathing or swallowing sounds impossibly loud. "So, Kalina," I said, unable to stand it any longer. "You two seemed friendly. Are we what?" He raised his eyebrows, waiting to hear how I was going to finish my comment, but I wasn't sure. Was I asking if they were back together? No, they couldn't be. That was just ridiculous. But then what would it matter if they were? I'm with Noah. Noah, who is completely sedated. Noah, who doesn't have a pulse. Noah, who I haven't spoken to for weeks and whose last words to me I disregarded. I'm with him, not Finn. It shouldn't matter to me if Finn and Kalina do get back together. After all, they were married. I realise I'm talking way too much about this. It makes it seem like I'm hung up on them, which I'm definitely not. And if there were any hint of jealousy, that's just residual from our past. Besides, there's nothing to be hung up on. There's really not. After an internal monologue, fairly similar to the one I've just vomited onto this page, I picked my word. "Friends," I said. "Are you and Kalina friends now?" Finn pressed his lips together. "No, I wouldn't say that. But we did have an interesting conversation." "You did?" "Yes. She wanted to explain to me what happened last night." At this point, I could barely breathe. What the hell could she have said to him? Did she say that I'd left Noah on his own? That I'd said I was only going for one quick drink, then ended up at a second bar? I wouldn't have put anything past her. With my foot tapping on the floor like I was drumming at 180, I waited for him to continue. "She said that she was the one who persuaded you to try feeding the way you were. That she'd basically forced you into it after you'd refused and said you didn't want to." "She did?" "She did. She said how upset you were, how much you hated the idea of it, but she also told me about how important it is for you to, you know, feed naturally, to stay healthy." "Naturally? You're healthy.
I repeated, trying to hide the surprise in my voice. Yes, yes, that was it.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have freaked out like that. It's just not something you expect to come across. You know, your ex feeding from a guy in the street.
Or your brother's girlfriend, I added. I don't know why I felt the need to say that bit. It shouldn't have made any difference, but there was something about the way he'd said ex that just jarred with me. Like that was still the defining part of our relationship. And it wasn't just in my head. For the first time since stepping into his flat, Finn's pulse notched upwards. A slight tick, and it came with a surge of emotions. Why were you there anyway? I asked. It was hardly the most savoury of places to be, in a back alley. Finn got up and crossed the cabinet, which he opened to reveal a surprisingly extensive collection of whiskies.
I know the owner of the bar. Some of these cost a fortune, but he gets them for me wholesale. I have to go round the back, though.
Oh, right. I can't explain why seeing that much alcohol made me feel uneasy. Finn's an adult. Of course he drinks. But something about his posture told me he'd wanted to keep it hidden. That's what seemed strange, I guess. In the moments that followed, time moved impossibly slowly, as I noted the beat of the second hand of his watch. I thought perhaps that was it. He'd said his piece, I'd said mine, I was about to get up and leave, but just as I opened my mouth to say I should be off, Finn spoke again.
You know you can feed from me, he said, locking his eyes on mine. If that's what you need, you can use me.
It's not that simple, I replied.
Why not?
A pause followed, and I honestly don't know what I wanted to say. I could have told him that it was risky, but it wasn't. I knew I wouldn't go too far. At least, not when it came to feeding.
Seeing you there, seeing you touch him like that. Finn stopped to swallow. I can't believe how it made me feel.
Could it have been something like I felt thinking you and Kalina were back together? I said, with a little chuckle, trying to ease the awkwardness that seemed to have hijacked our conversation.
Maybe, he agreed.
Once again, we fell into silence, heavy with the weight of everything we wanted to say. Now, before you guys jump down my throat and tell me what a bitch I'm being to Noah in all this, I need you to know that nothing happened between me and Finn, and nothing is going to. But that doesn't mean there are no feelings at all there. I know I told you it was all in the past, and I know I said that we were nothing more than friends, but I hadn't realized what was lying dormant under the surface until I saw him with Kalina. I'm sorry, I said, finally offering the only words I could find.
You don't have to say that.
That's not true. There's so much I have to apologize for. I'm sorry about what you saw, about me being what I am, about Noah,
about being with Noah,
he said, with a hitch in his voice and his pulse. I mean about what I did to him, about turning him.
Oh, of course,
Finn said, shaking his head and letting a small sigh escape his lips.
Of course. Not about being with him.
I loved Noah, I said. I didn't mean to use the past tense. I didn't even notice that I had until Finn drew my attention to it. His back stiffened.
You think you've lost him? Because you changed him when he asked you not to.
Now this came as a total shock, and it was a good job that I was sitting down because my body felt like a lead balloon. You know that?
How? I stammered. I just know he wouldn't have chosen this. And you're still here? Where else have I got to go? I had no answer, and as the silence stretched out between us, Finn came and sat down beside me on the sofa. Rin, he said, I am sure it will all be fine. I could hear him speaking, yet it seemed to be coming through a dense fog which was distorting everything he said, rendering it unintelligible. I should walk you home. He stood up and offered me his hand, which I didn't take, although I did stand. Noah's going to be different. The man I'd fallen in love with, the one I'd given my heart to, might not even exist now. That was what was going through my head as I stumbled forward, but Finn caught me, and the touch of his skin sent tingles surging through me. When I looked up, our faces, our lips, were only inches apart. I've got you, Rin. I'll always have you, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Summoning my last modicum of restraint, I pulled myself away. It's fine, I'm fine. I just need some space, that's all. I need... I didn't know what I was going to say. I didn't know what I needed. All I knew was that I couldn't be there with him. And so I spent the next hour walking the streets, trying to make sense of what I'd just realized. But without Noah the way I knew and loved him, there's no sense in anything anymore. Blog post 131. Date November 24th. Followers 77,537. These past few weeks, I've been hanging on to the fact that it's just a matter of time until Mum agrees to stop Noah's sedatives so he can wake up. A matter of time before he learns to feed and control his bloodlust and get used to all the new senses around him. A matter of time before we're together again. But what if that isn't what he wants? What if all he wants is to be as far away from me as possible? Things with Finn aren't exactly helping either. When I stumbled out of his flat yesterday evening, my mind was whirring, and I thought I might have some time to get my thoughts together. I thought that after a night by myself, I might manage to get my head straight and would see things a little more clearly. Unfortunately, as you've probably already figured out, my life doesn't work like that. Instead, I'd been home for less than an hour when I heard a knock on the front door, and I knew exactly who it was. What are you doing here? I said, slipping outside. The air was bracing and Finn's breath was fogging in front of him. With his hands dug deep into his pockets, he was wrapped up in a coat and scarf. Maybe I should have invited him in, but Glenn was in the kitchen, and I already knew that whatever this conversation entailed, it wasn't going to be something I wanted my little brother hearing. I came to check on you. I didn't like how we left things. And fine, I said bluntly. And you've checked on me now, so you can head back home. I turned around, making my position clear, but he caught my hand. An electric pulse shot through us. And by electric, I don't mean a little tingle. I'm talking about a full-blown 200-volt shock that went all the way to my bones. And I know it wasn't just me who felt it, from the way Finn gasped and his pulse rocketed. Rin, he said, pulling me back around to face him. I know there's no right time to talk about us. There is no us. I cut across him before he could say something I didn't want to hear. There is Noah and me, and you are Noah's brother, And you are my friend. That is it. We're friends. It's not enough. I know I promised I would back off. I would let you and him be a thing, but he's not here, Rin. And I see how much you're hurting, and I want to help you. You know I would do anything for you. I saw the way his hand was reaching down, ready to take mine, ready to pull me close, to hold me, to do anything I needed him to. For a split second, I allowed myself to imagine what it would be like to rest my head against his chest and listen to his heartbeat, to feel his lips touch the top of my head or my lips. But before I could be drawn into anything, I pushed myself away from him. You should go now, I said. I need to check on Noah. I stepped back into the house and closed the door behind me. And now my head is a mess. I can't remember feeling so screwed up about anything in a long time. But despite that, there's finally some clarity. Finn's visit confirmed it for me. I need to wake Noah up. Now. Blog post 132. Date, November 25th. Followers 77,866. Morning all. Well, my head is utterly messed up. I was going to have a break and not write today, but then I remembered that typing stuff for you guys really helps to set things straight in my mind. Hence, I'm here again, hoping to make sense of the conversation I had this morning. It was before 6 when I set out for the park, trying yet again to get my head around the situation between Finn and me. I wasn't worried about Noah. Glenn was already up, swatting for some tests, so he wasn't going anywhere, and Mum was due to drop in too. So I took my time watching the dog walkers and the early morning joggers. If it had been a bit cloudier, I could have stayed there all day, but eventually, after a couple of hours, I felt that telltale prickle on my skin and decided it was probably time to head back home. I was a little more than surprised when I reached my house and saw Kalina standing out the front. I was even more surprised by what she was wearing. Flat pumps, ordinary jeans, and not a designer handbag or yappy dog in sight. What's going on? I called, racing towards her. Where's Noah? Where's Glenn? What's happened? You might think that maybe I was overreacting at seeing her a little bit, but Kalina has never, to my knowledge at least, hung around outside our front door. Had a key cut? Yes. Picked the lock when we also took her key off her? Also yes. But just waited outside? Never. And the only reason I could fathom for her doing that was if there was no one to let her in. Hence my immediate panic. They're inside, she said. Your mum was here too. She left about an hour ago. We didn't chat much, though. You've been waiting for an hour? I said, even more confused. I have. I wanted to check how things went with Finn. Are you two okay now? Yep. I definitely wasn't expecting that. I bet you guys are as shocked as I am. You told him that I needed to drink like that? That it's better for my health? I questioned, aware that I wasn't actually answering her. She nodded, a slight trace of her characteristic smile playing on her lips. I figured a small white lie might help ease the friction between you two. Besides, I think it's technically true. I'm sure I could find some data on it if you like, assuming that Angela doesn't already have it. She tried again with the smile, but I couldn't reciprocate it. I was way too skeptical. Why did you tell him that? And why did you tell him that you forced me to feed from that guy? That I wasn't responsible? Given how long she'd waited to speak to me, I expected her to be a little bit more forthcoming with her answers. But all she did was shrug and look at the ground evasively. I guess I've been responsible for breaking up so many relationships over the years. I figured I might be able to repair one for a change. Or at least try to. This might surprise you, but I do acknowledge that I might have made one or two mistakes in the past. This time I couldn't help but laugh, although it came out closer to a scoff than a chuckle. I also want you to know that I've stopped reading your blog, she blurted out before I had a chance to say more. Sorry. Your blog. I used to read it. Remember? I did, now she'd mentioned it, but it was one of those things I'd let slip from my mind. It was how she'd been able to tell Finn all those details about me and Noah, how we were in a relationship, and it was also how she knew Glenn was vulnerable and befriended him. But that was weeks ago, and somehow the thought that she would still be reading it, when she saw me most days anyway, seemed quite ridiculous. But there you go. I should have known better. I was reading it more out of habit than anything else, she continued, and it's good. You're funny. I really like it. She paused as if chewing an invisible piece of gum. It felt like I was chatting with a friend, you know? And I don't get much of that. It can be pretty lonely being me. Now, reading when a human is lying is straightforward for me. All the lips and eye twitches. You've read it here before. You know what I can do. But reading Kalina is so much harder. She doesn't have any of those tells. Yet there seemed to be something radiating from her for the first time. Sincerity? Does that sound ridiculous? I'm sure it does, but that's how it felt. I get it, I said. That's what the blog feels like for me, too. She looked at her feet again and nodded, and I wondered what she'd been like before she was changed. Not this calculating, hard-ass bitch I've got used to. Of that, I'm sure. It's hard to get to know someone well when you're like us, she said. You have to keep moving. You have to get out of people's lives before they grow suspicious of the fact that you're not aging. Or else come clean and hope they stand by you. And trust me, that hardly ever happens. What you've got here. Well, I guess I'm jealous. That's what I'm trying to say. She paused, and I wondered if she was expecting me to say something, but I couldn't think of what. Anyway, she wasn't done yet. I know this is probably hard to believe, Merwin, but I would genuinely like it if we could be friends. Really. And I won't read your blog anymore. I'll wait for you to tell me in person if there's something you want me to know. To my surprise, I then replied, Thank you. The thing is, no one gets loneliness better than I do. It was like that for 7 years. And for all I know, Kalina's had 50 times that long or more. I can't imagine what that would do to a person. But then she added one last kicker to the conversation. One I could never have predicted. Also, she said, if you want to stop donating venom, yours and Noah's, then I understand. Stop donating. It won't exactly be great for business, but I realize that friendships don't normally come with coercion factored into them. So, if you want to stop, that's fine. Or, or, I wondered where this could go next. Or I could cut you in on it. I thought that maybe you could do with the cash, and it's a nice little earner. I'll admit that the idea of extra money certainly caught my attention. If not for me, then for Glenn. I don't need much, but if there was a bit more, he could get away in the summer. Maybe take this new guy of his somewhere hot and exceptionally sunny where he doesn't have to worry about vampires. That was my initial thought, until I remembered what V had done to Noah, and the way he'd said my name before dropping to the ground. I know his reaction was rare. Mum's test confirmed it, but still. Vampire? Yes. Vampire drug dealer? Not yet. I'll think about it, I said. But since we're being truthful, there's something I need from you. Okay? I want to wake Noah. He's been out of it for too long. I need him back. Will you help me? And will you help me teach him how to be a vampire? And make sure he doesn't hurt anyone? As if my morning couldn't get any weirder, Kalina stepped forward and took my hand in hers. It would be my pleasure, she said. Blog post 133. Date November 25th. Followers 78,111. Thank you to everyone who told me to keep my guard up where Kalina's concerned. You can stop sending me messages now telling me how she's going to stab me in the back. After everything I've told you about her, I understand. I don't completely trust her either. But I am understanding more and more why she acts the way she does. She looks out for number one. That's what she's had to do her entire vampire life, which is probably far longer than you or I could even fathom. Being that old and seeing all the things she must have seen is bound to have had an impact on her and shaped her thinking. I don't know about you, but being a young woman isn't easy. Being one since the 18th century, or even earlier? I can only imagine the number of times she's had to use her fangs to protect herself. So what I'm saying is, I'm going to offer her a clean slate. I'm going to take her at face value for how she actually behaves from this moment onwards. Forget the past. We've all done things we regret. I know I have. And I'd hate to be continuously judged for those. I don't expect it to be easy, but I want to try for my sake as much as hers. Holding on to all that bad history can't be healthy, even if I am already dead. Now, back to what you probably want to hear about. Noah. Once Kalina had left, I went upstairs to phone Mum. As it happened, she was on call and didn't ring back for hours. In fact, it was mid-afternoon when I finally heard from her. "Rin, honey," she said. "Is everything okay?" "I'm not sure. I don't think it's urgent, but are you free to come over? It's to do with Noah." I was vague enough that she'd be concerned, but calm enough that I knew she wouldn't panic. "I've still got another 2 hours until my shift ends. I can get to you by 8, if that's not too late." "I'm a vampire, Mum," I said, with just a hint of the curtness that's become normal in our conversations. "Okay, I'll see you then." So that was it. All I had to do was wait for her to arrive, at which point I would inform her I wanted us to wake Noah up. ASAP. As I tend to in the evenings, I sat upstairs with him. He needed feeding. His fangs were out, his lips twitching like they do when it's been a while since we last fed him. But I didn't give him anything. I hate doing it, almost as much as I hate tranquilizing him, and given that Mum was already coming over, and all this mess is essentially down to her, I figured she could feed him. When she let herself into the house, it was, as she'd predicted, just gone 8. "Merwin!" Up here I called. Entering the bedroom, her attention went straight to Noah. "He needs feeding," she said. "You're perfectly capable of doing that yourself. As long as you don't give him too much, you know he won't wake up." I didn't answer as she unlocked the fridge and took out a plastic blood bag, which she opened and held to his mouth. He instantly began drawing on it, guzzling mouthful after mouthful of the blood. When it was half empty, she looked at me. "A tranquilizer, please, Merwin." I hate having to be complicit in Noah's sedation. Part of me thinks that he's listening in, taking note of every time I fetch Mum or Glenn a needle, that he's keeping tally of everything I do to keep him in this state. "Rin, did you hear me? I need the tranquilizer." It was so tempting to chicken out, to continue along the path of least resistance. However, I steeled myself for my mother's protests and took a step back from the bed. "I want to wake him up," I said. "I'm done with this waiting. If he's changed, I want to know about it now." So I was probably being a little impulsive, demanding that we woke Noah up that instant because I knew full well it wasn't my decision alone. "The family needs to agree before we do that. This affects all of us," my mum said, exactly as I could have predicted. And she was right. Finn is Noah's brother, and Glenn is likely to become the first human to live in a house with 2 vampires. That would freak me out, and I am one, so I can't imagine how he'd feel about it. "I agree," I replied, "but Kalina needs to be here too." "Kalina?" Mum's eyes rose in surprise. "I thought you wanted her as far away as possible." "She's the one to blame for all of this." "None of us are blameless, Mother. No one except Finn. We've all played our part, and there's no point pretending we haven't." I knew I'd pissed her off by the drawn-out sniff she gave, but she stayed quiet and waited for me to explain. "We need Kalina involved, to help teach Noah how to hunt discreetly and safely, like she's done with me. And we might need her strength too. We have no idea what Noah will be capable of when he wakes up." She didn't look convinced, and had this been a year ago, I have no doubt that she would have dismissed my idea and bulldozed over my wishes to get her own way. But I'm not the same person I was back then, and it's not so easy to dismiss me. "I'll send a message now," I said, "and call a meeting for tomorrow morning, and Kalina will be here. She gets a vote too." At that, I turned on my heel, ready to head downstairs and tell you lot what happened. As you guys have no doubt already figured, it's a calculated decision on my part, wanting to have Kalina there when we decide. Given what I mentioned before, I think it's fair to say that Glenn probably doesn't want me to wake Noah up right now, particularly when he's just getting his life back in order and dating again. And Mum has made it perfectly clear where she stands. With Glenn and Mum on the other side, if what Kalina said about wanting to be friends is true, then she's going to take mine. And even if it's not, I suspect she won't miss a chance to shake things up a little with more drama. And bringing Noah back into the mix would definitely achieve that. So that leaves Finn. And I guess I've just got to hope that he can see the sense in bringing him back. That's it. The messages have all been sent. It's all been arranged. Now all I can do is wait. Blog post 134. Date November 26th. Followers 78,117. Okay, it's all arranged, and I'm seriously freaking nervous. Tomorrow, that's when the meeting's happening at 7 p.m. Everyone is going to be here, and we're going to vote on whether to let Noah wake up. Not that they all know that's on the agenda, of course. God, why is this so damn terrifying? I guess because it might lead to discovering my boyfriend has turned into a bloodthirsty killing machine. But if we don't wake him, I'll be left with Finn and all these feelings I don't have any control over. Anyway, I'll let you know how it goes. Not long now. Wish me luck. Blog post 135. Date November 27th. Followers 78,394. Jeez, I don't think I have the vocabulary to describe the emotional roller coaster that I've experienced so far this evening. It's been insane, and we're not even through yet. Mum had been insistent that the others should not know why we'd called a family meeting, but when this morning came around, I just couldn't keep it to myself any longer. Want to wake Noah up, I sent to Finn, Glenn, and Kalina. I think it's time we face this. It's going to be a good thing. Whether Glenn agreed remained to be seen, but at least Kalina would know exactly which way she should vote to support me. And Finn too, for that matter. Still, the wait was agonizing. If we didn't need all the bagged blood we've got for Noah, I could have drunk 2 pints straight down just from nerves. Despite calling the meeting for 7, Mum was here by 6, obviously wanting to nobble Glenn and ensure he was on her side. Finn also turned up early, and when Kalina arrived at 6:30, it seemed like we might as well start. It didn't take Mum long to realise I'd spilt the beans, and everyone knew why we were there. I guess we should get on with it, she said, taking control like it was her house. But it isn't, so I promptly took the reins. As you know, I've asked you all here today because I feel it's time to wake Noah up, I said. We need to wake him up. Keeping him sedated like this, not knowing what he's become, is a risk. His mum's been calling, trying to get hold of him, and there are only so many times I can get away with sending her text messages before she's going to insist on speaking to him. Mum pursed her lips. She'd asked what the situation with relatives was, and I'd been deliberately vague, mainly because I didn't want her to stick her nose in and make things even more complicated. Obviously, she wasn't best pleased to be hearing the news just then. I think we can all tell where Merowyn stands on this, but I don't like it, she said, leaving no room for ambiguity. It's rushing things. He's not as secure here as he was when we were on the farm. If she had escaped, then you'd have likely lost me forever, I interrupted. This is better. You have me here. You have Kalina too. We can keep him contained. It's not that easy, I know. I went through it, remember? That silenced her, but I wasn't done yet. I don't go into battle unprepared, and this wasn't a fight I was willing to lose. I could feel Finn's eyes on me from across the table as he weighed up my argument, almost certainly torn by mixed emotions. But this only spurred me on, because every second Noah isn't awake, it leaves me thinking about Finn. And I don't like it any more than you guys do. I'm not saying we go cold turkey, I continued. We stagger the process, lowering the amount of tranquilizer in the day, when he's going to be weaker because of the sun, then upping it again at night. We can fetch the UV lamps from the farm too, and place them strategically around the house to lessen the risk of him bolting. And who do you expect to supervise all this? My mother asked. We, she motioned to herself and Finn, have jobs. Now you, she pointed to me and Glenn, have your studies. Glenn can keep going to his lectures as normal. I don't expect this to impact him at all, I said without hesitation. As for me, we can tell the university I need to continue with the distance learning. I was hoping someone would jump in and defend me at this point, but Mum wasn't done yet. You didn't come to university to spend your time locked away, she said. No, I didn't. But I didn't come here to watch over my vampire boyfriend in an induced coma either. Besides, if he takes to it as quickly as I believe he will, then this is not going to be a problem. This will work. It has to work, I wanted to add, but I didn't. I can help too, Kalina said, finally piping up. I don't need to get a medical degree. I've already got one. Several, in fact. The first one really was from Paris. I looked at my mother. 2 vampires watching him and 1 with medical experience. No offence, but that's far better than the 2 adults and a preteen you had before. And I turned out just fine, I said. I looked around at the others, trying to gauge what the feeling was. You know how Mum and I are voting on this. What are your thoughts? I asked Glenn. I promise you won't have to worry about missing lectures. And if you're worried about being in the house with him at first, then I'm sure Finn wouldn't mind giving up his sofa for a couple of weeks while we get things on an even keel here. Or you could stay with Mum. Or me, Kalina interjected. You can have my place. It's not like I'm there much. I threw her an entirely genuine smile. Even Glenn was surprised. Thanks, he said, at which point Kalina looked like she was going to burst with happiness. Sometimes I think she's just like a kid who never got the love they needed growing up and lashes out or says ridiculous things just to get the attention they crave. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Back to the vote. I know I have options, Glenn continued, but I'm just not sure this is a great idea. What with all the students here, I think it'd be better heading back to the farm, Rin. You and Mum could do it there. It would be safer. I am not going back there. The words came out far quicker and harsher than I would have expected, but the surge of adrenaline that hit me caused 100 images to flash through my head. That farm has too many memories, and almost all of them are bad. Me being trapped and tranquilized the moment I flashed a fang. Dad and his last days there. Our cat, Loki, being killed. Not to mention, that was the place where I pined for Finn for all those years. He needs to know that we trust him to be okay, I said. Waking him up here is how we do that. Anyway, we're going round in circles. There are pros and cons. I get that. But for me, the pros far outweigh any fears we might have. Because that's what's stopping us from doing this. Fear. Well, guess what? That isn't going to lessen by sitting around doing nothing. The only way we're ever going to stop worrying about all the what-ifs is if we tackle this head-on. It's the right thing to do. I know it is. Okay, what if we wake him up and he's not the same? What if he's violent, uncontrollable, unreachable? My mother still did not want to rest her case. That won't happen. But what if it does? What if his bloodlust is stronger than yours? What if he's even physically stronger than you are? He was stronger human than you were. Who has been fed very small amounts of blood from a bag. You're clutching at straws, Mum. His strength is not comparable to mine and Kalina's, and you know that. And he wouldn't be feeding from humans for a long time to come. Unless he drains one of us, Glenn muttered unhelpfully. I shot him a look which translated as, If there weren't others in this room right now, you would so be getting a dead arm. I might have kicked him under the table too, but another voice stopped the meeting from descending into sibling bickering fest. I have to agree with Rin. This is just going around in circles. All eyes turned to Finn. It was the first thing he'd said since the discussion began. He'd even stayed silent when I mentioned his mother texting. I hadn't told him about that either. It hadn't seemed fair to add that extra burden on top of everything else. We need to take a vote. Rin, Angela, we know which way you're going. Glenn? Eyes now turned to Glenn, and my stomach twisted. It wasn't that I necessarily needed his backing, but it would have felt good to have him on side and show that he didn't feel he'd been railroaded into having his home taken over by a newly turned vampire again. As it was, though, he voted just as I'd expected him to. I'm sorry, Rin. Noah was a great guy and everything, but I just don't see what the rush is. You could leave it 1,000 years before you woke him up, and it'd still get 10 times or more the lifespan the rest of us. I only have one human lifetime, and I'd really like a chance to live it normally for once. Yep, I sure felt guilty when he said that. Seriously guilty. And it wasn't like I hadn't considered that myself. Yes, Noah had infinitely more time now. But as you know, that wasn't why I needed to rush this. And I'm not writing it again because it just makes me feel even shittier than I already do. Okay, so that's 2 against and 1 for, I said. Kalina, you get a vote in this too. What are your thoughts? My thoughts? She looked so genuinely surprised at being asked that I almost laughed. Thankfully, I held it in. If we're going through with this, we'll need your help supervising him, I said. She sniffed and rolled her eyes. I don't get what all the fuss is about, if I'm honest. I'm all for tranquilizing vampires to harvest their venom, but if you want to socialize with him, then I'm not sure why you did it in the first place. He'll be fine. Or he won't. We'll find out, one way or another. I can't say this viewpoint exactly helped, but we were at 2 for 2, which was something. So it meant that Finn had the casting vote, and our attention turned to him again. Even if I didn't have my crazy senses, I would have been able to see how nervous he was by the sweat beading on his forehead. It reminded me of when we got too close the other evening at his flat, but I tried to put that thought out of my mind. Finn, Mum said, it's down to you now, as it should be. He's your brother, and at the end of the day, yours is the only vote that actually counts. What do you think? What do you want us to do? I found myself holding my breath. It was impossible to predict which way his decision would go, but in the end he did something none of us expected, and pushed his chair away from the table and stood up. I'm sorry, he said. I can't do this. I need a minute. What do you mean? We can't wake him up? I panicked, jumping up too. I mean, I need some space to think, he replied. But what if I need space, Rin? He snapped. So, that's what we've been doing for the last 10 minutes. Giving Finn space. Waiting while he paces around the garden, working out which way to vote. I've retreated to my bedroom under the guise of checking on Noah, but I really just came here so that I could spy on Finn from the window and send this post to you guys. If he doesn't give us an answer soon, I know Mum and Glenn are going to say that we need to reconvene and discuss it at another time. And I can't let that happen. I just can't. I think I'm going to have to speak to him. I just don't know what else I can say that I haven't said already. Wish me luck. I'm seriously going to need it. Blog post 136. Date November 27th. Followers 78,469. Oh my God! Why is life never simple? Seriously. Why does it have to be so freaking complicated the whole time? So, as it turned out, I didn't need to go downstairs to talk to Finn. He came up to find me. I'd just finished that last post when I heard his footsteps on the stairs. By then, I honestly thought he was going to tell me he couldn't go through with it. Say that he needed more time to decide, and I was racking my brain trying to work out how I could persuade him otherwise. My thoughts were in overdrive, thinking of ways to convince him that waking up Noah was the right thing to do. But, as it turned out, I had very much misjudged what he'd come to say. He knocked on the door while peering around the side of it. "Can I come in?" he asked. I nodded and dropped onto the chair by the desk. Rather than crossing the room to me, Finn went straight to look at Noah. He stood at the bedside, his face furrowed with deep creases, his brows knitted. And he stayed like that for a full minute, not moving, not speaking, just staring. "I can never get past how he looks like he's dead," he said eventually. "Well, technically he is," I replied. "But I know what you mean. Sometimes I wake up and see him there and I think he's gone for good. I have nightmares about it." He turned and looked at me, his brow still lined. "You've never said that?" "No. Well, my night terrors aren't something I tend to discuss with most people." I realized as I spoke how true the words were. Noah knew, of course, because we'd shared a bed, but I don't mention them that much anymore. And it's not because they've gone away. I guess it's because they're a constant, and I assume they never will. The intensity of Finn's gaze sent shivers down my spine. "But I'm not most people, Rin. You know that. I'm me." The way he spoke, the way his heart seemed to be knocking against his ribs, was not good. Not good at all. "Finn," I started, but my voice trailed off. I don't know what I was going to say. I don't know what there was left to say, but either way, I nearly choked as the words caught in my throat. And in that moment, Finn stepped away from Noah and moved across the room to me. Then he crouched down so that his eyes were level with mine and took hold of my hands. "Before I make a decision about this," he said, "I need you to tell me something." "Of course. Anything." I tried to sound as neutral as possible, but I could feel my voice tightening. "Are you doing this so that you don't have to face me? Face us?" If I hadn't choked before, I sure as hell did then. "Sorry, I don't understand," I said, feigning ignorance, and badly. "I think you do. Are you doing this, wanting to wake Noah up so that it's easier to ignore what's happening between us.
Finn, I didn't get a chance to finish as he reached out and grabbed my hand. Finn, I gasped, now afraid of what I might end up doing as his pulse sparked. Finn, please, I pleaded.
I don't want to do this any more than you do, Rin,
he said, holding my hands.
If I could flick a switch or take a pill that would make these feelings disappear, then I would. At least, that's what I keep telling myself, but I don't know if that's true. All I know is that when I'm with you, it feels like it used to. It feels like we were meant to find each other again.
Finn, please, don't do this.
I can tell you feel the same way as me. This, us, we were a forever thing, Rin. We still are.
He moved closer, far closer than I should have let him, and his hand slid up my face.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to be that guy, especially not to my own brother. But I have to fight for you. And this, Noah's situation, it doesn't change anything.
Yes, it does. He dropped his hands, and the warmth of his skin disappeared as if a shadow had fallen across my face.
He gets a lifetime with you, Finn said, raising his voice just a fraction. 100 lifetimes. Is it selfish of me that I just want one? You were mine, Rin, and we were torn apart. You were always meant to be with me.
But I love him.
You loved him because I wasn't there anymore and you had to move on. Maybe if this hadn't happened to him and he hadn't changed, if I'd just seen the two of you together and we hadn't had this chance to grow close again, I would have been okay with it. But as things stand, I don't want to give you up, Rin. I can't.
He's your brother, I said, standing up and forcing him to move backwards. The atmosphere in the room had changed, as if tiny sparks of electricity were firing off around us in every direction, searing into every inch of my skin.
Tell me you don't feel this too,
he said, coming closer and lifting his hand back to my cheek.
Tell me you don't, and I will walk away.
Another gasp left my lips as my body seemed to move closer to him of its own accord. It wasn't just his hand on my cheek at that point. His whole body was pushing up against mine, his thighs pressed between my legs, and I wanted it all. My arms slipped around his waist to pull him in closer, and then our lips, after all those years apart, found each other again. I can't tell you how long that kiss lasted. I probably wouldn't, even if I knew. But what I will say is we hadn't kissed like that when we were teenagers. The ferocity of it, the desperation to taste every inch of each other, clinging so closely together I could have melted into him. All my restraint had gone and was replaced by a heat so intense I wanted to scream. Only when his fingertips began tracing their way down my body did I realize what we were doing and spring back. "I'm sorry," I said. I want to, I can't. I can't. The expression that flashed across Finn's face in that moment was more than disappointment. It was pure anguish, mixed with a coldness I can't ever remember seeing in him before.
It was as if the act of me rejecting him had wounded him as surely as a dagger in the heart. He moved towards me again, but I pushed him back, even as the pain in his eyes struck me to my core. Then I guess you've made my decision about Noah that much easier, haven't you? Finn said. Then he turned and marched out of the room, leaving me on my own. Again. Blog post 137. Date November 28th. Followers 78,541. I can't believe how many messages you guys have sent in the last few hours. I'm sorry I left the last post on a cliffhanger, what with the whole decision about Noah and that little kissing Finn thing. Not to mention there are other things I need to tell you about too. But tonight turned into a roller coaster, and I needed to get my head straight before I could come on and tell you everything else that happened. But I'm back now, and hopefully I'll be able to get through most of it. It took longer than I would have expected to recover from the kiss with Finn. Of course, it hadn't just been a kiss. It was the culmination of 8 years of missing each other, having been torn apart when we were most in love, plus the frustration of all the boundaries we'd placed between us since we'd reconnected. All the tension and pain and heartache were exposed in a firework display of emotion. God, it was so terrible, and yet it was perfect. And it was so freaking screwed up, and I still can't stop thinking about it. But I need to tell you what happened next, because at the end of the day, that's what happens most. Finn arrived back in the kitchen before me. Mum and Glenn were still there. Kalina, however, had been at the bottom of the stairs and grabbed my arm as I passed her. "Are you okay?" she asked. Her eyes bored into me, and I realized that, of course, she had heard the whole conversation. She could probably smell the damn hormones coming off Finn. My skin prickled with the realization that, should we wake Noah, she could make a whole heap of trouble. "Kalina, whatever you think you've heard—" "I didn't hear anything," she said before I could finish. "I was completely absorbed in conversation with your family the entire time." Her eyes were still fixed on mine in a way that implied that was definitely not the truth. But she wasn't finished yet. "I'm just thinking of you here. You need to think about you too." Yep, it seems like Kalina has gone from being my nemesis, intent on ruining my life, to this worldly big sister figure. Hard to believe, I know, but this isn't about Kalina either. It's about Finn. When Kalina and I returned into the kitchen, the other three were sitting waiting for us. I took a seat opposite Finn, unable to bear the thought of sitting any closer to him in case our legs accidentally touched beneath the table. "So," I said, trying to keep my voice as steady as possible, "I assume no one has changed their mind and wants to vote differently from before?" As I spoke, I looked mainly at Glenn. He was the one I desperately needed now that I was almost certain I'd lost Finn. Then again, maybe I was asking myself if I still wanted to do it. After all, Finn had made a good point. Noah and I would get to spend eternity together. Was it wrong to want a few years with him? Just to see how things could have been? Those were the thoughts going around in my head until the voice of reason snapped me back into gear. Yes, it was definitely wrong. It was Noah I loved. Noah who had been there for me through thick and thin. And as soon as he was awake, I would be reminded of that. I would be reminded that he was who I wanted. Silence reigned across the table, making it abundantly clear that no one had changed their minds. So there was only one person left to ask. "Have you decided?" I said to Finn. There was no need to say more than that. "I have," he replied. Mum and Glenn's heartbeats were racing, hammering like a freaking bass drum. I suppose I should have felt bad that they were so anxious that their adrenaline and cortisol levels were going through the roof, but I didn't. All I cared about was Finn's answer. His eyes flashed to me and away again. It was such a quick movement that there was no way Mum or Noah would have picked up on it. As well as I knew him, I couldn't have predicted what he was about to say. "It's too much of a risk. My vote is that he stays as he is. It's what's best for all of us." And without another word, he stood up and walked out. A moment later, the front door opened and then slammed closed, and the rest of us remained frozen around the table. "I guess it must be overwhelming for him," Mum said, breaking the spell. "I was going to spend the night at Jonty's," Glenn said, raising a rucksack from the floor. "Unless you want me to stay here with you, Rin." Have I mentioned to you how much I love my little brother? Even after all we've been through, I know I don't say it often enough to him. "Thanks," I said, offering him my best attempt at a smile. "I'll be fine." "You're staying at Jonty's?" Mum said, surprise creeping into her voice and face, but thankfully decided to leave it at that. "I suppose I should go too." "I know you miss him, darling. But you'll see that this is for the best." She tried to reassure me, resting her hand on my arm. "We'll all chat again soon." Then she looked pointedly at Kalina, obviously feeling the vampire needed a hint to understand that she should probably excuse herself too. But she didn't. Instead, Kalina looped her arm through mine. "I'm going to hang with Rin for a bit," she said, turning to me. "If that's okay with you." It definitely came as a surprise, but I was grateful. "That would be nice. Thank you," I said, ignoring the look that passed between Glenn and Mum at this strange and definitely unfamiliar interaction. "I'll see you out," I said to them. For a moment, after they'd left and would walk to the lounge, I wondered if I'd made a mistake. You may or may not remember, but there was a time not so long ago when it was a strict rule between us that no one was allowed to be on their own with Kalina. "I guess this is one of those occasions where it would really help if alcohol made a difference to us," she said jokingly. And I relaxed a little bit. "Does it not?" I grinned back at her, knowing full well that we metabolize it too fast to get anything more than a fleeting head rush. "Do you want to talk about it?" she asked, becoming more serious. "About you and Noah? Or you and Finn? I promise I won't judge." I couldn't. I wouldn't have a leg to stand on. "There's nothing to say," I replied, possibly a bit too quickly. "Finn voted to leave Noah as he is. That's what he wants." "What he wants is you," Kalina replied, before pressing her lips tightly together. "Look, I don't mean to push it, but can I recommend something? As a friend." "A friend?" I said mockingly. "Is that what you are now?" "Well, a possible future friend.
whatever you want to call it. I see the sly looks you and he share. I hear the way his heart soars every time you come into the room. I can smell the way he's desperate to put his hands on you. If I was a crazy, jealous ex-wife type, I would definitely have an issue with that. She meant it as fun, but I wasn't in a joking mood. So when I didn't come back with a quip or a smile, she carried on. Your mum and Glenn may be oblivious to it all, but I'm not. I know because of what I am, and remember, Noah will be like us too. He'll be able to pick up on these things. Yep, there was the kicker. But she hadn't finished. Finn made the right call today, Merowyn, she said. When you bring Noah around, he's going to have enough to deal with. Bloodlust, all the sensitivity, and the fact he's got to separate himself from everything in his old life. Throw in you and Finn rekindling your long-lost love, there's a good chance he'd react badly. Very badly. We haven't rekindled anything, I said, although I wasn't even convincing myself. Any hope I'd had of denying there was something going on between me and Finn was fading by the second. So what do I do? I can't help how Finn still feels, I said, ignoring the fact that I'm probably feeling just the same way. No, you can't. But equally, you can't consider bringing Noah around when you're like this. I mean, I'm all for the drama and everything, but had I known how heated things between you and Finn were, I might have voted differently. Wow. I had not expected that. I flopped down onto the sofa and dropped my head into my hands. And then followed the kind of silence you share with someone who's a real friend. You need to do whatever it takes to get him out of your system, Kalina said, after a moment. Out of my system? An image came straight to my mind. One I'd been trying to banish for the last month. If I was in your position, there's a good chance I'd do something stupid like that, Kalina said with a shrug, as if reading minds was a vampire thing. It might do the job, but it would probably blow any chance of Finn and Noah ever being on speaking terms again. Now you realise you've got some serious issues when Kalina starts being the rational one in a situation. How about you talk to him? And not like upstairs just now. Somewhere in public. Set some ground rules together. You can get past this. It was definitely a lot to take in. The idea of me and Finn meeting up to discuss our feelings when the last thing we wanted to do was talk seemed like a disaster waiting to happen. But maybe I should defer to Kalina on this one. She's been around a lot longer than I have. She knows how these things work. I'm going to get off, she said, putting her arms around me in a hug. You need time to think this through, and I'm here if you want to chat, but I would call Finn. Find a way to sort it out. And so, that's what I'm doing at midnight. And that's what I've been doing all evening. Just thinking things through. Blog post 138. Date, November 28th. Followers, 78,676. I am feeling lonely. If you haven't already guessed that from the fact I'm posting to you guys at 4 in the morning. I felt like this all the time when I was living on the farm, but
It was a normal way of life for me then. But I've discovered that having people stripped away from you is so much harder than not having them in the first place. I've spent most of tonight staring at Noah and thinking about what Kalina said, about how I need to speak to Finn and sort things out before I even consider waking Noah up. But then I keep thinking about what Finn said, about how long Noah and I could have together, and it's hard not to see his point of view. Every time I think about Finn, all I can focus on is how close we came to doing something so wrong, and what would have happened if we hadn't stopped. I don't know why I can't get past this. Well, I think I do. Tonight was the perfect example. The moment I'd finally managed to distract myself with a horror movie on Netflix, my phone vibrated. I'll give you one guess who it was. Yep, Finn. He's always there. I'm sorry. I had to do what I thought was right. That's what he wrote. I read his message through a dozen times while I tried to formulate a reply. I understand. That's what I put in the end. And I was going to leave it at that. But then I caught sight of Noah lying there, and I knew I had to say more. With the way things are at the minute, Finn could be in his 50s before he agrees to waking him. We have to talk this through and work out a way to move forwards, I added. We should meet. I thought the message sounded pretty mature, even though I felt sick with nerves. And Finn's reply was instant. Whatever you need. Somewhere public, I typed, parroting Kalina's words to help me keep on track. And we need to lay down some ground rules first. The 3 dots of his impending reply sent my muscles twitching as I waited. Dinner tomorrow? Came through, quickly followed by, sorry, I didn't think. It's fine, we can meet in a bar, the one by the Union, I said. His next reply came straight through. I really shouldn't be seen somewhere like that with a student. I facepalmed at this. Given how difficult it was proving just to arrange a rendezvous, God knows how the actual meeting will go. What about the library? I tried. After lectures? You could be helping me with some catch-up work. No one would bat an eyelid at that, I thought, particularly not with the number of hours I've missed. It's not the most private place. It'll be fine, I typed, thinking that was the whole idea. Tomorrow at 6? I wrote. I have a faculty meeting then. Wednesday? Obviously, I want to get this over and done with as quickly as possible, but delaying it by a couple more days is hardly going to change anything. Okay, Wednesday at 6, I wrote. And then, because I was terrified of what else might be said if we left the conversation drift off, I switched my phone off altogether. Wednesday at 6 in the library. What could possibly go wrong? Blog post 139. Date November 28th. Followers 78,777. So, this is new. For once, I've got some good news. Well, sort of. And it's utterly unrelated to Finn and Noah. I'm excited to have something different to talk about. After the mess of the family vote, I wasn't surprised when Finn didn't turn up here today. It was undoubtedly the smartest decision, but I wasn't looking forward to another night on my own either. Mum was working, and Glenn was at Jonty's. I was with Noah, if that counts for anything. But at just gone 8, there was a knock at the door. I thought you might want some company,
Kalina said, standing on the doorstep. I don't know much about how girly evenings work or anything, but I've heard that films are required, so I brought a few. She lifted up her arms to display a stack of DVDs that she was holding. We don't actually own a DVD player, I said, feeling incredibly guilty that she'd gone to so much trouble, and a little worried that she might snap. Instead, she just flipped up the lid of our black bin with one finger and dropped the entire pile of DVDs into it. Then she came inside. I guess it'll just have to be girly chatting time then, she replied. Or we could stream something, I suggested. As it happened, there were a couple of films I fancied watching, but we never got round to pressing play as we were too busy talking. Talking about Kalina for once. How old are you exactly? I asked, sitting on the sofa with my feet curled up under me. She'd also brought us each a blood bag. My first thought had been to refuse, given that I didn't know where they'd come from, but if she really wanted to hurt me, she had plenty of other ways to go about it. So, what the hell? I tucked in. I was turned in the 1500s, she said. The 1500s? As in over 500 years ago? 542 years, to be exact, she said, and I remember each and every one of them. Some were more interesting than others. Some were good, some not so much. That's incredible. You could say that. 500 years. How insane is that? I mean, imagine how much you'd see if you lived for that long. Questions were buzzing around in my head, but it felt wrong wanting to pry. But at the same time, when it comes to being nosy, Kalina is the queen. And I'm not just saying that because she'd read my blog. Let's not forget how she kept tabs on me whilst manipulating my mum into giving her my venom. And then there was the whole marrying Finn thing. As such, any feelings of guilt I had were quickly outweighed with curiosity. Can you tell me how it happened? I asked. If you're okay with that. I get it's probably difficult. Talking about how I was changed? No, it's not difficult. It was a good thing. I knew the woman who turned me when I was still human. I was like you, sick, and she took me in. In fact, I was worse than you. I was dying and I had no one. My parents had already passed from the same illness that was killing me. But that was the way my mother, as I came to call her, worked. She only helped those who had no one else, and no other way out. Kalina paused, but I stayed silent, waiting, wanting to hear more. She was completely truthful with us. Right from the start, she told us what she was. She explained it all. The hiding in shadows, the lust for blood. She made sure we understood exactly what we'd be getting into, and then she gave us the choice. We could accept her offer and join her, or we could refuse and she would simply care for us until we passed. Some people did choose to die. Many of them clung to the hope that they'd see their family again in the afterlife, but most took the gift she offered us, became part of her family. So what happened? I said, unable to keep my curiosity at bay. Where are the rest of you now? This family? Your mother? Is she still around? For the first time since we'd started talking, Kalina took a long draw from her drink and then looked me straight in the eye. How much do you know about the origin of vampires? She said. I shrugged. Nothing really, I admitted.
I was unable to stop the tremble in my voice because the thing is, Dad had wanted so much to tell me about vampires and werewolves and even goddamn sirens, but I hadn't wanted to listen to him. More than once he'd tried to fill me in on all the myths, but I didn't want to know the history of why I was a monster. I just wanted to be human again. Now, I would give anything to let him chew my ear off about mythology. Anything at all. Dad tried to tell me about it a few times, but, well, you know, I said. I probably should have brought more of this, Kalina said, lifting her blood bag, because it's not the shortest of stories. And so here it is. A blog post I never thought I would write. A history of the origin of vampires. Now, let's be honest, this is according to Kalina. And as she said herself, she's a long way from being one of the originals. But this story was passed on to her by her sire, as it had been told to her when she was turned. So, it felt right in a way that she should be the one I heard this from, even if I wish it could have been my father. After settling back into the sofa, she began. Are you aware that witches are real? She asked. Witches? I've never really thought that much about them. I shouldn't have been surprised, though. Like I said, Dad was studying everything from sirens to werewolves, and witches are far more believable than either of those, or vampires for that matter. Well, they are, Kalina continued. According to legend, they've been around from the earliest days of mankind. They appear in history of shamans, priestesses, healers in every corner of the world. Although they were born with the gift, they would sometimes be unaware of their powers until they began to manifest when they were at the cusp of adulthood. She paused. A sudden look of confusion flashed across her face. Is something wrong? I said. She shook her head so quickly her hair fluttered around her face. No, I just realized I'd never told anyone this before, she said. It's nice, that's all. Talking with you like this is good. It is, I said. It seems ironic that I finally have something positive to write about Kalina when she's not reading my blog anymore, but hey, a moment passed between us. But that doesn't mean she's forgiven. A fleeting smile later, she was back to her tale about the history of vampires. So these witches would provide medicines and other preparations and use various spells and incantations to help the humans in their villages, and they were strong. Some even had power over the weather and could bring about the right conditions needed for a good harvest. Some had magic linked to the earth. The problem was, being a witch came at a price. Not a single one lived to see their 26th birthday. How come? I asked, feeling myself drawn deeper into the story. No idea. It could be nonsense, of course. You know how these things get twisted with time and retelling, but it's relevant to the rest of the story. She dropped back into her lyrical storytelling voice. Some said the magic took too much out of them. Others said that it was nature's way of ensuring that they never grew too large in number. Either way, their deeds helped humans live longer, healthier lives, but ironically they couldn't heal or cure sickness in themselves. Around the mid-7th century, missionaries were working their way through Anglo-Saxon Britain, determined to stamp out witchcraft. The dry craft. That was what they called it back then, and they were ruthless. They didn't even worry about getting proper evidence. One hint of anything they considered suspect, and you'd be hanged, drowned, or burned at the stake, whatever method took their fancy. And the witches were only young, remember, not worldly wise. Anyway, a group of 6 from one coven decided to take matters into their own hands. You don't need to watch too many teen vampire shows to know where this is going. They became the vampires? I said. Yeah. Now, I'm pretty sure this wasn't their plan.
You know, there's a big difference between wanting to be round long enough to meet your grandkids and being an eternal killing machine.
So the spell went wrong?
Who knows? My sire thought it was a price fate made them pay. They would prolong their lives, but only at the cost of immortality. Makes sense in a way.
The mention of Kalina's sire brought me back to the original question I'd asked about what had happened to her family. So, how is this linked to your sire? I asked. Your mother? Was she an original vampire? Kalina pressed her lips together and shook her head, and at that moment I found myself what age she'd been when she was turned. She was doing a good job of passing as a university-age student now, but if the internet's taught us anything, it's that makeup is capable of near miracles. And right then I wondered if she'd been my age or perhaps even younger. No, she answered. My sire was less than 100 years old than I was. But what killed her? She paused, visibly regathering her thoughts. When the 6 witches changed, 12 of their original coven remained, and half of those thought the magic would run its course. They believed that the turned witches would either see the error of their ways or be eradicated by nature or the magic itself. And the other half? The remaining 6? They saw what the vampires were capable of, and immediately wanted them dead. But they weren't strong enough, particularly with the others refusing to take sides. So what happened to them? 3 sacrificed themselves to bestow their power on the remaining 3, who became immortal, like their vampire counterparts, and with many of the same physical attributes. But because they'd taken nothing from the earth and the deaths had happened willingly, they weren't encumbered by an aversion to sunlight or the desire to kill anyone, except vampires. Those 3 became known as the Hunters. I'll be honest, this was a lot to take in. Not only learning about my origins and the fact that witches did exist, but also that these vampire hunters, whose sole purpose was to eradicate my kind from the earth, were somewhere out there. And those hunters killed your family, I said. They did. I'd been away, in Norway. Do you know there are places in the north where the sun remains hidden all day for months at a time? Can you imagine that? 24 hours of darkness. It was beautiful, but desolate. Not a lot of places to feed, and certainly not many where you can go unnoticed. I was there less than a month, and when I came back, they were all gone. My mother, my siblings. They'd taken out 2 hunters, though. Not that there was much comfort in that. I tried to imagine the pain Kalina must have gone through, returning home to find her entire family dead. How could you get over something like that? I don't think you ever would, no matter how many centuries you lived. So, if your family got rid of 2 hunters, does that mean there's only 1 left now? Or have they been killed since then too? I'll admit, it was probably a bit insensitive to be worrying about myself at that precise moment. But given everything that we'd gone through in the last year, the last thing I wanted to do was bring an immortal, near-invincible hunter to our door. You know what I said about me not being a bad person? Kalina replied. Well, that's not strictly true. I mean, I didn't want to be destructive, but that's not quite the same thing. I went on a rampage, determined to find and kill the remaining hunter. I went dark. Seriously dark. I wanted revenge, and that's when I discovered the truth. Which is that there were more than 3 original hunters. Like the vampires, their number had grown. In the decade that followed, I killed 11. 11 where there should have only been 1. I'll be honest, this news didn't make me feel good. but I'm trying to be objective about the whole thing. After all, it's not like I've never done anything I'm ashamed of." "But how did it happen?" I said. "Do they turn people like regular vampires do, except they become hunters?"
"No. The original hunters underwent a genetic change, but maintained the ability to sire children naturally. By a small mercy, not every one of their children born is a hunter, but—"
Kalina's voice faded away, and she smiled before resting a hand on my shoulder.
"Maybe I shouldn't have told you about them. Most vampires, certainly the newer ones, don't know that they exist. But don't get the wrong idea about them. They're not crusading heroes. I've known them attack churches and burn an entire congregation to death just to get one vampire. They've brought down bridges with innocent people on them. They're just as ruthless as us. More in some ways. Our aim is to feed, not kill. And they certainly can't excuse what they do." I found myself struggling, not sure what I wanted to say. "Don't worry. I haven't seen a hunter in years. I'm sure you're completely safe. They won't even know you exist, unless they have a thing for teenage blogs."
She glanced out the window and then at her watch, as if to indicate how much time we'd spent chatting.
"I should go," she said, "but this was good. Can we do this again? I'd really like to."
There were lots more things I wanted to ask her. Even more questions were whirring around my head than when we'd first started talking, but I could tell that she wanted to leave it there. "I'd like that too," I said, barely able to believe I actually meant it. "So, I told you it was a crazy night, right? Almost bizarre enough for me to forget about everything that was going on with Noah and Finn."
"Almost."
Blog post 140. Date, November 29th. Followers, 78,794. I'm back here because I'm nervous. Of course I am. It's only 3 hours until I meet Finn and talk through whatever the hell it is he and I have become. I had a visit from Mum this morning, which acted as a distraction, but I'd be lying if I said it was a welcome one. "I hope you've come to your senses about him waking up," she started the moment she was through the door. "The magnitude of what you want to do is far greater than you realize. The process with you was very slow. Your long, partial sedation gave you time to adjust to the differences in your body. The sense of smell, the acute hearing. You think," I said. I had too much going on in my head to placate her. "You can't be sure. You don't have any more experience of this than I do. Who knows? I might have been far better if you'd never tranquilized me at all." "You can't possibly believe that's true?" She frowned. "I don't have any evidence that it's not, and neither do you," I said. "Unless your rats told you how well adjusted they were feeling." I get it. I was being a bitch, but my mind is bursting at the minute. I want Noah awake. I need him to be awake so that I can think straight again, so that my life can get back on track, so that he can keep me sane the way he did before, and so I don't keep thinking about Finn. "Are you okay to watch Noah for a couple of hours this evening?" I said to Mum. "I need to get some books, catch up on some work. Finn's meeting me at the library," I added, deciding that the addition of a half-truth couldn't hurt. Mum's eyes narrowed on me, and for a second I thought that Kalina was wrong, and Mum knew something was going on between me and Finn, but all she said was, "It must be so hard for him. Does he have anyone he can talk to?" "You mean about his brother being a vampire in a coma?" I said. "About the stress he's under. He doesn't have to be specific. I just think it would help." "I think he's all right on his own," I replied. The thought of Finn unloading to anyone else caused an irrational feeling of possessiveness to surge through me. So, yep, I seriously need Noah right now. Blog post 141. Date November 29th. Followers 78,806. This is seriously freaking crazy, and I don't know what to do. How am I supposed to process this shit? Should I even be writing about it in a bloody blog? I need to contact Kalina, but I can't. Jesus. Maybe this is one of her manipulative mind games. I mean, it's hardly worse than stalking and marrying my ex, but jeez. Okay, I'm gonna breathe, and I'm gonna calm down and talk to you guys. And maybe you can give me a bit of advice, because I sure as hell don't know what to do next. And if Kalina reads this, or she doesn't, it's not my fault. Okay, so I know I need to take about 1,000 steps back first. As you know, I'd made plans to head to the library to meet with Finn this evening. Given that lectures had finished for the day, the place was pretty empty. That doesn't mean we were the only people there, though, and Finn had a small gaggle of students around him when I arrived. When he saw me, he stood up from the table. "Excuse me, I've got a prior appointment with this student, but please, email me any further questions you've got." With a nod, he indicated one of the small study rooms that can be reserved for group sessions, each having a window looking out onto the main library. The blind was already down as he led me in, and immediately I went over and pulled it up. The last thing I needed was to draw attention to us. We sat down on opposite sides of the table, at which point I brought my laptop out of my bag and placed it in front of me and opened it up. "What's that for?" Finn asked. "I thought we were here to talk." "We need to make it look realistic," I said, at which he rolled his eyes. "So you want to talk?" As is typical in these situations, I had about 100 different things I'd planned to say, all of which evaporated the moment I went and opened my mouth. "Why?" I said instead. "Why did you vote that way?" "You know why." The intensity of his eyes on mine caused my skin to prickle, but I fought the urge to look away. "This can't happen, Finn. It really can't." "But that's where you're wrong. Because it's already happening." "That in my bedroom?" I said. "That was a mistake." "No, it wasn't. And it's not the only thing that's happened between us, Rin. It's every time your head drops onto my shoulder when we're sitting on the sofa together. Every time I'm the person you call. That's because Noah—" "This isn't about him," he cut over me. I threw a glance out of the window. Thankfully, no one was particularly interested in us. Still, Finn lowered his voice to a near whisper before he continued. "Trust me, I don't feel good about doing this to him, Rin, but he's not here. And he wouldn't want to be. You and I both know that he never would have agreed to become what you made him. You changed him for you." "How can you say that?" I hissed. "Because I know you, Rin, and I've seen it from the first day. It's been eating you up. I see everything about you." God, I don't know how he does it, but somehow he manages to get so deep under my skin. It's like he's in my bloodstream, like he's coursing in my veins. This can't happen. "It can't," I said again. but I could hear the resolve in my voice fading. You can have 100 lifetimes with him. I'm asking you for just one. That's all. Finn's voice was so quiet that even had someone been standing there in the room next to us, they wouldn't have heard. There's a reason we found each other again, Rin. This is fate, and you know it. We are meant to be together. His pulse, his cortisol level, the way his mouth moved, everything about him was drawing me in, but most of all, it was his words. What were the chances of us meeting like this again? Mum had sent my application to this university 6 months before Noah and I had even bumped into each other. What if we hadn't? What if I'd come here on my own with no attachments or vampire-in-waiting boyfriend? Wouldn't I have seen it as fate then, and that Finn and I were meant to be together? You can bet your life I would have. But that wasn't the case, and imagining a future that couldn't exist wouldn't help anyone. Standing up, I shut the lid of my computer, scooped it back into my bag, and headed for the door. Thank you for your time, Professor, I said with one foot out the door. I'll make sure I use all your suggestions in my essay. Now, you're probably thinking that's it, right? That's the reason I was so stressed out at the start of this blog. And I wish you were right. Because I honestly thought that was as shit as the evening could possibly have gone. But it turns out I was wrong. Yup, things got a whole lot more screwed up. Let me go grab a quick mouthful of blood. I know I should be conserving the bags, but trust me, I'm going to need it to get through this next bit. Don't go away. I'll be back in a second. Blog post 142. Date, still November 29th. Followers, 78,811. Okay, I'm back. I told you I wouldn't be long, and I'm starting right where I left off. As you know, I told Mum that I was just popping to the library, but I couldn't face going straight home after my conversation with Finn. I needed time to think, so I headed to the park. There are a handful of lovely green spaces around the town, and some of them are pretty big, with lakes and rowing boats and that sort of thing. But given how I wanted to sit and be quiet, I headed to the closest one. It's not particularly large, but it has a nice pond with a fountain at the centre, and some benches that are great to sit and people watch from. Not that I got that far. I'd just stepped through the metal entrance gates when a man came up alongside me and fell into step with my walking. I have no idea how long he'd been behind me, but he had a strange scent about him. Not quite human, but familiar. I momentarily tried to place where I'd smelt it before, but I was too busy stressing over my messed up life to give it much thought. God, now I see that was a mistake. Long day? He asked, still walking beside me. His voice was gravelly and fitted his appearance. He had a straggly beard and long, greasy hair, and the overcoat he wore was near ankle length, and was bulgy, yet loose, as if it was 3 sizes too big for him. My first thought was that he was one of those annoying local drunks who likes to harass students. Maybe that was the smell. Or, worse still, he was going to try to mug me, which obviously wouldn't have ended well for him. I sped up my pace a little, but He did the same. It's safe to say I was not in the mood to deal with that. So I stopped, spun around, faced him. Whatever you want. I wouldn't push it tonight, I said bluntly, desperate for him to see sense and leave me alone. But instead, he spoke again. And what he said made my blood run cold. A park. It's a bit different to your previous hunting grounds, isn't it? I guess it's a bit early to hit up the nightclubs. Or perhaps you're considering taking more than just a sip from the wrist this time. Perhaps a place like this would be convenient to dump a body. What did you say? I thought you had perfect hearing, Merowyn. The air exploded from my lungs. Every part of me wanted to grab him by the throat and throw him as far as possible. Yet something about him told me that was exactly what he was waiting for. Who are you? My voice was a low hiss. I've never sounded more like a monster in my entire life. And to be honest, I almost scared myself. Yet this man seemed completely indifferent. His heartbeat remained slow and steady. His eyes fixed on mine, and despite my previous assumption, there was no hint of alcohol on his breath. The question is, who are you, Merowyn? A good girl, living with your brother, mother working at the hospital. Smart student by all accounts, although your attendance has been rather lacking of late. I nearly gagged at the sound of my name on his lips again. My teeth ground together as a low growl rose in my throat. A sound that should have been damn near terrifying. Yet this man just smiled. The old photosensitivity excuse. Have to admit, it was very good thinking, Merowyn. Who are you? I said again. His smile was just a tiny twist at the corners of his mouth. Yet it filled me with a sense of dread I've never experienced before. It was as if it sucked all the warmth from the air around us. At least have a guess. As the hairs rose on my arms, my mind flickered from my family to my friends and finally to Kalina. I thought of how she had kept me company the previous night, and about our conversation, when it had felt like I was really getting to know her, and why she was the way she was. You're a hunter, I said. His smile widened. So, she's been talking about me, has she? That's something at least. Then again, she knows I'm not going to rest until she's dead. Until you're all dead. It felt as if the marrow in my bones was turning to ice, and if our bodies were repelling one another, unable to occupy the same plane of existence. Every second that passed, the sensation worsened. Without waiting to formulate any kind of plan beyond getting as far away from him as possible, I twisted on the balls of my feet, ready to bolt. But before I could move, he'd grabbed me by the wrist. I jerked my arm, expecting to rip it from its grasp, but it didn't. His fingers held fast. My eyes met his. I don't want this to get messy, he said, loosening his grip just a fraction, before offering a smile that caused bile to rise up the back of my throat.
I should apologise. Here's me knowing so much about you, and I haven't even offered a proper introduction. My name's Rhodes.
I tried again to free my hand as he spoke, but his hold was still too strong. My eyes were drawn to his heavy coat that hung slightly open now. Concealed within it were various knives and weapons, and I think I even saw the end of a gun barrel. So at least I knew what the reason for its bulkiness was. I don't hurt people, I said quietly. I just want a peaceful life. That's all. He brought his face up close to mine and looked me straight in the eyes.
Yes, that's true, isn't it? That's all you want. I've been watching you for a couple of weeks now, and I must say, I've never known one of your kind to spend so much time with their human family. It's quite peculiar. Then again, Glenn does seem like a lovely young man.
If you touch them, he raised his hands in protest, letting go of me in the process.
That's not what I'm here for. I've seen you, Merowyn. You want to be normal. You want to live a quiet little life with that lecturer boyfriend of yours.
Fear and hatred coursed through me in equal measures as I lunged for him, but I didn't stand a chance. He'd seen it coming. With a single sidestep and a sweep of his hand, he snatched a stake from inside his coat and pressed it against my chest.
Now listen carefully. This is not what I came here for. But don't think for a second I won't finish you if you don't behave yourself. Because I will. My God, I will.
He didn't need a pulse for me to know that he was telling the truth. What do you want from me? My voice cracked as I spoke.
What I want is her.
Her? It took a second. Kalina.
Who else? I want that monster. And if you help me get her, then you and your friends will be perfectly safe. I'll leave you alone, and you'll never hear from me again.
And if I don't help you?
I think we both know how that ends.
He stepped back and replaced the stake inside his coat, momentarily revealing a flash of something silver that glimmered there. Why do you need me? I asked.
I think you are perfectly aware of how sly, devious Kalina can be. She has slipped through my fingers once too often. But now she has a little friend she cares about. And you are going to help me catch her off guard this time.
Friend! I spat out the word with as much contempt as I could muster. She's done nothing but terrorize me and my family.
Then that'll make it nice and easy for you to lure her into a trap, won't it?
God, the absurdity of what he was proposing was making me dizzy. Trap Kalina? And if I can't do it?
I don't think that's a question you want to hear the answer to.
He reached into his pocket, and I instinctively jumped back, only for him to break into laughter.
Oh, you're a twitchy one, aren't you? Here, take this, he said,
and offered me a small vial and a syringe. I immediately recognised what he'd given me. It was the same brand of tranquilizer my mother uses on Noah. What's this? I asked, trying my best to sound naive.
It's a sedative, You're going to use it on Kalina. And then you're going to call me. There's a number on the label of the bottle.
Knowing I didn't have a choice, I stepped forward and took the vial and syringe. And then what?
Then I'll come and collect her, and you and your little family get to go about your merry little lives.
How do I know you won't come after me? Once you're done with Kalina, I said.
You play nice, and I'll play nice. I'm not a monster, but she is. And she needs to be dealt with. You got 24 hours.
With that, he turned away and left, and I stayed rooted to the spot until it disappeared from sight. But now, I'm back home, and I have some serious thinking to do. Blog post 143. Date November 30th. Followers 78,820. I know, I'm back here already, but I can't sleep. I can't stop thinking about roads. What the hell am I meant to do? I've got to tell someone, right? But that could put everyone I love in danger. Thank you for your questions, though. They're keeping me occupied while I work out what my next move should be. So, here you go. The first Q&A for a while, and with a theme. Are you sure he was really a hunter? Honestly? Are you taking the piss? Did you actually read a single thing I wrote? That man was not human. He was far too powerful. Even though he only gripped my wrist, I could feel his strength. He was too fast as well, and his smell was all wrong. I can't quite place it, but it wasn't anything like a regular person. But the fact that he did have a scent at all means he can't be a vampire. Have you told anyone? No. Nope, absolutely not. God, I want to, but he knows about Glenn and Mum and Finn. He clearly knows where I live, and he's been following me. Shit, that night in the alley, the shadow disappearing, it must have been him. What the hell? Do you think I should tell Kalina? I mean, we are friends, sort of. Frenemies, maybe? Shit. I need to know what to do. This is such a bloody mess. Okay, next question. Do you think he knows about Noah? So, you picked up on that too. He didn't say anything about Noah at all. He didn't mention my boyfriend, who I turned into a vampire and am now keeping in my bedroom sedated, which I think is something he would have brought up, given that he's a hunter and everything. The fact he referred to Finn as my boyfriend suggests he doesn't know Noah exists, which means he can only have been in town since Noah was turned. For some reason, this feels like a good thing. I mean, at least I know he's not reading this blog, right? Because that would be seriously freaking annoying if I got caught out like that twice. Honestly, writing that makes me think I probably should have given up this blog by now, but we both know that's not going to happen anytime soon, so we should just carry on with the questions. Why does he want Kalina so bad? Firstly, he's a vampire hunter. He doesn't need a reason to hate us. And I would love to leave my answer there, but I don't think that's the whole story. No, the way he spoke about her, it was personal. And I can't help think about what she said to me the other night. The things she did to hunters. With that being the case, well, it's not really a surprise that he wants her dead. Which brings me to the last question. The one that more of you have asked than any other. Are you going to hand Kalina over? Can I? I don't know. I keep changing my mind. I don't want to risk my family's life. That is the last thing in the world that I would ever do. But Kalina? Shit. It was so much easier when I hated her. If the thought of her still made me want to gag, then this would be an easy decision. But she's become part of my life. For the first time since I turned, despite everything, I can finally see a future as a vampire. That's because of her. Without her, I'm afraid I might lose my way again. Plus, when we do eventually wake Noah, I'm going to need her. No, I can't do it. I can't turn her over. But then I think about Glenn. How many more times can I put his life at risk? Whatever I choose, it's becoming perfectly clear that this is a lose-lose situation. Blog post 144. Date November 30th. Followers 78,837. Glenn came home from uni all smiles, going on about Jonty and how fantastic he is. To be honest, I don't like the sound of the guy, but that's not a battle I have the energy for right now. Mum also came over after work under the guise of being supportive. Inwardly, I'm sure she's still gloating over the fact that she got her way about Noah. When we woke you up, we had a plentiful supply of blood, Merowyn, she said, continuing to labour the point. He could be ravenous and get through all your stock in a matter of days. We should at least wait a couple of months until we've got a decent amount available. It turns out that Mother trying to be sympathetic irks me. A lot. I guess it's because it reminds me of how she lied to me so easily for all those years. We're not going to be able to do that, Mum, I said with a sigh of annoyance. You know that. Without the blood drives, we're seriously limited. If anything, this is the exact reason why we should be waking him up. So that he can learn to feed like Kalina taught me. And we don't have to worry constantly about where our next blood bag is coming from. At this, her face hardened. That's not a good idea. You can't possibly be thinking of taking him to feed with you that quickly. He's going to need years of training to get to that point. Not according to Kalina. And she's the actual expert. You've only been involved in turning one vampire, and that was pretty much trial and error. Remember? Yes. I was probably being cruel, but I didn't have the energy to be nice. Thankfully, she finally took the hint. You're obviously not in a good place to have a conversation about this, she said, resting a hand on my shoulder. I know you're missing him, darling. I know you want to do this. But maybe, in a couple of years, we'll be better equipped to deal with the situation. And we can have another family vote then. Yep, she actually said that to me. in a couple of years. She's lucky I'm a vampire with control, or things could have turned out very nasty for her. After making a big show of asking Glenn and me about our uni courses, like that makes her Mother of the Year all of a sudden, she made her excuses and left. Glenn then followed suit, off to see Jonty. Again. I'd texted Kalina earlier, asking her to come over, and she'd said she would, but I hadn't expected her for several hours, which was why it was more than a little surprising to hear a knock at the door not long after Glenn had left. I scooped up the stuff Rhodes had given me from where I'd been staring at it on the table, as if that might somehow hold the answer to what I should do. I hid it in a drawer. "Hey," she said as I let her in. "Everything okay?" I took a deep breath in before I spoke. "Just frustrated. That's all. Mum was here earlier, talking about what a good idea it is not to wake Noah." Kalina raised an eyebrow. "So you called me for sympathy about something I agree with your mother on? Oh, how little you've learned," she said, striding past me into the lounge and dropping onto the sofa. I'll admit, that glimpse of the old Kalina made me smile. I was surprisingly happy her sarcasm hadn't disappeared entirely with this newfound conscience of hers. "Actually," I said, "I thought it would be nice to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is. I found it so interesting last time. And it kind of reminded me of Dad, all the history and things." It wasn't as if there was anything similar in their storytelling techniques, or the concepts they were talking about. But they spoke with the same passion, that same desire to impart their knowledge to me, despite never having met my father. Kalina seemed pleased with this comparison. "Okay, what do you want me to talk about?" Now, obviously, there was one topic on my mind. Rhodes. But I didn't think bringing him up straight away would be a good idea. So I decided on a different approach. "I thought you could tell me about other vampires you've met, maybe. Or where you travelled to, or what your favourite century was." It wasn't hard to suggest things. "Okay," she replied, "other vampires. That is a much longer story for another time. Let's not go there today." She chuckled, the way she expected me to. "Favourite century," she mused. "You know, that's a tough one. There are so many things about modern life. Travel, to start with. Fashion, although that's always been fun. That said, it was so much easier to be a vampire back in the day. Easier to disappear and start over with a new identity. Easier to make money. Easier to feed. And by feed, I mean feed properly. To completion, if you like." At that, I offered her a scowl, which she brushed aside with only the slightest smirk before continuing. "So many people died for random reasons back then. No one thought anything of another dead body. And it was the same the whole world over. And there were no security cameras or alarms, no national or international databases. Those days were definitely more straightforward. I liked the music back then, too. There's nothing like a sweaty mosh pit at a concert for feeding. But the music nowadays is so coarse and loud, especially for us with our hearing." She paused. Her mind seemed to drift off somewhere else. Somewhen else. "And the greenery. Oh my God, I miss the forests I grew up with. Don't get me wrong, it was a hard life for a lot of people, but it was all we knew. Looking back, it was so beautiful. All the animals. There used to be bears and wolves just roaming free. It's all gone now." I had never pegged Kalina as a nature lover, so I suppressed a laugh as I pictured her running from a bear in high heels. Still, it was heartwarming to see her passionate about something.
and given what a positive response she was giving to my questions, I thought it might be the right time to change direction. "Oh, I know something else I wanted to ask you," I said, trying to sound as casual as possible. I'll be honest, it sounded pretty convincing, even to me. It was about the first vampires and the hunters. She sat back on the sofa. "Well, it's obviously not my favourite topic, and I'm definitely not an expert, but shoot, go for it." My throat tightened as images of Rhodes gripping my wrist and the armoury beneath his coat made me want to scream in panic. But somehow I kept my cool. "After we spoke, I remembered my dad mentioning hunters," I said. "I didn't really pay much attention at the time. I can't remember exactly, but he talked about one in particular. Roy or Ray? Maybe Rory? Does that ring a bell?" I looked at Kalina questioningly, hoping for the same relaxed response I'd had to my earlier questions. But her entire demeanour changed. Her body turned rigid, and her eyes widened as she pursed her lips and sucked in her cheeks. "Rhodes," she whispered. "Yes, I think that was it," I said, trying to maintain a relaxed air despite the fact I knew I was losing her. "So, you've heard of him?" She didn't respond immediately. In fact, she appeared to have frozen. The only sign that she was alive, so to speak, was the sound of her fangs pushing out from her gums. For the first time in weeks, I was truly afraid of her, and it dawned on me that I had made a mistake. I'd let my guard down and allowed this friendship that seemed to be blossoming between us to lull me into thinking that we were equals. But that isn't the case at all. I will never be her match, and I saw it in her eyes. "Where did you hear that name?" she hissed. "Tell me everything. Now." Blog post 145. Date, November 30th. Followers, 78,851. Kalina looked as white as a sheet as she locked her eyes on mine. I didn't think it was actually possible for vampires to go any paler than we generally are, but she was practically translucent. She was scared, and that was terrifying. "Where did you hear that name?" she demanded again. For some stupid reason, I thought if I stuck to my story, she might end up buying it. Like I said, I think Dad must have— "Don't lie to me!" Her yell sent shockwaves that rippled all the way through my body to my bones. I flinched, edging backwards, at which point she pressed her hands onto her knees and took a long, steadying breath. "I need you to tell me how you know that name." I wish I could have lied again, partly to cover up my own tracks, but also for Kalina's sake. All the time I'd known her, even after what she'd told me about what had happened to her family, I'd never envisaged her being afraid of anything. She's a vampire drug dealer, a woman who spent centuries fighting battles and winning every time. That was what I'd always seen. Until today. By this point, my throat had clamped shut, and I couldn't offer any response. I just looked down at my hands as they laid limply in my lap. "He's here, isn't he? He's found me." I could only manage a nod, But that was all she needed. She sprang up from her seat, and for a second I thought she was going to pin me up against the wall, the way she had before when I'd realised for certain what she was. It had been in this very room, with Finn and Noah, on the night that changed everything. I'm almost positive that the thought did cross her mind. Her fingers switched between balling into fists and flexing as if they were desperate to grab something. Like my neck. But with her entire body trembling, she managed to stay exactly where she was. I need you to tell me everything, she whispered. So that's what I did. He wants me to help him get to you, I admitted. I had to stop and start a few times as I recounted our meeting, trying to make sure I didn't miss anything out. Colina didn't interrupt me to ask any questions, and when I'd finished, silence filled the room. I had nothing more to give her, and I needed her to respond, but the seconds ticked by impossibly slowly. Finally, after what felt like forever, I spoke again. Is it bad? I said. Bad? Her laugh caused the hairs on my arm to stand on end. You have no idea. He's the one who helped destroy my family. He's the most powerful hunter I've ever come across. When I eventually tracked him down, I was unable to kill him. So I took from him what he'd taken from me. His family. Yes. And he's been after me ever since. She let the words hang in the air for a moment. He'll not stop until he gets me. I have to run. I need to get out of here. The words hit me like a stake to the heart. You can't do that. You can't run. Did you not hear what I said? Rhodes will kill them. He'll kill Mum and Glenn and Finn. They're not my priority. I have to look out for myself. Besides, whatever you do, he'll probably kill them anyway. I suppose laughing at her was not the wisest thing to do. But honestly, I had no other response. It was tragically comic. It was my fault, of course. I'd naively thought that we were friends, or at least on the way to getting there. Apparently, I'd been wrong. So you're just going to go, I said, when my laughter finally subsided. That's it. Screw the rest of us. I like you. I really do, Merwin, but if you think that just because we had a couple of little chats, I'm risking my life for yours, you are very much mistaken. Your presence in my life has been a mere blip, Merwin. I'll get over it. I don't believe that, I said. I think we're the closest thing to real friends, to a family even, that you've had in a very, very long time. I watched her eyelashes flutter as she glared at me. For just a moment, I thought I'd got through to her. Then she spoke. I'm running, and if you know what's good for you, so will you. That was it. Then Colina left. So now I'm going to have to face a vampire hunter on my own. Blog post 146. Date December 1st. Followers 78,857. What am I meant to do? Should I run too? And if I do, where would I run to? And what if me running causes Rhodes to go after Mum and Glenn and Finn? Perhaps that's what he's expecting. And what if it's a trap? I've got no one to go to about this except you guys. Glenn and Mum are both out of the house, and I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. It's definitely better for them to be away from me. They should have learnt that already. I just wish I knew how to keep them safe. I don't think I've ever felt so alone in all my life. And that's saying something. Blog post 147. Date December 1st. Followers 78,862. I made a mistake. I know what you're probably thinking. That's nothing new. All I seem to do is screw up these days. But this... well, this was just selfish. I needed someone to talk to. Someone who wasn't going to judge me. I'd been alone all day with Glenn at lectures and Mum at work, and my mind was going over and over worst-case scenarios. What I really needed was Noah. And more than once, I considered feeding him every ounce of blood we have, in the hope that it would be enough to wake him up. But without him, I went for the next best thing. Are you free to talk? That was all I needed to say. 5 minutes later, and Finn was standing at my front door. "You sounded worried on the phone," he said, coming into the house. "What is it? What's happened? Is it Noah?" No, Noah's fine." For a moment, I considered lying to him, making up some rubbish about how I was worried about losing him as a friend. After all, it was true to an extent, but there was no point. He would have seen straight through that. "It's bad," I said instead. "Whatever it is, we can get through it, together. I'm here for you. You know that." And so, it was yet another night talking about Rhodes, reliving that moment when he'd accosted me in the park. Believe me when I say it didn't get any easier retelling how he'd grabbed me and held on to me without any effort. How I'd felt so helpless. The way Glenn's name rolled off his tongue, and how he thought Finn and I were together. Whoever said a problem shared is a problem halved obviously hadn't ever faced a hunter. And then I was able to add the cherry to the top of the cake. How I'd done the exact opposite of what he'd told me to do, and warned Kalina. "And she just left you?" Part of me can't blame her. She's been running for him from years, centuries. I'm only on day 2, and I'm already a nervous wreck. Finn grunted. You didn't need to be a genius to see how pissed off he was at her. Yet, he didn't say anything more. He just sat there, chewing on his bottom lip, his foot tapping away as it does when he's thinking through an issue. I knew from experience that I had to wait patiently until he was ready to speak. That's the way Finn works. You can't rush him. "Kalina's right. You need to run," he said finally. "I'll find Glenn and your mum somewhere safe, well away from here." It was a sweet thing to say, but he clearly hadn't thought through any of the logistics. "Where?" I said. "Where could any of us possibly go? Rhodes found Kalina, who spent centuries covering her tracks. This is what he does. He's a hunter. Besides, Glenn and Mum aren't like me. They need things. Human things, like food, money, and a life that doesn't involve worrying about being murdered every day. They can't be on the run forever."
With a loud groan, I placed my hands on my head. I don't even know why I told you. I'm just putting you at even more risk.
You're telling me because we're going to find a solution, he said,
prizing my hands off my head and cupping them in his.
Because you know I will do anything to help you. Anything.
And I did. Maybe that's why I'd told him, but it didn't change the fact that his plan was completely flawed. Running away isn't the solution, I said. I don't even know if there is one.
There is. We just haven't found it yet.
We spent the next hour discussing every possibility of where we could go, how we could manage it. At least Rhodes not knowing about Noah is the one positive of this entire mess. But with him watching me, if we tried to move Noah, he'd probably find out about him pretty quick. And that would give me another problem to deal with.
We need more time,
Finn said. We don't have that luxury. We've got until tomorrow morning. That's it. It's vampires he wants. He said so himself. If I can draw him away, then maybe he'll leave you three be.
Or maybe he'll kill you, then kill us in revenge for not getting to Kalina. No, there's only one way out of this, Merowyn. We need to hand her over. She's brought this mess on herself with everything she's done. I'd say she's had this coming for a long time.
Now, I'm not going to pretend the same thought hadn't occurred to me. Of course it had. She had been the bane of my existence for longer than I'd even realized she existed. Getting rid of her would solve a whole heap of problems in one go. And yes, we'd been on friendly terms lately, but let's be honest. If I wrote out a list of pros and cons, we all know which would be longer. But that still left one big question.
How do we find Kalina again?
Finn asked. I don't know. But there's someone who might. I went to the drawer where I'd hidden the vial with the hunter's number on it. Finn's gone to sit up with Noah for a bit, while I contact Rhodes. I think it's safe to say I've procrastinated long enough by writing this post. Now I need to do what needs to be done. Wish me luck. Blog post 148. Date, December the 2nd. Followers, 78,868. I am terrified. Seriously, scared shitless. This isn't like the first time I tried feeding, or went to Lavisa's engagement party after avoiding human contact for years. This doesn't even compare to when Christopher took Glenn, because back then I was worried about other people. But right now, I'm worried about me. I'm worried that I might not come back from this, because that's a very real possibility.
This is a bad idea,
Finn said, for what had to be the 20th time. 24 hours had passed since I'd told him about Rhodes, and during that time he'd barely left my side. He even fell asleep on the sofa last night, refusing to leave me alone. To be honest, I was grateful, but it still didn't change what I had to do next.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
What choice do I have? I said, yet again. If the only way for you and Mum and Glenn to be safe is to give him Kalina, then I'm going to need his help. Silence descended.
I just wish you'd let me come with you, Finn said eventually. There'll be hundreds of people there. He probably won't even realize I'm amongst them. And if he does spot me, it might help. He'll think you trust him.
I shook my head. No, I can't be worrying about you. If you're there, then you will be my main concern, and I can't have that. It will be fine. I promise you it will. That time, I almost believed myself. It was a simple plan, if you could call it that. I'd messaged Rhodes, asking him to meet me at 9 p.m. in town. The place I'd chosen was a busy club, one that Kalina had taken me to the first time I fed. The one with the industrial look, all large girders and metal staircases. On a Saturday night, there was sure to be a big crowd. Enough people, I hoped, to stop anything from breaking out between us. Not to mention the fact that he shouldn't be able to bring any weapons in, although I hardly expected him to play by the rules. I'd given him no other details, though I assumed he'd know I wasn't bringing Kalina. Carrying a comatose vampire into a club hardly seems prudent, and from the way Rhodes had chosen to confront me in a quiet park with no one else around to see us, I'm guessing he's a fan of discretion. And while I don't know if any sort of hunter's code exists, I can't imagine that killing someone in front of a club full of students would be their ideal scenario. All I had to do was convince him that I'm on his side, but I need his help to track Kalina down. Simple. Right, I should get there early, I say. I cast one last look at Noah, lying motionless on my bed. Tears stung my eyes, and I did my best to hide them from Finn. I don't want to be pessimistic or anything, but if something happens to me, I need you to get them out of there, I said. All of them, I added, with a nod to his brother. Of course. You know I will. I moved over to my desk, pulled open a drawer, and retrieved a small pile of envelopes. And when you're definitely clear, I want you to give them these. My hands trembled as I handed them to him. He took them and fanned them out to read the names on the front of each. There are only 3, he said. Do I not get one? God, the lump that formed in my throat at the thought of what I might be about to lose. You don't need one, I said. You already know everything. He nodded, and I slipped my hand into his and felt his pulse against my skin. I think you might be right. It might have been fate that we found each other again, I said. But I think that sometimes fate has more than one plan for us. That doesn't mean the first one wouldn't have been incredible. It just wasn't meant to be after all. Rin. His voice trembled as his face came towards mine. I lifted my head so that our lips could meet. It wasn't like the last time we kissed. There wasn't the urgency, the passion. This was a goodbye kiss, a farewell to the path we might have trodden. Blog post 149. Date, December 2nd. Followers, 78,873. He's not here. I know I'm early, but I expected the same of him, and I don't know how long I should wait. Perhaps I should message him again? He didn't reply to the last one, but the phone indicated it had been received and read. Maybe I'll give it another 10 minutes, then text him again and remind him of the location. Then again, maybe he's just gone. Blog post 150. Date, August 1st. Followers 83,885. It's been 8 months since my last post. Jesus, I can't believe I just wrote that. 8 months. How can that be when it still feels like yesterday? When I can still hear their voices and their laughter so clearly in my head. I can still smell their scent. How did it happen? Most days, I think it would have been easier if roads had killed me too. Easier for me, at least. But that's not the way the story went.
Blog post 151.
Date, August 24th. Followers, 88,851. I'm sorry for the hiatus, although I think you must be used to me disappearing for weeks on end by now, right? I apologize for what you perhaps thought it meant. I know a lot of you believed I'd gone, that Rhodes had killed me like he'd threatened to. I know you want answers, and you deserve them after all I've put you through for the last, nearly 9 months. I read all your messages of concern, and I wanted to reply. I truly did, but each time I sat at the computer, my fingers would hover over the keyboard and my mind would go blank. Maybe that isn't entirely true. Maybe I did know what to write. I just didn't want to face doing it. But people always say that facing your past is the key to moving on. And I do have a future, even though they lost theirs, for me. Blog post 152. Date, August 27th. Followers, 888,065. Morning all. I'm sorry about the last couple of posts, but they actually helped me get my head into a better place, where I can start telling you what happened. Though I suspect it will still take a fair bit of time to relive it all. It's sunny outside, and birdsong is filling the air. If I was to open the window, I'm sure there would be blinding sun and a perfect blue sky to remind me that life is worth living. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell you what happened. I should warn you, though, that some parts I only know from what others have told me. Still, that doesn't change the ending. When you last heard from me properly, I was in the club ready to meet Rhodes. Kalina had fled upon hearing the hunter was after her. Mum and Glenn were entirely ignorant of what was going on, and Finn was pacing up and down my bedroom watching over Noah and panicking about what I was about to do, which was to try to reason with a vampire hunter. I'd arranged the meeting for 9, but by 9:15 there was still no sign of him. The place was filling up at this point, and student drinking had become in earnest. In fact, there'd already been a couple of incidents requiring a bouncer's intervention. To say I was nervous was an understatement. Could hunters detect lies like we could? I wondered. It was doubtful, given that an increased heart rate and sweat secretion were the tells, but I was still worried. At 9:30, just when I was about to send you another post, he came into view. It's fair to say he looked very out of place, with his bedraggled hair and long trench coat, which my eyes went to straight away. I'd assumed he wouldn't be allowed in wearing it, and yet there he was. I could only hope that there was no stash of weapons hidden beneath it this time. I'd specifically chosen a spot at the bar where it was easy to see everyone and yet be unseen. Unfortunately, the chair next to me had been taken by a guy about Glenn's age who was busy doing shots with his friends. "Excuse me," I said, placing a hand on his shoulder and offering him my best smile. Any chance my friend could have this seat? I haven't seen him for ages. When my words were ignored, I cleared my throat and tried again. Sorry, Yeah, I heard you the first time, love, he said. This ain't a fucking restaurant. Find somewhere else to go. His friends laughed, but I was less than impressed and was debating making him move, but didn't get that far, because Rhodes appeared beside us. It might have been a trick of the light, or perhaps it was down to his witchy ancestry, or it could have been the fact that I'd not known what I was facing the first time I saw him. But I swear he looked a good foot taller than when he'd accosted me in the park. He towered over everyone, his black eyes glowing with such ferocity I thought about bolting then and there. But his focus wasn't on me. She said, "Move," he growled. This time there were no smart comebacks. Their previous swagger vanished quicker than their shots had as the group scurried off towards the dance floor, pretending that had always been their intention. Rhodes slipped onto the vacant stool. "Impressive," I said, noticing how the bar staff's eyes were now trained on us. Not exactly subtle, though, if we're aiming to keep a low profile. I thought you wanted to be visible, to have the reassurance of people watching us. Then, without waiting for me to reply, he got straight to the point. What do you have for me? Filling my lungs with the deepest breath I could manage, I offered him the truth. Nothing. I have nothing, yet. His growl was low enough to reverberate through the chair I was sitting on. I thought we made a deal. No. You made demands, and you made no attempt to establish whether I'll be able to meet them or not. You didn't give me enough time. You know what Kalina's like. Here one week, gone the next, without any warning. And I suppose this just happens to be one of the weeks she's away. How convenient. Not for the first time, I was grateful for my lack of working adrenal glands, because I would have been sweating buckets by then. For a split second, I considered telling him the whole truth. How I'd gone against his instructions and told Kalina about him. But I didn't. I needed Rhodes to trust me, to believe I was firmly on his side. It was the only way my family stood any chance of surviving. I don't happen to find it convenient, I said, with far more bravado than I felt. Trust me, I want this thing over and done with as quickly as possible. She's brought nothing but destruction to my life and the people I love. Bourbon, he said, waving at the barman before turning back to me. So this sudden trip she had to go on had nothing to do with the two of you meeting at your house yesterday, then? She came around unannounced because that's what she does. Is that so? You were chatting for a fair time. What on earth could you have found to talk about? He picked up the drink the barman had placed in front of him and handed him a note, all without breaking eye contact with me. It's impossible to tell if he was fishing or actually knew something, but then again, if he'd been able to hear us, he would have known she was going on the run and we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Men, I said. Men? Yes. Well, a man, Finn. It can be difficult to maintain a relationship when you're like we are. She was giving me some personal advice. Rhodes snorted into his drink. You must be desperate for help. So, if you've got nothing, why did you want to meet me? But before I could reply, the screaming started. Blog post 153. Date, September 1st. Followers, 89,435. It's been a bad week. I should have fed by now, but I can't bear the thought of leaving the house.
Glenn's worried I'm going to slip back into the state I was in most of the year. But I'm not. I'm better than I was. Unfortunately, better doesn't mean good, and the last couple of days have been hard. Anyway, I thought I'd try writing to you guys again. Maybe it'll help me find my appetite. Then again, maybe reliving it all will be what finally pushes me over the edge. There's no way of knowing. It only took a moment to discover where the screaming was coming from. There, behind the DJ booth, yellow flames were licking the ceiling. A moment later, a fire alarm began blaring out and a sprinkler system hissed into life above us. As people hurried for the exits and the dance floor cleared, a lone figure was left standing there, knife in hand, eyes fixed on Rhodes. "You took my family once," Kalina said, her eyes full of menace. "You won't do it again." Disbelief struck me hard. She'd returned. Kalina, who did nothing for anybody but herself, whose life I was about to trade for my own, had come back. It didn't seem fathomable that she would do this for me, but she had. And I would have hugged her if she hadn't been flying through the air with a weapon aimed at Rhodes's chest. Everything froze, and for a split second I thought that was it. I thought it was over. But the knife just glanced off Rhodes's chest and clattered to the ground. A vicious smile twisted on his face. Beneath the tear in his coat, I saw the shine of Kevlar, but only caught a glimpse before his hands closed around my throat. "You think you can get the better of me?" he hissed. "You'll pay for the lives of this with everyone you love." "I didn't know. I really didn't know," I gasped. "You will suffer." As I stared into his eyes, I thought of the letters that I'd written and how Finn would have to hand them out now. I remembered I'd chosen not to write him one, not because he already knew everything, as I'd said, but because I couldn't bear to put the words down on paper. I couldn't say goodbye. I hadn't had the chance the first time we'd been separated, and I'd been too much of a coward this time, but God, in that moment, how I wish I had. Suddenly, Rhodes's body rocketed and his grip loosened on my neck. Kalina had struck him from behind with a stool, not hard enough to take him down, but it enabled me to wriggle free. "Get out of here, Rin!" she yelled, holding the stool above his head. "This is between me and him. Now go! Now!" She brought the stool down again, but he was prepared to block the blow this time and caught it, wrenching it from her grasp. As she stumbled towards him, he struck out with her foot, hitting her square in the stomach and sending her sprawling to the ground. "Kalina!" I cried out. Rhodes glanced in my direction, and that was all she needed to be straight back on her feet. In the blink of an eye, she'd grabbed hold of him and flung him over the bar and into the bottles of spirits. "Go!" she screamed. Not thinking twice, I turned towards the door only to see people still battling to get out. Some were shrieking in panic, too drunk to realize the danger they were in. They were laughing as water sprayed down and soaked them. Using my super strength, I pushed my way through. The second I burst onto the street, I grabbed my phone from my pocket and hit dial. Finn picked up on the first ring. "Rin?" "Get them out of there!" I shouted, to ensure he could hear me above all the chaos.
"Rin? What's happening? What's going on?"
"Kalina's here. She's fighting Rhodes, but he's too strong. I need you to get hold of the others and go. You understand? I need you all as far away from here as possible."
"But you..."
"Finn, please, just promise me. I need you to..." One of the fleeing clubbers barged into me and my phone fell out of my hand. I grabbed it before it hit the ground, but my thumb had caught the disconnect button. For a millisecond, I considered redialing just to hear him assured me he understood, but I didn't. He'd heard me. He knew. I was the one who didn't have a clue what the hell to do next. In that moment, A dozen different possible futures flashed in front of my eyes, all with me on the run and Glenn packing up his life again and again, because that was the way it would be if Rhodes survived. He would hunt us to the ends of the earth, and I realized then exactly what I had to do if I wanted any other outcome. Breathless and with fear that gripped every fibre of my body, I turned around and plunged back into the tide of people that were tumbling out onto the street. I didn't make any effort to conceal my speed or strength this time. All that mattered was getting in there before it was too late. Kalina was battling Rhodes, blocking every punch and kick he threw at her, but unable to fight back. All she was doing was delaying the inevitable. A blow from his right fist got through and connected with the side of her head, sending her crashing to the ground. I was standing at the far edge of the dance floor, keeping my distance while trying to work out what to do. For a moment, Kalina's eyes met mine, and I saw the fear and pain and love all there within her gaze. She hadn't lied. We were the closest thing she had to family, and I wasn't going to give up on her. "Tell me what to do," I said. Her reply came in barely a whisper. "Stay alive." Blog post 154. Date September 1st. Followers 89,446. Sorry, I needed to take a break. You might think that after my run-in with Christopher, I would have worked on my fighting skills, practiced hard to ensure I'd be able to defend myself and my family should the need ever arise again. Well, unfortunately, you'd be mistaken. I picked up a table and hurled it at Rhodes, who dodged it with a simple sidestep. "Keep moving!" The manager's panicked voice cut through the mayhem. "Keep moving! We have to get out of here!" He was waving his arms at us now, but we weren't the only stragglers. A hen party, apparently oblivious to the spreading fire, was dancing under the sprinklers like they were at some sort of foam party. "Did you not hear me?" he yelled again, coming over to us. "You need to take whatever this is outside. That's a fire alarm. You need to get out of here." Rhodes's head snapped around to face him. "Sorry, I'm not so good with authority," he said, and hit him in the chest with such force that he flew across the room. When the manager hit the wall and slid to the floor, his heart was no longer beating. Rhodes looked directly at me and snarled before delivering a kick to Kalina's stomach again. Having suddenly become aware of what was happening, the previously oblivious hen party started screaming as they gathered up their things and raced to the doorway. Then, it was just the three of us. My hope that Rhodes had arrived without weapons was woefully misguided. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled a stake from inside his coat and a knife from his hip. The blade instantly came spinning my way, missing my shoulder by a hair's breadth as I dodged it. When I looked back, he'd pulled Kalina up by her hair, exposing her chest, ready to plunge the stake into it. "I am very disappointed," he said, still focused on me. "There was me thinking you might be different. But I should have known. Your kind are all monsters." Kalina's scrabbling hand had found the neck of a broken bottle, which she slammed into the top of his thigh. But Rhodes made no sound to indicate the pain he must have felt, though his grip loosened just enough for her to tear herself free. Her fist immediately flew through the air and caught him square in the temple, finally forcing him to back up a step. "This ends tonight, Rhodes," she said, circling to place herself between him and me. "Tonight, you'll pay for what you did to my family. You remember my mother, don't you? You pinned her to the wall with a metal spike and made her watch as you killed the rest of her family." The image stirred in the darkest regions of my mind. I'd watched my father die. I knew what it was like to feel helpless when someone you loved needed you the most. But there wasn't time to dwell on it. Kalina and Rhodes were back in full flow fighting again.
But for every decent blow Kalina was getting in, Rhodes was landing 3 or 4. She was constantly on the defence. I knew I had nothing to offer at close range, so I continued to hurl whatever I could in the hope that I could distract him. Rin, listen to me. Kalina's voice was so quiet it was barely audible above the noise of the water sprinklers and the crackling flames. Yet the fact she could talk at all was a relief. Her eyes remained fixed on Rhodes the entire time, not once breaking his gaze. What do you need? I said, in the same low volume she used, and trusting that she wouldn't have risked it if there was any chance that Rhodes could hear. I need you to go behind the bar. Her reply came straight back. See if there's a trapdoor to the cellar. The bar was on the other side of these two fighting figures. It was going to be a challenge to get there without Rhodes seeing me, but a crazy plan formed in my mind. Got it, I told her. Don't make it obvious, she hissed. Despite her warning, my plan was less than subtle, but I hoped that it would get me where I needed to be. I ran directly at them. Rhodes! I yelled as I launched myself at him. Breaking off from Kalina and with no weapon in his hands, his only defence was to redirect me, which he did with a strength that was terrifying. Had I not been expecting it, I dread to think what could have happened. With both his hands on my chest, he flung me aside with so much power my feet barely clipped the top of the bar before I crashed into the mirror behind the already broken optics. Ignoring the cuts and pains, I scrambled forward. Yep, there's a hatch here, I whispered. Have you opened it? I was mildly annoyed that Kalina didn't congratulate me for my ingenuity, but I could tell she was smiling. I reached over, undid the bolt, and pulled it up. It's open now. Okay. Be ready. For what? There was no answer, just an almighty scream from Kalina, followed by a tangle of writhing limbs rolling over the bar and crashing to the ground just in front of the opening. Now! She shouted as she pushed Rhodes towards it. There was no chance to second-guess what she wanted me to do. I lunged forward, grabbed Rhodes by his greasy hair and pulled him back. As expected, he attempted to twist around and grab me, but lost his footing as Kalina struck him again. And just like that, he disappeared down into the darkness. Instinctively, I slammed the trapdoor shut and pushed the bolt back across. Quick! The bar! Kalina ordered. We leapt back over the other side, and she threw herself against it. Push! She yelled, no longer worried about keeping her voice low. We need to tip it over the hatch. For a moment, I thought she was joking. I mean, this was a full-length bar we're talking about. Heavy wood and metal and fixed to the floor. But with her shoulders pressed against it, it started to budge, and I realised just how serious she was. Once, when Glenn was about 16, he'd challenged me to pick up an old tractor that had been left to rust on the farm. And I did it. It was damn hard, but I managed. This felt worse than that. I joined Kalina, and together, exerting every single ounce of strength we possessed, began to give a little. Just a little at first, but with one final effort, the entire thing ripped free and toppled over, burying the trapdoor beneath it. In that moment, I thought that was it. Flames were closing in, spitting and sizzling as the water hit them, but refusing to be tamed as the tables and stools caught alight and smoke thickened in the air. I really thought we'd won. Oh, how wrong I was. Blog post 155. Date September 2nd. Followers 89,458.
Breaking through these events after so much time has passed is taking more out of me than I expected. So, sorry if it's going a bit slower than planned. What now? I said to Kalina, staring in disbelief at what we'd done. We'd trapped a man. No, a monster. In the cellar of a burning building, with no way out. Now we run, Kalina said, dragging me away from the wreckage. This'll slow him down, but he will escape eventually. We need to get on a plane and go as far away from here as possible. I thought we were going to finish him, I said. I hoped that maybe together we could, but we can't. He's too strong for just the two of us. Then I have to go home, I said. I've got to make sure Finn and Mum get away. And what about Noah? We don't have time. We have to make time. If they're still here, he'll go for them. You know he will. Please, you came back to protect me, and I have to do the same for that. Surely you understand. For a moment, I thought she was going to fight me on it, that everything she'd said about being family was just for show for Rhodes. But then she nodded, pressing her lips tightly together. Okay, but we need to move fast. Blog post 156. Date, September 5th. Followers 89,501. As much as I want to tell you everything about that night, I can't. Not accurately, anyway. There were moments, incidents crucial to the way our lives unravelled, that I was not a witness to. Things that happened while I was fighting for my life. Which is why I'm stepping back from the next couple of posts and letting Finn take over. You should know it took some serious persuading to get him to do this. He thought I should tell you what happened then. After all, I'd made him recite every detail he could remember over and over again in the weeks and months that followed. But it's not my part of the story to tell. It's his. He only agreed to get involved when I explained how much this blog means to me. How imagining you all on the other side of the screen has kept me from imploding on so many occasions. You deserve the full story. I should also let you know that we came to an understanding that I would never read his posts, and he would not read any of the previous ones. I mean, there's some humiliating stuff in there about me and him. Anyway, that's enough of my waffle. It's time for him to take over. Be kind, okay? He means a lot to me, and I don't have that many people in my life anymore. So, for this next post, I would like you to welcome Finn. Blog post 157. Date September 6th. Followers 89,537. It is fair to say that I am no blogger, and I feel particularly uncomfortable sitting in my office writing this. Nevertheless, I've promised Rin that I will talk about my involvement on that night back in December, and so I shall do so, as truthfully and succinctly as I can. First, however, I feel I should address my connection to Rin. Not our romance, but rather how I felt after discovering she was a vampire, and about her being in a relationship with my younger brother. I have made her a promise that I won't invade her privacy and read any of the old posts on this blog, but I will admit it's been tough keeping it. It's not that I want to be nosy. It's just the fact that When you love someone, you want to know everything about them. And I do love Rin. There's no point hiding that from you. I loved her all those years ago, when she was a drummer in Noah's band, and then when she was taken from me. I didn't know if I would ever see her again. And I loved her when I found her once more. That doesn't mean I wasn't upset when I discovered what she had become. Any rational person would be disturbed to learn that vampires are real, let alone that they're in love with one, but at the end of the day, beneath it all, she is my Rin. Which brings me to Noah. I'm unsure how much he shared with Rin, but I suspect she assumes our brotherly bust-up occurred solely because he slept with Kalina when she and I were married. But that wasn't the only reason. We'd started to grow apart before that. From the moment Rin came into our lives. "You have to find her," he kept telling me after she disappeared. "Her parents taking her away without you even being able to say goodbye just isn't right." "They said it's not safe for her," I'd replied. "That being in contact with people while she has a weakened immune system puts her at risk." "Bullshit! That was months ago. You should have heard something by now." "The thing is, it wasn't ever about me not getting the chance to say goodbye. It was about him." "This isn't your business," I'd spat back. "Rin is nothing to do with you. You'll never be anything to her. You're just a kid with a crush. I'm the one who's hurting here. Just get lost, will you?" Funny how words come back to bite you, isn't it? When I discovered, years later, that they were together, that line played over and over in my head on repeat. "You'll never be anything to her." I know it was harsh. The only reason I'd started paying her any attention was because he wouldn't stop talking about her after every band practice. Seriously, the boy was smitten, and I was intrigued to learn about the girl who had my baby brother so mesmerized. Obviously, it didn't take long before I was as captivated as he was. But unlike with Noah, she noticed me. We fell in love, and we fell hard. Losing Rin felt as if my body had been physically torn to pieces. I had to leave. I couldn't bear to be in the town where I'd first kissed her, knowing that she wasn't there anymore. I couldn't walk in the places where we'd held hands and kissed and said that we'd love each other forever. I couldn't even stay in the same country. So I ran abroad. I did a lot of things, trying to get Rin out of my head, including marrying Kalina. Yes, I suppose I should mention her. I'd already thought it was too good to be true, even before the whole Noah thing. After all, why would this amazing, bright, beautiful young woman marry someone they'd only known for a couple of weeks? Of course it was too good to be true. And Noah was the one to show me. And the thing is, I wasn't even mad at him. I was angry at myself for thinking Rin could be so easily replaced, and for hoping that I could just forget everything we'd have and move on. So I threw myself into academia and teaching. A cliché without a doubt. I filled my head with books and with drink. This is something Rin knows nothing of, and I would be grateful if you respect my privacy and not mention it to her. I don't believe I had a problem, per se, yet I suspect many of you would see it differently. I was tired Not physically, but tired of life. I was tired of the daily monotony of lectures and essays. I was tired of the inane chatter around me on nights out. Most of all, though, I was tired of the loneliness that was so all-consuming that some days I wondered why I bothered to continue living at all. There, I've put it in writing. Not even my mother knows about this, and Rin certainly doesn't. But I was tired of life, and it seemed like it was tired of me. That day, when the new students arrived to select their modules, I had been thinking exactly that. And as I sat at my table, surrounded by scores of students, I found my thoughts drifting off to a better time. My only truly happy time. With Rin. At first, I thought she was an apparition, that I'd finally taken leave of my senses. She couldn't possibly be standing there just a few feet away from me. Yet she was. In my darkest moment, she had found me. She was my light, my ray of hope, and I had a new chance of happiness with her. Even when I learned of Noah and saw the affection between them, I was still certain their relationship wouldn't last. How could it, now that I was back? And then Noah took that V, and everything changed. I realized that writing about my past is not what Rin asked me to do. I have become sidetracked. But I think it's important you understand my mindset that night when she went after Rhodes. I was a man who had loved and lost, but who could never give up. Perhaps it was callous to have put my love for her above Noah's, but he had had a childish crush on Rin for the best part of his youth, and I believed that was what it still was, and it had merely continued into adulthood. Part of me suspected he was just with her for the adventure and novelty of what she'd become. That had she been a mere mortal like the rest of us, the excitement of finally winning her would have already waned. I believed I was the only one who could give her the lasting love she truly deserved. God, I hate writing all this down and owning up how I used to think, how I used to act. You know, Rin said that I might find writing this post therapeutic, and she might be right, but I'm not enjoying what I'm finally admitting to myself. So I'm going to take a break. Reliving what a shitty person I was doesn't change a thing about me, or what I did. Blog post 158. Date, September 6th. Followers, 89,542. Okay, let's try this again. I expected to get everything down in a single post, but it's not quite as easy as you'd think, baring your soul and confessing all, even to complete strangers. I have to say, my respect for Rin and this hobby of hers has increased dramatically. Hadn't realized what a commitment this level of honesty takes. I need to get to the point soon. Rin keeps asking when I'm going to be done, and she can take back the reins of the narrative and finish her part of the story. She needs to get it all out. Now that she's started, it's like a floodgate has opened. Which means I need to get on with my part. But first, there is one more thing I need to address. I have to tell you that there are 2 reasons why I didn't vote to bring my brother back from his induced coma. My feelings for Rin did play a part, I won't deny it. We had grown closer again. But that was not my only concern.
None of us had any idea what state he would be in when he woke. He would be a new vampire, with no self-control, and that alone was more than concerning. But he'd also been sired with 2 different venoms in his blood. I asked Angela if this was likely to cause further problems with his behaviour, his bloodlust, and she was unable to give me a reassuring answer. This is one of those times where I must rely, once again, on your discretion. I would never let Rin know this, but I was terrified that in waking Noah, she would find the man she loved was gone, and in his place there was a monster. She did not deserve that. I would have kept him in that state for my entire life if it meant she never had to get her heart broken. So, there you have it. And with all that out the way, I will now recount my part in that night. I had argued that she should let me go with her, but I wasn't really surprised when she refused point blank. In truth, I knew there was little I'd be able to do, and so eventually I stopped protesting.
If anything happens to me, I want you to get the others out of here and give them these, she'd said, handing me a bundle of envelopes. The moment I saw Glenn's name on the top, I knew what they were. They were farewells. Confirmation that she didn't believe she'd make it back. I wondered what mine would say. Something about right person but the wrong time, I imagined. Something about always loving me. But when I fanned them out in my hand, my name wasn't there. There were only 3 letters. 1 to Angela, 1 to Glenn, and 1 to Noah. Was I that insignificant to her that I wasn't even worthy of a goodbye letter? No. I couldn't believe that, and I realize now it wasn't the case at all. You already know the situation, she said, as she saw the look on my face, and I didn't object. She had made up her mind, but I wouldn't let the moment pass. Not when I knew it could be my last one with her. The way she paused, her eyes locked on mine with such grief and pain shining in them, it seemed like she was waiting for something. And so I lifted my hand to her cheek, and I kissed her. I pressed my lips to hers, closed my eyes, and willed myself to remember every second. And during that moment, only one thought filled my mind. Please come back to me. We broke away and nothing more was said. Rin turned and walked out of the door, leaving me alone with Noah. After a couple of minutes, I opened my laptop, hoping that I could find some distraction. My inbox was overflowing with essays that needed marking and emails waiting for replies. But as I sat at Rin's desk, I didn't look at a single one. I simply couldn't focus. I should go after her, I said aloud, perhaps hoping that an answer I'd not considered would materialize. But I could only keep coming back to the same conclusion. What could I do? If Rhodes wanted her dead, then what good would I be? None. And I knew, just as she said, that my presence would be more of a hindrance than a help. All I could do was wait. As I sat and stared at Noah, I wondered if he was still in there somewhere. Did this corpse-like figure still contain that same cocky, annoying little brother? Or was he someone else now? Something else? Did I even want to find out? Despite the fact my phone had been in my hand for the best part of an hour, I jumped at the sound of it ringing. For a split second, when I saw her name flash up, my heart soared with relief, only to plummet again when I heard the chaos down the line. Rin? What's happened? What's going on?
Kalina's here. She's fighting him, but he's too strong. I need you to get the others and go. You understand? I need you to get them as far from here as you can.
She was screaming the words, yet it was still too hard to make out what she was saying through the cacophony of the background noise. But you...
Please, Finn, I need you to promise me. I need you to
And with that, the phone went dead. For a second I considered calling her back, hoping she'd pick up. But how could she? She was being hunted by a deadly vampire killer who wanted her gone, and there was nothing I could do. What they needed was another vampire on their side.
Blog post 159. Date September 6th. Followers 89,578. In that moment, I didn't stop to think what my actions would mean for me or Noah or anyone else. I was thinking only of Rin. She needed more strength on her side. She needed another vampire who would fight with her and Kalina. And I had one, lying right next to me. Adrenaline set my heart into overdrive as I fumbled with the coded fridge lock. I'd entered the numbers dozens of times previously, yet at that moment they refused to click into place, and it must have taken me at least a minute for the dials to slide into the correct positions. After discarding the lock, I opened the door. 4 blood bags were stacked up inside, although one of those was only half full. 3.5 pints, that was all there was. Angela had told us to be careful about giving Noah too much blood, as it could wake him. But would this be enough? All I could do was try. I quickly grabbed the bags, only to put them down again while I prepared a syringe of tranquilizer and put it on the bedside table. I didn't want to use it, but I didn't want to die either. Taking a deep, steadying breath, I steeled myself, uncapped the half-empty blood bag, and forced the feeding tube between Noah's lips. His fangs came out by reflex. One gulp after another he swallowed back the blood, and with each mouthful I could see his muscles tensing. Half a bag was definitely more than he'd ever drunk in one go before, and when it was empty, I picked up a second full one and repeated the process. By the time he'd finished that, I could see him struggling to open his eyes, and by the third, he was blinking but seemed to have no sense of recognition. As I held up the final bag, though, he snatched it from me and pressed it straight into his mouth, sinking his fangs into the plastic. I grabbed the syringe and jumped back to the other side of the room, gasping at the sight of my brother greedily gulping down blood. When he was done, he threw the bag aside, and his eyes focused on me. It was as if he had woken from a dream, or rather, a nightmare. His eyes went from me to the detritus littering the floor and back again, and the realization finally dawned of what he'd become. His hands started to shake. No, I can't be. I can't be. Noah, it's me, Finn. You need to listen to me, I said, taking a small step towards him. my hands out in front as if I were approaching a rabid animal. I know this is scary, but something has happened to Rin. He was only half listening to me. Instead, he raised his fingers to his mouth, and when he felt his fangs, it was all the confirmation he needed. The sound he made was more the whimper of a child than the growl of a monster, and in that split second I thought only of my baby brother, of all the escapades we'd shared in our youth. But when he lifted his head again, his eyes held a darkness I'd never seen before, and I knew he was no longer the person I loved. I went to edge back again, but before I'd taken a single step, he leapt for me. The speed alone would have been enough to steal the breath from my lungs, had there been any left, as he slammed me against the wall and pinned me there. "Tell me this is a lie." His voice was a low snarl that shook me to my core. "Tell me it's not true. What has she done to me? For God's sake, what has she done to me? I didn't want this. I didn't want it." I took a painful breath, the pressure of his hand on my chest making any movement almost impossible. "I know." My voice came out as a whisper, a sob for myself, for my brother, for Rin, all of whom I feared for. "I'm so sorry this happened to you. Rin only wanted to save you. She only did what she thought was best." He put his nose to my chest and inhaled. This wasn't a man pausing for thought. It was a monster, sniffing its prey. A beast, savouring an animal's last gasp before it's devoured. I screwed my eyes shut, waiting for the worst. "You smell of her," he hissed. "She's on your breath. You've taken her from me. No, Noah, please, listen to me. No!" His hand closed into a fist as he grasped the front of my shirt, lifted me a foot into the air, and slammed me against the wall for a second time. Pain shot up around the back of my ribs, and I heard a snap. The syringe that I had in my hand but failed to use dropped to the floor. Noah looked at it. His anger faded as quickly as it had come. Without warning, he released me, and I slid down the wall. How my knees didn't buckle, I don't know, but Noah's had. He was hugging himself, down on the ground and rocking backwards and forwards. The syringe was lying just left of my feet. A simple movement was all it would have taken to retrieve it. Even if Noah didn't stop me, there was no more blood left to revive him again if he was sedated, and I needed him to ensure Rin's safety. And so I dug deep and tried to see him not as this monster, but as my brother, who was scared, who didn't want this life that had been thrust upon him. "Shh, shush, shush, shush," I said gently, as if we were children again and there was a thunderstorm outside our window. "Shush, shush, it's okay. It's okay. You're going to be all right, I promise you. But you need to help Rin. She's in danger. You understand? I need you to help her. She will die if you don't." He lifted his head. His eyes pierced mine with an alien iciness. "So, she did this to me. She deserves whatever's coming to her." His words were as debilitating as the pain in my chest. The way he dismissed her,
He had loved her for as long as I had. Longer. He'd been willing to give his life for her. And now he was going to let her perish? I'd made a mistake. No, she doesn't deserve this, I said. She loves you. She loves you, and you love her. You don't do this, he said, indicating himself, to someone you love. He got to his feet, and with a lazy flick of his hand, he flipped the bed, sending it crashing against the wall. Does love produce monsters? He said, stepping closer. Does love have your girlfriend kiss your brother the moment your back is turned? I didn't bother to deny it. I knew he'd be able to hear the lie in the rhythm of my heart. It wasn't like that, I said instead. She was a friend, saying a final goodbye. Then I must have been asleep longer than I thought for it to be normal for that to involve tongues, he said. I should rip yours from your mouth, leave you here to find out how I repaid her. Or perhaps I should turn you too, so you can see how love works in this state of ours. Noah, please, she wrote you a letter. She's going to die. If any part of you still cares for her, you have no idea what I would have done for her. Anything at all. But she did this. He brushed his hand up and down his body, grimacing in disgust. But you should be pleased, right? With me like this, you'll be free to take her back. Isn't that what you want? Yes. Yes, it is. I want her, Noah, always and forever. But she loves you. She loves you with her whole heart. So much so that she would do anything she could to keep you by her side. Surely you can see that. This is not love, he said again. And then he lunged.
Blog post 160. Date September 6th. Followers 89,589. The phenomenon of life flashing before your eyes when you're dying is actually a chemical process occurring as the brain begins to shut down the lobes of its cortex. It is a genuine reaction to imminent death. But in my case, it consisted only of images of me and Noah. Nothing else. Us as children riding our bikes with no hands. Us staying up late playing video games. Both of us falling in love with Rin. Noah with Kalina. Noah with Rin. Those were all things that rushed through my mind as I prepared for the blood to be drained from my body. But nothing happened. I was feeling no pain. No euphoric rush from the venom that I'd heard so much about either. As I opened my eyes a crack, I saw something totally unexpected. Noah was clutching his face, writhing in agony in a corner, a single wide beam of purple light holding him there. UV light. Rin had told me about vampire photosyntheticity, though never at any great length, and I hadn't been aware how severe it could be. Not until I saw the effects of it on Noah. His flesh sizzled and fizzed, and smoking as the fat beneath the surface of his skin boiled. "Stay right there, or I will use this too," Angela said, raising a syringe in her other hand.
There's enough in here to knock you out for a month.
Of course. I knew that she was fearless. I'd heard from Rin how she'd kept a vampire locked in their barn for years, feeding it only drops of blood. And she'd guided Rin through her transformation, not to mention colluded with Kalina. Yet until that moment, I'd not truly realized her strength.
Noah, I'm going to turn off the torch, but you need to stay where you are, she barked. Nod if you understand.
Given how he'd just been ready to feed from me, I'd expected at least some objection to her request. But it's a testament to the pain he was in that Noah immediately nodded in response. With Noah subdued, Angela shifted her attention to me.
Now that that's sorted, Finley, could you kindly explain why you appear to have fed your brother our entire supply of blood?
I must confess that I was almost as terrified of her as I was of him, and yet with her presence came the relief that I didn't have to face this alone anymore. I cast my eyes back towards Noah. It's Rin, I said. There's a hunter. She went to meet him. She's in trouble.
A hunter?
Angela blinked in disbelief. He was after Kalina. He tried to blackmail Rin into helping him get her. I don't know what happened, but I do know she needs help. There was nothing more I could add. Angela didn't speak at first. She didn't need to say anything for me to understand the question she wanted to ask. Why did Rin not come to her? I saw it in her eyes, just as I saw that she knew the answer.
So where is Kalina now? She said.
She fled, but I believe she's come back. I think that's what Rin was trying to tell me on the phone before we were cut off.
A narrow whistle escaped Angela's lips. It was a moment before she spoke again. Do you know where she is? Where they are? She said eventually.
I shook my head. No. She was meeting him at a club. She didn't say which one, but it was in town, somewhere busy. She thought that would be less risky. But when she rang, it sounded like chaos there. Something must have happened, something terrible. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how else to help her. I waited, desperate for Angela to reassure me that everything would be all right, or to offer a solution that I hadn't yet seen. What she finally said was,
"We need more blood."
"For Rin?" I asked, noticing how the colour had drained from her face. But I think I knew what was coming next. I just needed to hear her say it.
No. We need to feed Noah more blood. Now.
Blog post 161. Date September 7th. Followers 89,603. For a moment, the three of us stood in absolute silence. Angela's words rattled around my head. We didn't have any more blood. Not in bags, at least. But there was plenty more available in the room, and we all knew it. Angela and I stared at Noah, waiting for his response. Why should I help her? He snapped. She betrayed me. If you don't, she will die, I told him. It was not the time for a softly approach. You don't know that, he said, though there was little conviction in his voice. Oh, I wanted to scream at him.
I wanted to tell him that the woman he loved, the woman we loved, was going to be lost to us again, and this time forever. But I didn't. Instead, I walked over to the desk and pulled out the envelopes she'd left. He sniffed towards me. What are those? See for yourself. Given how he'd just lunged at me, I wasn't going to risk getting any closer, so I threw his letter towards him. Without so much a blink, he snatched it out of the air. This one is for you, I said to Angela, handing over the one with her name on it. So I stood there, nothing to do but watch on as they pulled their letters out from the envelopes and began reading. The silence was all-consuming. You don't have to read every word, I wanted to say to them. Simply scan through, and you'll see that I'm telling the truth. That should be enough. We need to get going if we're going to save her. But I knew that if Noah was going to do something, then he'd need to do it willingly or not at all. It would be too dangerous, he said eventually. I don't know how to feed safely. What if I can't stop? You have to, I said, stepping towards him. It's the only way to save her. He shook his head. I'll go too far. We can make sure you don't, I replied, with a nod towards the torch in Angela's hand. All that matters now is saving Merwin, she added. We waited once more for him to respond. He pressed his lips together, the muscles along his jaw twitching. The second I've taken as much as is safe, you stop me. I will, she said, holding the light ready. He nodded, uncertainly. It'll be okay, I said. You've got this, Noah. As he stepped closer to me, I could see his hands trembling. This was not like before, when he'd been desperate to feed from me. I was not facing the vampire monster now. I was facing my brother who did not want to do this. He placed a hand on my shoulder. As I tilted my head, I recalled something I'd heard Rin say. You should count to 20 in your mind and then stop. That should prevent you from overfeeding. He nodded silently, and I found myself wanting to ask him if it had hurt when Rin had fed from him. If he'd been as afraid as I was right then. But all thoughts evaporated, for that was the moment his fangs found my neck. The venom numbed the pain, and although I attempted to count in my own head, to monitor how long it would be until it was over, I was surprised how quickly Noah released me. Gasping, I opened my eyes again, surprised to see his face contorted in pain. His fangs shone, now dripping with blood and venom. Angela was there with the UV torch, the purplish light forcing him back. I put my hand to the place on my neck where he'd pierced the skin. Despite the blood continuing to trickle down towards my shoulder, there was no hint of pain. Noah, Angela said. He was bent forward now, growling and hissing in pain and frustration as he looked up at me from beneath his eyebrows, his eyes fixed on my neck. Noah! She shouted at him this time, stepping forward so that the intensity of the light on his skin increased. With a shake of his head, he snapped around to face her, before turning back to me with some clarity returning to his eyes. "Finn," he said, a sense of recognition and concern in his voice. "Finn, are you okay?" "I'm fine. What about you? Do you feel stronger? Can you feel any difference?" Stepping back from the light, he cocked his head to the side, then clenched and unclenched his hands. "I think so. Yeah, I can feel it. I definitely am, a bit." "Okay, that's good. That's good, isn't it?" He nodded, but before I could say any more, Angela had stepped in front of me. "Me next," she said. For some reason, I was more nervous about Noah feeding from her than from me. Perhaps it was because I'd have to be in the one control this time and stop him from going too far. "Don't worry, Finn. I've got this," she said, as I reached over to take the torch from her. "I can manage. I prefer having control myself. You understand?" "Okay," I replied, only slightly taken aback. "You know what you're doing better than me." I stepped back, giving her space, yet before she offered Noah her neck, she took him by the hand. "You'll do what's right, won't you?" she said, her voice so quiet I could barely hear it. "You'll do whatever it takes to save my baby girl." He nodded silently. "Good. We understand each other then." The moment he sank his teeth into her skin, I began to count. 1, 2, 3, 18, 19, 20, 21. "Noah, that's enough." There was no response. I moved forward to try and pull Angela away, but he lashed out and sent me spinning across the room. When I looked up, there was no fear in her eyes, just a look of acceptance. She knew exactly what she was doing. My eyes darted to the torch in her hand. Sensing what I intended, she lifted it up and slammed it against the corner of the table, shattering the bulb. "No!" I gasped, looking around for the syringe, only to see a small, wet circle on the carpet by her feet. She'd emptied it when I hadn't been watching. I jumped into action, pulling open the desk drawer, searching for another vial. "Finn, stop!" she gasped, fighting unconsciousness. "Please, Angela, no! There has to be another way." She looked at me one last time and shook her head, and I knew then that I couldn't stop her. So I did the only thing left to me. I stepped outside the room, closed the door, knelt on the floor, and wept.
Blog post 162. Date September 8th. Followers 89,651. It's been more than a little unnerving handing my blog over to Finn. More than once I was tempted to log on and read what he'd written. I even missed you guys so much last night that I sat with my laptop open for a full 20 minutes, just staring at a blank screen. I wanted to read the words of comfort I knew you were sending to him. But we'd made each other a promise, and I don't intend on breaking it. So now it falls to me to continue the story. You'll remember that, having trapped Rhodes in the cellar of the burning nightclub, I'd convinced Kalina to come back to the house with me. I didn't care who saw us as we raced home at full vamp speed. All that mattered was getting to them. As we sped away, sirens were blaring, blue lights flashing, fire engines, police cars, ambulances, all heading in the opposite direction, towards the burning building that was the only thing giving me half a chance to check my family was safe. I don't know what thoughts were whirring through my head as I pounded the pavements, but when I reached the front door and stretched out my hand towards the door handle, Kalina grabbed me. Wait! No, we need to get them straight out of here. Something's wrong, she said, frowning. Her eyes flicked towards an upstairs window, then back to the front door. Rhodes? I asked, fear surging through me at the thought that he'd somehow escaped and got there before us. Kalina shook her head. No, but this is bad, Rin. Really bad. Without waiting for me to speak, she kicked the door in and raced upstairs. I don't know how I hadn't smelt it before. Perhaps I'd been too wrapped up in everything else, but the minute I was inside, it hit me, a waft of blood so strong it sent my fangs quivering. Finn! Glenn! I bounded up the stairs after Kalina, only to stop on the landing. There, huddled next to my bedroom door, was Finn. His face was tear-stained, and his entire body trembling. I'm sorry, Rin. I couldn't stop her. I couldn't stop either of them. Finn? I dropped to the ground and grabbed him by the shoulders. What happened? For the briefest moment, I thought that maybe Kalina had been wrong and Rhodes had somehow beaten us there, but then I noticed the blood trickling down Finn's neck. A second later, I heard the snarling from inside my room. I opened the door just in time to see Kalina fling Noah across the room. Noah! I shouted. His eyes snapped from Kalina to me. His expression changed from fear to something I didn't recognize. Rin, he said. She made me do it. So many emotions consumed me in that moment. The desire to run into his arms and have him hold me. The need to apologize for what I'd done to him. But as I followed his line of sight, all those thoughts evaporated. Mum? I flew to her limp body. God, no, please, no! I lifted her up, desperate to find a sign of life, even the slightest flutter of a pulse, but there was nothing. I didn't know she was going to do it. Finn's voice came from the doorway, but it seemed much further away. She wanted to help you. I thought we just... I didn't need to hear any more. I went for Noah with both hands, hurling him against the wall. Paint and plaster dust flew into the air. I'm sorry, Win. His voice was a whisper. Tears burned my eyes so fiercely they blurred my vision. Do it. Kill me. Please just do it. I stared at the man I had once loved. Loved. Past tense. Blood was on his chin. My mother's. That was all I could see. She made him do it. I turned around to see Finn standing behind me. His trembling had lessened a fraction, although his heart continued to pound just as fast as when I'd first arrived. Noah didn't have a choice. She made him bite her. You can't make someone kill you, I yelled. I didn't know who I hated most. The man I'd loved who had murdered my mother, or the one who was defending him. They both made me sick to my stomach. Finn reached out a hand and put it on my shoulder, but I shrugged him away. Listen to me. She thought this was the only way to help you. To give you and Kalina the superiority to beat Rhodes. Unable to meet either of their gazes, I looked down towards my mother and saw the letters lying near her. My letters, open. 2 of the 3. Where's Glenn? I said, turning to Finn with a new surge of panic. Where is he? Did you call him? Did you tell him to run? I... My chest tightened, and it felt as though my heart was being crushed. Finn's stuttering was the only thing I needed to confirm my worst fear. Glenn was still out there, and I had no idea where. Any second, Rhodes would be free, and finding him could be the first thing he'd do to punish me. Scanning the room, I spied Finn's phone amongst the debris. I grabbed it, but before I could hit the button, Kalina snatched it from my hands. What the hell do you think you're doing? I yelled, ready to grab it back. But then I noticed the change in her demeanour. Her previous fear had not gone entirely, but lifted slightly as she looked at Noah. Don't ring him. Not yet. Angela could have had the answer. We might just have everything we need to end this now. Blog post 163. Date, September the 9th. Followers, 89,673. I went for a walk today. Not a long one, and it wasn't to anywhere special, but I managed it. Glenn held my hand from the first step out of the house all the way to the park and back again. Feeling his pulse helped to keep me grounded. Without it, it would have been too much. The smells, the sounds. I can't cope with it. It's not fair on him. I know. Every time we leave the house together, I think about how different this should be. How it would have been for him if I was just a normal big sister. There are so many things I'd change, but I can't. Blog post 164. Date, September 10th. Followers, 89,678. For a second after Kalina's announcement, none of us moved. 3 vampires and a human waited to see who would be the next to speak. I didn't think of it at the time, but the fact that Finn was still standing there after what he'd just seen Noah do to Mum was a miracle. He's spoken to me countless times since about her strength that night. How she didn't hesitate before breaking the torch and leaving herself deliberately defenseless against Noah. But I think Finn underestimates his own courage. He was the one who woke Noah and was all on his own when he did that. You probably know that already, right? I'm sure he must have told you. And as if that hadn't been enough, there he was in a room full of vampires next to a dead body. Yes, he seriously downplayed his bravery. Is it possible? He asked Kalina. If Noah fights with you, do you think you can beat Rhodes? It's possible. Yes, it is. Rhodes has got to be tired. Getting out of that cellar and the fire must have cost him. He's going to be in a weaker state than when we met. That'll help us. A lot. She looked at me, but I wasn't very confident. Even a weaker Rhodes was still terrifying. And while he might be tired, I was almost exhausted, as must have been Kalina herself. The only one of us who wasn't, and who'd just fed, was Noah, and that was something I didn't want to think about. "We can definitely do it," she said, and with more confidence this time. "But we'll have to trust each other. You're going to need to listen to every instruction I give you, and do exactly what I say, no matter what. Can you manage that?" She turned first to Noah. I still couldn't bring myself to look at him, but I heard a grunt, which I assumed was his acceptance, because then she turned to me. "Rin, did you hear what I said? I know this is going to be tough. You've been through a lot tonight, and you need time to process it all, but we don't have that luxury right now. Can you do this? Can you trust me and work together with us?" "You're not the one I have a problem trusting right now," I said. Tension rippled through the four of us as I finally lifted my eyes to look at Noah. He had attempted to wipe the blood from his chin, but had only managed to smear it further. I wanted to vomit, but forced my gaze up to meet his, and saw my pain reflected in his glassy stare. "We have a small window of opportunity here, Rin," Kalina said. "If you two can't agree to this now, then you're on your own. I'm out of here." Her words struck me hard. There was no way for the rest of us unless we worked together. If Kalina left, then Rhodes would kill me without a doubt. And then Finn and Glenn. And Mum would have died for nothing. "We'll do it," I said, my gaze still on Noah. "Good," Kalina replied, turning to go. "Wait," I said. "Finn, you need to find Glenn and get him as far away as possible. And don't even think of coming back until one of us calls you to tell you it's safe. Do you understand that?" He nodded. A question teetered on the tip of his tongue, one that I knew he had to ask. "And what if you don't call?" "Then you don't come back. You both keep running, and you don't stop." I thought of the farewell we'd shared only hours before, when we'd kissed, and I felt grateful for the warmth of his body that one last time, because I hadn't been allowed that luxury with Mum, and I probably wouldn't be with Glenn either. "Make sure you tell him I love him," I said, fighting tears that would only drain me of my precious water. "Make sure he knows." Finn nodded, making no attempt to stem the flood of his own emotions. I'd never been jealous of a human's freedom to cry before. To be able to show people you love them or miss them without a single word spoken. It's a gift. Don't ever forget that. As Finn continued to stare at me, Kalina placed a hand on his shoulder. "Come on, let's give them a minute." Blog post 165. Date, September the 11th. Followers, 89,692. The next bit is hard to talk about. Really. Gut-wrenching. In fact, you're the first people to hear what Noah and I said to each other that night in my bedroom. It's unfair of me, I get that. Utterly hypocritical. I forced Finn to recount his part of the story over and over again. I needed to hear every second of what happened to my mother so that it was fixed in my memory as if I'd been there. But then again, he's never asked me what Noah and I spoke about. Perhaps he doesn't want to know. Or maybe he simply wants to save me the pain of reliving it. Either way, it's time I bit the bullet. Finn and Kalina's footsteps retreated down the stairs, precious seconds ticking by. Had he not spoken, I believe we could have stayed like that, in a stalemate of silence until Rhodes came and killed us where we stood. But as soon as he did speak, I found I had more than enough to say for myself. "I'm sorry. I couldn't stop," Noah said. "You're sorry? That's all you've got for me?"
"What else do you expect me to say, Rin?"
"You killed my mother!" I screamed. God, I was reacting so badly my fangs came out, but I wasn't the only one with those.
"I killed her because of what you made me. You think I wanted to do it? You think I wanted to be so powerless over my own actions? I knew what I was doing, Rin. Every second that I was draining her blood, I knew what was happening. I knew what it would do to you and to Glenn, but I couldn't stop. Do you think I wanted that?" I couldn't hold a steady thought. My breath was wheezing in and out of my lungs. "She's gone? Dad's gone? I'm gone!" he yelled. "I'm gone, Rin. This isn't me anymore. You lost me. You know that. The moment you turned me, you lost me forever." God, hearing those words was more painful than any of the blows Rhodes landed on me. I felt them like a stake through the heart. "I did what I had to do," I sobbed, no longer caring about my water or how much it had hurt me. "No, you did what you wanted to do. You did have a choice. You had a choice, and I didn't. I shouldn't have to be apologizing for what happened with Angela. Because this is on you, Rin. This is all on you." He wasn't even angry now. Just matter of fact. It was a truth, plain and simple, and we both knew it. I was the reason my mother was dead, and it broke my heart 1,000 times over. We stood there, and silence descended on us, broken only when Kalina's voice rang out. "Time to go," she called. Noah locked his eyes on mine, and in that moment I believe he saw all the way into my soul. If I have one. "We're coming,"
he replied, still looking at me before lowering his voice by a fraction. "Let's do this, and then we'll talk." Blog post 166. Date September 11th. Followers 89,712. Outside, Finn was on his phone, and despite Kalina's emphasis on not delaying, I went straight to him. "Have you found Glenn? Do you know where he is?" I asked.
"He's at Jaunty's," Finn replied. "I'll go and get my car and pick him up. We'll head to London. I figure that's as good a place as any to hide."
"And you'll tell him that I love him? You'll tell him—" I paused. As much as I was sure Glenn would like to have heard my sad farewell, it was hardly the most important piece of information he needed to learn that night. His mother had died. He was an orphan. Could I really ask Finn to be the one to break that news to him? "Wait until morning before you tell him about Mum, please. That way, if I can." He nodded, not needing me to say any more. "If he asks, I'll tell her she's gone on ahead," he said, pain showing in his eyes once again. He turned to Noah.
You've got this, little brother.
Noah responded with an odd smile that I couldn't read. Before Finn left, he turned to Kalina.
Please, bring them back, Cole.
I'll do my best, she replied. With that, he took off down the street, and Kalina began outlining her plan. There's an industrial estate on the east side of town, she said, just off the dual carriageway. There's nothing there. Most of the units are empty, and the ones that aren't are mainly used for storage. If we could lead him there, then we'd have space to make the most of our speed. The most important thing is that we keep Noah hidden at first. If we lose the element of surprise, then we might as well give up. I nodded, but I was only half listening. My mind had shifted back to Glenn, to everything he was going to have to hear in the next 24 hours if things didn't go to plan, and how he would blame me for it all.
How's he going to know where to find us?
Noah said, clearly paying more attention to Kalina than I was. She looked at me and inhaled deeply. We don't have to worry about that. We've got a pretty unmissable scent about us right now. I didn't think about it too closely in the moment, but it later struck me what she'd meant. The smell of my mother's blood. That was how he was going to track us. Okay. Let's get going, she said, spinning around, ready to run. Only she didn't. She was frozen, rooted to the spot. He's coming, she hissed. Fear whipped up my spine as my legs threatened to give way. How do you know? I can hear him. How? I strained to detect what she had, but there was so much out there. Voices, laughter, crying. I couldn't make sense of anything, let alone pick out a particular sound. Then, faintly, I heard the padding of footsteps, the hoarse, shallow breathing. It was too late. He'd found us. Kalina's reaction should have caused me to panic too. Finn had only just left. He wouldn't have even reached his house yet, let alone picked up Glenn. If Rhodes made quick work of us, he'd be on their tail next, and there wouldn't be time for them to hide. We had to act now. Noah, get into the house, I hissed. He looked at me, confused, most likely because I'd started giving the orders. Rhodes mustn't see you, not until it's time. We need the element of surprise. Right, Kalina? Kalina? In that moment, she suddenly snapped back from wherever her mind had gone, looking between Noah and me before she spoke. Yes, you're right. You wait here for Rhodes to come. I'll hide Noah inside. What? You want me to stay out here? On my own? I know I'd said I'd be happy to follow her lead, but I hadn't thought that would involve me facing the psychotic vampire hunter single-handedly. He wants me to suffer, she replied. He knows you mean something to me, so he won't kill you unless I'm here to see that. Are you sure about that? At least 70%, she replied. 70%. Those weren't exactly odds I was hoping for, but she was already heading into the house with Noah. Keep him talking, she called back. His ego's even bigger than mine. He'll want you to know just how fantastic he is before he kills you. Or tries to, she added hurriedly, although it did little to bolster my confidence. With that, she shut the door. Blog post 167. Date September 12th. Followers 89,730. I know these last posts have been short. I'm sorry. Like I said, It's really hard to talk about what happened, and I do want to get it all down. I want to get this over and done with. But just thinking about it causes my hands to shake. Glenn thinks we're all suffering from PTSD, and he's probably right. He's right about most things. That might be his only flaw. But what can I do? He's seeing a counsellor, but I don't know how much good it's actually doing him. If he spoke to them honestly about what happened, they'd likely lock him up on a psych ward. I guess becoming an orphan gives him enough to talk about for now. I'm procrastinating. Have you noticed? I'm trying to avoid writing this next bit because this is it. The last post I'm going to write about that night. At least, I sure hope it will be. But at the same time, I don't want to finish it either, because writing to you like this and reading your comments have made me feel the closest to normal that I've felt in months. So, thank you for that. Obviously, you don't need to be a genius to work out that I survived. What I need to tell you now is what it cost me. I waited outside our little terraced house, far enough back so not to be directly under the street lamp. The road was quieter now. The rowdy students had moved on, and the residents were probably tucked up in bed. Inside, I assumed Kalina was talking Noah through his part of the plan. I only assumed this because I wasn't paying them any attention. I was totally focused on the footsteps that were growing ever closer. I watched in silent horror as Rhodes turned onto our street, my whole body screaming at me to run. He stopped beneath a light, which threw his facial features into shadow. Given that he'd just escaped from being held prisoner in a burning building, I'd expected some visible signs of what he'd been through. Wounds, cuts and bruises, something. But there was nothing. Not so much as a scratch that I could make out. It was terrifying. Steeling myself against every natural instinct, I clenched my fists and spoke. I thought we could do this outside, I called. I don't want to lose my security deposit on the house. A light chuckle escaped his lips as he crossed his arms over his chest. Well, Merowyn, this is a surprise. I thought you'd have had the sense to run. But perhaps you want me to get this over with as quickly as possible. Well, I'm afraid you lost that privilege when you double-crossed me. I didn't double-cross you, I replied, remembering what Kalina had said about him liking the sound of his own voice. I needed to keep him talking long enough for Kalina to put her plan into action. You can believe me or not, but it's the truth. No one was more surprised than I was when Kalina showed up. Is that so? Because it seemed you had no problem fighting alongside her. It was almost as if you two had planned it. Trust me, if it had been planned, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You'd already be dead. A smirk appeared on his lips. I can see why she likes you. I might have even liked you too. It's a shame I'm going to have to kill you now. The plan was in danger of descending into violence much too quickly. Hurry up, I whispered, in the same volume Kalina and I had used to communicate with each other in the club, hoping that she could hear me. I could do with some help here. Rhodes took a step towards me. My dad was very into mythology, I blurted out at a normal volume. He'd get a real kick out of the fact that I've met an original hunter. You are an original, aren't you? Rose paused, his smile widening.
You're not stalling for time, are you? He replied. I cocked my head to the side playfully. Like I said, my dad studied these things. How did you find us to start with? How strong are you? How many of us have you killed? That's an awful lot of questions. Well, why don't you just choose one? And we'll see where we go from there. I was trying to embody Kalina's cheeky confidence the best I could, and it was his turn to cock his head. How about I ask a question, and if you answer it truthfully, then I'll answer one of yours. Does that sound fair? It was a game, of course, but I had no idea how to play it. All I knew was that I had to go along with it if I had any chance of surviving. Fine, I said. Okay then. Who turned the new vampire in the house? Answer me that, Merywyn. God, it felt like I'd taken another punch in the stomach. The only hope we'd had was springing Noah on him, but he already knew. How on earth? I said, not even bothering to try to hide my shock. Heartbeat or no heartbeat, he would have seen straight through me. His smile turned into a full-on grin. I admit I wasn't sure, but thank you. You've just confirmed that for me. Who is it? Your little brother? Your boyfriend. Boyfriend is my guess. I suppose that means his career as a lecturer's over now. Did Kalina do it? Scrap that. Course she did. Did she imagine this would give you an advantage? That you'd be able to beat me with the element of surprise? He was wrong on more than one count, and there was still a chance we had the upper hand. And we could turn this around. I had to hope Kalina was listening in and adapting the plan, not just bolting out the back door. How? I tried again. You haven't answered my question yet. I turned him. Satisfied? He pursed his lips, considering what I'd just said. I could see that part of him was waiting for me to go for him, to suddenly lunge. That was probably what most other vampires he'd cornered had done. But I wasn't most other vampires. It's become much harder to track you lot. Vampires like Kalina are more subtle, he said, then added with a smile. Her drug empire notwithstanding. So it was the V that led you to us? Not this time. I usually listen to the crackpot conspiracy theorists. I gave him a puzzled look. They write in internet forums about encounters with vampires. No one believes them, though. No one except me. I see. But this time, I just followed the bodies. I haven't killed anyone. Well, not here, I added, thinking of Christopher. So who would that leave? Kalina? My voice caught in my throat. You didn't think she'd given up the thrill of the kill, did you? How very sweet. She's clever with it, of course. Tends to prey on elderly. People ask fewer questions when old people die. Although the local care home here seems to have had more than its fair share of deaths. I was suddenly reminded of the old lady who died in Lavisa's apartment block on the night of her engagement party. God, that felt like a lifetime ago. Yet, not long enough for me to have forgotten. A wave of nausea rippled through me. Kalina had taught me to feed so I didn't have to kill. It had never been about her, and her lifestyle. And as for your first question, no, I'm not an original hunter, but I'm as close to it as they come these days. My grandfather was, and for a while we had the honour of hunting together. Now I'm the last of my line. Kalina made sure of that. But I'm not ready to give up this legacy just yet. Now, can we stop the games and finish this? His leg muscles tensed just enough to warn me. As he leapt through the air, I was already shifting to the side. What I hadn't spotted was the handful of knives he'd thrown in an arc. 2 of them struck me, one in my thigh, one in my chest. The pain, slight though it was, caused me a reflexive flinch, giving him enough time to line up for another strike. His body spun in a full circle as he dropped down low and swung his leg out. I tried to avoid it, but it was too well executed. As my legs flipped out from under me, I came down hard, the back of my head connected heavily with the flagstone path. My vision clouded, but not enough that I couldn't see the wooden stake coming towards my chest. A microsecond before it would have connected, Rhodes, along with his weapon, vanished from my line of sight. I was almost paralysed with fear, but somehow I forced myself onto my feet. On the other side of the road, the hunter was struggling with Kalina, who'd wrapped herself around him, one arm snaked around his throat and her legs clinging to his torso. At the same time, Noah had one of his hands and was prizing the stake from his grip. Rhodes' free hand disappeared inside his coat, but before I could shout a warning, I heard a bang and saw Kalina flying through the air. She landed some 20 feet away, clutching her stomach. Rhodes brought out the gun from under his smouldering coat and aimed it at Noah, who was still holding his other hand. "Noah!" I called, but he was ready. As the muzzle came up, he yanked Rhodes off balance, just as I collided with the hunter, knocking him to the ground. Noah slammed his fist hard into his face, but Rhodes barely flinched. As we were about to throw our next punches, he rolled himself back onto his feet, this time armed with a short spear, another of the seemingly endless arsenal of weapons he'd hidden within the folds of his coat. I know you're probably thinking about Kalina now, wondering whether the gunshot had been fatal, but I didn't have the luxury to think about her right then. I was just trying to stay alive. Rhodes brought the gun up again. Determined I wasn't going to give him another chance to fire, I lunged. Turns out, that was exactly what he was expecting. As I stretched out my arm, he drove the spear through my shoulder so hard it threw me down to the ground and wedged me there. I couldn't move. I was pinned. Struggling against the spear, I could see Noah taking hold of the gun, but once again, Rhodes had anticipated it all. The instant Noah's hand went around the barrel, Rhodes released his grip and slammed the side of his open palm across Noah's throat. The gun went skittering across the tarmac, and then they went straight for their fists. With my mother's blood surging through Noah's system, his strength was greater than anything I'd seen. But real life isn't like the movies, where a new vampire is suddenly an expert in martial arts. Rhodes had been perfecting his skills for centuries, and every time Noah struck, his blows were a millisecond too late or glanced harmlessly off the hunter's defences. Meanwhile, Rhodes's shots were consistently accurate, and they started to take their toll. I was still pinned to the ground, forced to watch on helplessly, as Rhodes produced 2 small knives from his coat and plunged them into Noah's shoulders. "No!" I yelled, as Noah collapsed to his knees. "Interesting. Not the boyfriend or the brother, then," Rhodes said, sneering down at me. "Fuck you," Noah spat at him.
Don't feel too bad, Rhodes said, with a small smile twisting in his lips. I've been doing this for a long time. Too long, if you ask me. I looked over to see Kalina staggering to her feet. God, the relief I felt in that moment. I'd assumed she was dead, that we were all going to die, but she was dragging herself towards Rhodes. He turned to face her. I have to agree, it's been far too long. But while your kind still roam the earth, I don't have a choice, do I? Kalina looked at me, and then towards the gun, but so did Rhodes. How about I'll give you a choice, he said, pulling a small, shiny metal sphere from his pocket. I frowned. The object seemed out of place in the hand of this weathered ancient man. He noticed my expression, and his smile broadened. Oh, don't get me wrong. I prefer the old ways. Stakes and knives are the best, but seems a shame not to make the most of new technology that's on offer now and then. Don't you think? This here, for example, is a sunburst grenade. They're like your regular ones, only they emit ultraviolet blasts when they detonate. Useful for situations like this. I'm sure you'd agree. The nausea that flooded through me would have been enough to prevent me from trying to rip out his throat, even if I hadn't been pinned to the ground. But Rhodes was already done with me. He was looking solely at Kalina. Like I said, I'll give you the choice. You save the girl, or you grab the gun and try taking a shot at me. You don't have time for both. Kill! I started to shout at Kalina, but I didn't have time to finish. Rhodes pulled the pin from the UV grenade and tossed it straight at me. I couldn't move, and in that moment I was certain I was going to die. I wanted to close my eyes and pretend it wasn't happening, pretend I was somewhere different. But before I could, Kalina dived towards me. With her hand sweeping upwards, she plucked the grenade from the air and sent it hurtling back towards Rhodes, before landing with a crash next to me. It flew wide past his head, and I watched as another smile flickered on his face. Any remnant of hope left me. But suddenly, it was in Noah's hand, and before Rhodes could react, he'd pushed himself to his feet and wrapped him in an embrace, the grenade trapped between them. Even with their bodies blocking the full force of the blast, the returning flash seared my skin, though it was nothing compared to what I felt as Kalina ripped the spear from my shoulder. As I tried to overcome the pain, my eyes fell on Noah. He was lying flat on the back, his body resting in an unnatural position. Was he dead? I couldn't let myself believe that, but I didn't have chance to dwell on the possibility, as Rhodes got to his feet, stumbling around in the middle of the road. Blinded by the blast of light, he had no idea Kalina was almost upon him. Not until he heard her voice. It's the end of the line here, Rhodes. Those were the last words he would have heard before she drove the spear into his throat. He fell to his knees and toppled forwards, forcing the spear even further through his neck. But my sense of relief was only momentary. I floundered towards Noah. By the time I reached him, I already knew it was too late. He was gone. For a moment, I was rendered mute, until I felt Kalina's hand on my shoulder. I snapped upright and grabbed her by the torn fragments of her clothes. What did you do? I screamed at her. What did you do? You let him die. You let him die.
It was the only way, Rin. No, we could have done it differently. We could have saved him. She prized my hands off and held me by the shoulders. It was the only way, and it was what he wanted. This was his choice. What? I jerked away from her. You don't mean that. You don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. I know this is hard to hear, but this is what he asked me to do. He asked for this, Rin. He didn't want to live like us. He didn't want to be what we are. I've proof. I can show you. She pulled a scrunched up piece of paper from her pocket. It was the letter I'd written to him, only the reverse was now covered in his distinctive handwriting. I didn't have the strength to reach for it, let alone read it, as my knees buckled. No, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't leave me. But even as I said the words, I knew it was the truth. You lost me the moment you turned me into this. That's what he'd told me, but I'd refused to believe it. We'd had an eternity ahead of us, I thought, forever to put things right. Please, I said, lifting his limp body and clasping it to my chest. There has to be a way to fix this. Could I give him more venom? Would that work? Rin, he's gone. No, he can't be. He's gone. How those words rattled around my head. He was gone. He had chosen to go, to leave me, to save me. I laid him gently back on the ground and stepped away, staring in disbelief. Dad, Mum, and now Noah. All of them gone because of me. A cold breeze blew down the street. Lights were starting to flicker on in nearby houses. We need to get out of here, Kalina said, tugging on my arm. If we're quick, we can probably catch up with Finn and Glenn. I doubt they've got very far. And just like that, I let her drag me away. Blog post 168. Date September 13th. Followers 89,909. I know I've said this before, but I'm going to be taking a break from this whole blogging thing. There are a couple more posts I need to write up to tie up all the loose ends, but then that's it. I won't say I'll never come back. I've learnt that lesson already, but I don't have plans to. I don't have plans for anything, really. I've just been living one day at a time. Although living is probably the wrong word to use for so many reasons. Today, though, before I bring you up to date with where I am now, there are a few questions you wanted answering. And you know I can't resist those. What happened to the bodies? The neighbours, understandably, called the police, and an investigation took place. They were unable to identify Rhodes and decided he was likely a drifter who'd killed my mother and then been impaled on the spear when the grenade that killed Noah had gone off. It all sounded terribly convenient, and the officer who spoke to us didn't seem all that convinced. Finn and I had told them we'd been caught up in the nightclub incident, and they'd accepted this alibi. Kalina had made herself unavailable for questioning. A terrible event. That was how the newspapers reported it. The details were sketchy at best, lots of blanks, no names given. One alluded to a cult. Another online report suggested gang violence. Still, both were better than a headline reading, Vampires in Midnight Showdown. Glenn and I held a small service for Mum, after which we headed down to the sea to scatter her ashes. Part of me wishes we could have done it at the farm, the same as we did with Dad's, but going back there was something neither of us could handle. Finn took Noah's body back to their parents for the funeral. He asked me to join them, but I didn't. How could I? I was the reason he'd died. What have you been doing all this time? Obviously, Glenn and I couldn't face going back to our house, and while the university offered us alternative accommodation, we actually decided to stay with Finn for a bit. That's what it was meant to be, anyway, though 9 months on, and we're still here. Well, I am. Glenn's with Jonty most of the time, and overall, he's doing pretty amazing. I don't understand how he can wake up each day and carry on as normal, but I think Jonty might have a lot to do with it. I might have misjudged that one. He's actually a pretty good guy, which means, yes, I have met him. And I'm glad Glenn has someone special. Because of that, I made a decision recently. I did what I should have done years ago. I set him free. It happened the same day I posted to you that we'd been for a walk, but I've been holding on to it. Standing in the middle of the park, I handed him a letter. "What's this?" he said. "Read it." I watched his eyes scan up and down the page. A deep furrow formed between his brows. "I don't understand," he said finally. Considering how damn smart he is, I suspect that was just a lie. He didn't want to admit what he was reading. "You've been the best baby brother that I could ever have asked for, Glenn. That's the truth of it. You have put me first so often. It's time you went your own way." Silence descended on us, and I could hear his heart pounding. It took him a while to respond. "You're going to leave me, aren't you?" he whispered. "This is your share of money from the farmhouse. It's a lot. You can do what you want with it, which is pretty much anything. You can stay here, finish your course, or quit medicine altogether. You could become a pilot or an engineer or a yoga instructor." "A yoga instructor?" He laughed through his tears. "You get what I mean. You're not stuck with me anymore. No blackout curtains or tranquilizer shots in your top drawer. No having to go to friends' houses because there's a comatose vampire at home. You get to start your life now, Glenn. You get to have a life. But what if I like being stuck with you?" "You don't." His eyes were sad and red-ringed, but I detected the slightest hint of a smile there. He held my gaze for a second longer, before wrapping his arms tightly around me. "What will you do?" he asked. "Where will you go?" "Finn's decided to quit lecturing for now, and we're going to go travelling, like we always planned on doing. My share of the house should tide us over for a while." "When? When are you going?" "There are a few more things I need to get into order first, but we've got a flight booked to Oslo." "Wow." "And I will speak to you every day, wherever I am." "Perhaps make that every other day," he said with a grin, then stood back so he could see me more clearly. "So what else have you got to do? Anything I can help with?" I shook my head, trying not to cry for his sake as much as mine. "No,
I said, reaching up and brushing his tears with my thumb. The rest I need to do on my own. There's one last question that several of you have asked. One that I'd probably ask myself if I were you too. And that's, what happened to Kalina? Well, that's going to need a separate post. Blog post 169. Date September 13th. Followers 89,912. So, I guess this is goodbye then, Kalina said, with a sad smile. The sun had set a couple of hours earlier, and the bar was still empty. I stared at a vodka tonic I had no intention of drinking. It doesn't have to be, I replied, placing my hand over hers. You could come with us. She turned to face me. Since that evening with Rhodes, she'd never been far away. Always there for me when Finn and Glenn couldn't be. She'd talked me through my nightmares, tried to comfort me, and she promised things would get better and the pain would gradually fade. And she knew better than anyone. She'd been there herself. But since unburdening everything in the blog, I haven't felt I needed her help quite so much. Travelling the world with a couple of lovebirds sounds exactly like what I need, she laughed. We're not lovebirds, I replied defensively, and she raised her eyebrow in that annoyingly knowing way she has. You aren't together then? We're figuring it out, I answered truthfully. I'm sure you will. I didn't want to talk about what Finn and I are or aren't, when I haven't got my head around that myself yet. So I diverted the conversation. What will you do? I asked her. I've been running for a long time now, but now Rhodes is gone. Her words drifted off into the ether, so I finished them for her. So what? You going to settle down here? There are worse places to be, and I've got Glenn and Jonty. You have. We fell into silence, then spoke at the same time. Thank you. We laughed. I don't know if you should really thank me, she replied. Without me, Rhodes would never have turned up on your doorstep. We don't know that. Without you, I wouldn't have learned how to feed safely. He'd probably have chased me down after a bad back alley incident. Perhaps, she conceded before taking my hand. I know you don't see it, but you saved me too. What I've become, what I did, I wasn't raised to be like that. It's not what my mother taught us, not what she taught any of us. And I'm going to be better, for her sake and for yours. There was nothing else for us to say. Anything more would have likely dredged up memories that neither of us needed reminding of. I stood and kissed her on the cheek. Goodbye, Kalina. I'll see you around. Of course you will, she replied. Blog post 170. Date September 18th. Followers 89,932. Okay, so this is it. My last post. I'm at the airport with Finn and we're boarding soon. He's gone to find a travel guide for Norway. I just wanted to say a quick thank you for being here. It's been a pretty wild ride and I'm not sure I would have coped without you. But before I do go, I think there's one final piece of story that I owe you. I was going to keep it private, But right from the beginning of this blog, I promised you the whole truth. And so here it is. This is Merrowing Colt, logging out for the last time. Bye. Dear Rin, I'm sorry. Sorry for a lot of things. I'm sorry that this is likely to be illegible to start with. I'm writing in a rush as you wait outside for roads. But thankfully, you were always great at deciphering my handwriting. So, if the words get a bit muddled, I know you'll figure out what I'm trying to say. Kalina and I have worked out a plan. It's not one you're going to like, but it's the way it has to be, for all of us. I need to tell you first, though, that I love you. Because it'd be a pretty shitty love note if I didn't. Remember that as you read the rest of this. Remember that I love you. Then, now, always. I understand why you changed me. Had it been the other way round, I wouldn't have given it a second thought. I would have changed you in a heartbeat, so don't feel guilty. You did what you thought was best. But the truth is, I can't do this. I know it makes me a coward, but I can't be what you have made me. I can't be this thing. I'm not like you. I'm not strong. I killed your mum, Rin. I know she sacrificed herself willingly. I know that that sacrifice will give me the strength to fight for you. But it doesn't change the fact that I did it. And I know I won't be able to get past this, no matter how much we love each other. I certainly wouldn't be able to. You shouldn't either. I'm sorry I'm not better at this. It's not how I wanted to word things, but I'm running out of time. I love you, Rin. I love you in ways I didn't know it was possible to feel about someone. Before you, I was just drifting. I was just another cog in a huge wheel, watching everyone trapped in this same cycle of life but never really living. Before you, I thought I had all the answers, and now I know there aren't any. There's just love. You gave me that. You gave me more in the short time we had together than I'd experienced in all of my life that came before. You changed me long before I became a vampire. You made me a better person. So now, you need to make me a promise, and you're not allowed to break it like you did the last one. Understand? I need you to do this, and I will know if you don't. You must move on. You have endless years ahead of you, and I don't want you to spend even one of those missing me. There's nothing to be gained in grief. It won't bring me back, and you've had enough heartache. Now it's time for you to start living. I want you to fall in love 100 times. I want you to feel the rush of that first kiss again. I want you to stand under waterfalls in the moonlight and dance beneath the stars on desert sands. But I don't want you to ever feel bad about who you love. I guess what I'm saying is, don't dismiss Finn because of me. Don't feel like you can't be with him if he's the one you want. He loves you. He always will. And a love like that isn't something you should turn your back on. I love you, Rin, from the bottom of my silent, unbeating heart. Always, Noah.
You've been listening to Bloodsucker's blog, Book 3, Lost Souls, written by Ella Stone, narrated by Hannah Lynn, and produced by Papercat Publishing.